The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. The kings of the board are reigning on high at the Superbet Chess Classic in Bucharest, Romania. Players battled it out for a chance to stake their claim to the top spot of the leaderboard. Aronian showed up in style, rebounding to defeat fellow countryman Linear Dominguez in a convincing win. But it was American Wesley So who took sole lead of the event, earning his second win against co-leader Nepomniachtchi. The Sharks are on the hunt and there is blood in the water. Day 5 of thrilling chess coming up next.
Welcome back, everybody, to Day 5 of the Superbet Chess Classic, the first stop of the 2022 Grand Chess Tour held here in beautiful Bucharest, Romania. We start the day in Cismigiu Park, an English-style vast garden filled with beautiful landmarks, such as the clock behind me. Well, the players are ready to get in action, so let's go to the studio and start today's round with Yasser, Peter, and Alejandro.
Fabulous footage of the Romanian capital as we welcome you to our continued coverage of the Superbet Chess Classic in Bucharest, the first stop on the 2022 Grand Chess Tour. Hi, I'm Peter Svidler and with me is the one, the only Yasser Seirawan. Round 5, how are we doing?
We're doing great. As always, Peter, it's a pleasure to be here in studio with yourself. Hello, everyone, and welcome to our coverage. The first 3 rounds featured 1 victory per round. It was a steady diet until the floodgates opened in round 4 as we had 3 decisive victories. Peter, do the honors and tell us our current standings.
Absolutely. Wesley, having won yesterday, Wesley is leading the tournament with 3 points out of 4, having had a very, very solid and good tournament so far. 3 players are chasing him with 2.5 out of 4. 2 of those won yesterday, Aronian and Mamedyarov, and the local favorite, Bogdan Deac, is also doing very, very well. Jan Nepomniachtchi currently is weirdly the only player on 50%, and the only player, I believe, with 2 decisive games so far. And then there are 5 people on 1.5 out of 4, having lost 1 and drawn the remainder of their games. So very tightly packed bunch.
And our format?
The format for this is, it's a 10-player round robin, 90 minutes for the first 40 moves, 30 minutes for the rest of the game, and the 30-second increment from move 1, the standard, quote-unquote FIDE time control. Draw offers are not allowed whatsoever, and we have a standard scoring system with a 1 point for a win and half a point for a draw.
With 4 rounds in the history books, what's our current schedule like?
Today is the last round before the rest day, so players are, I think, more incentivized than ever to give their all, and then 4 more rounds to finish the tournament with potential playoffs on Saturday if necessary.
Alejandro, good to see you, my friend. Where do we stand? How do we get here?
Well, great to start my morning with you guys, and let's take a look at how those decisive games yesterday shook up the standings, how the players that are in pole position got there, starting with Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. He had a quiet affair to start the tournament. He drew against Dominguez. He drew a very quiet game against Wesley So. He also drew against Mamedyarov. But yesterday, he had a big fight against Fabiano Caruana. The American came after him, sacrificed a bunch of material, but Maxime just took it. He said, I can defend, I can calculate well, and he cruised with the extra piece towards victory. Meanwhile, Aronian, another player that has had immense success in the tour, he had a rocky affair getting here. He had a wild game against Rapport, the better of the draw against Deac, but then was completely lost against Alireza Firouzja. Somehow managed to save that game from absolute destruction. And then with the black pieces, played a very nice game and defeated Dominguez. Now sits on a +1 that while he was playing that game against Alireza, nobody would have believed that score. And of course, speaking of Deac, the local hero Bogdan Daniel, he is coming in hot. He drew with the black pieces against Nepo. He drew a tough game against Aronian. Then he had this craziness against Richard Rapport. It seemed like the evaluation was swinging up and down, but just as move 40 was being reached in an equal position, Richard Rapport blundered horribly. Deac took full advantage of that, and then a draw solidly with the black pieces against Mamedyarov puts him in a beautiful second place. Great tournament for the locals so far. But of course, it's the leader that we have to talk about. Wesley So has been handed positions he just adores. This pair of bishops of opposite colors on the board, him having the advantage with the initiative and the better weaknesses. This happened both against Shaq and against Nepo with an extra pawn. He converted both of them, and now he sits on +2. He had two very solid draws against MVL. You could argue he was even pushing against Favi, but now Wesley sits on first place, and we know he just loves taking this tournament into cruise control. But today he has a big challenge, and to talk about that, we're going to go with our friends in Bucharest, Anastasiya and Cristian.
Thank you, Alejandro, and welcome back, everybody, to Day 5 of the 2022 Superbet Chess Classic. From location here in Bucharest, Romania, to call all the action and give you all the updates throughout the day. I am your host, Grandmaster Cristian Chirila, alongside my brilliant co-host, World Grandmaster Anastasiya Karlovich. Anastasiya, welcome back. Yesterday, we had an amazing day filled with a lot of exciting events, 3 decisive results. How do the people here in Romania react to that?
Yeah, of course, it's great to be here. Hello, everybody. Hello, St. Louis. And we're so lucky to be next to the playing venue and have a chance to go and visit it from time to time. I noticed that all spectators try to stay until the end because the games were so interesting. And many of them, of course, used this chance to grab an autograph and take some photos with their top players, with their favorites. It's been a really nice day.
Absolutely. And tell us, what do you have your eyes set on for today in terms of decisive and exciting games?
Yeah, as usually, you know, we are trying to predict which game will be the most interesting one. Of course, all my eyes are set to the game between Aronian and Wesley So. Both of them won their games yesterday. Both of them are in a really good mood. We saw Levon yesterday during the dinner. He is confident, he's happy after his victory over Linier and also after this really nice draw against Firouzja. And of course, Wesley So, I mean, is the leader of the tournament, but everything can change dramatically if Levon will manage to win today with white pieces. Actually, if you remember the score, Levon has some hopes because he won 4 games against Wesley So and lost only 2 with some draws. I'm expecting a really good fight. What about you?
That big all-American clash is definitely one to follow. I have my eyes set on the big clash between the youngest competitors in the event. That is Bogdan Daniel Deac, the Romanian superstar, against Alireza Firouzja, who is only 18 years of age and came into this event as the rating favorite. Well, these players have never faced each other. This is their first matchup. They have absolutely no information about how the other player plays, what he likes, what he doesn't like. They don't know anything about each other, and this is going to mean that we're going to see a very intriguing fight. Also, Bogdan Daniel Deac, I have to say, coming into the event as a 2670, well, he impressed up to this point. 2.5 out of 4 +1. That is a great result for the young Romanian superstar up to this point. Alireza, on the other hand, he came into the event as the rating favorite, the top dog of the event, and unfortunately for him, he has not confirmed. He lost, but after that, even against Aronian, was unable to win a crushing position. Well, today with the black pieces, he's going to do something. And let's wait and see what that is going to be. How about you guys in St. Louis?
Well, thank you, Anastasiya, and thank you, Cristian. Indeed, let's take a look at all the pairings. Peter, please do the honors.
The pairings for today are up top there. We see two players who are perhaps somewhat unused.
Struggling.
Unused to being on -1 after 4 rounds. Fabio with the white pieces against Shahryar. Jan Nepomniachtchi will be, I think, very interested in the idea of bouncing back from yesterday's loss because he has the white pieces against MVL. Another, very, very promising matchup. They're both very, very combative and fighting players. The central game of the round, of course, is the game between Levon Aronian and Wesley So, which was spoken about already. We also have the game between Richard Rapport and Linier Dominguez, another couple who would like to improve the situation in the tournament. And then, yes, the game between Bogdan Deac and Alireza Firouzja is very interesting because Alireza, I think, has not been in the minors for, this amount of rounds in a row for, I don't know, the last 5 years?
Since he was playing in junior competitions. I was just going to say.
Probably not in the juniors, actually.
Yeah,
I would suspect he was getting a lot of points in the juniors.
The 4 candidates in this tournament are remarkably, all 4 are in the bottom half of the tournament. It goes to show just how strong the event is, but also shocking as we have a basketball player from Romania.
Virgil Stănescu is making the first move today.
As he towers over the chessboard, he's going to have to. Okay, he is thinking about a good move.
That is a very
good move.
Very decent move, yeah.
D2,
wouldn't be
D4.
surprised if he actually played chess, to be honest. And
Yeah.
I think a lot of professionals, athletes do some chessing in their spare time. You see those
Exactly.
pictures all the time of players in dressing rooms
Exactly.
all over the world, spending downtime playing chess, which is nice to see.
And it's been great fighting chess. And what are they fighting for?
Mainly pride, of course, as you can see on your screen. $100,000 of
That's a
pride
svelte
up
figure.
top, yeah. And if you win the tournament outright, you get 13 GCT points, and if you have to play tie breaks to win it, you get 12. And then it all tapers down to 10.5 for 10th. Very, very nice prize fund indeed.
350,000 in total for those of you figuring it out. And yes, if you finish well in the Grand Chess Tour and you get a lot of points, there's a additional bonus money with an additional 100,000 in prize money for the Grand Chess Tour winner. And here we have Wesley So, not only our tournament leader, but defending Grand Chess Tour champion. He says, damn it, my opponent's missing. I'm starting his clock.
As is good and proper.
And I remember I went to the home of Bill Walton, a very famous basketball player here in the United States, and he's a chess player too. So, yeah, a lot of basketball players. So the games are underway.
This is very enjoyable because MVL has been introducing kind of quieter openings into his repertoire, but today we are going to get a Najdorf in his game against Jan, and I don't know, perhaps since the word has disappeared from our broadcasts, I should use the word residual. I'm not sure about how much residual Najdorf prep is left up.
Oh!
Oof. Okay.
I mean, I was going to say Bishop B5 check has kind of like prevented anybody from playing.
But specifically with this move order, this is weird.
It is an unusual move order, but if black goes knight bd7, it transposes into a position which actually has been discussed quite a bit recently via the normal bishop b5 check move order. I'm more interested in what the plan is against bishop d7. I suspect it might be bishop d3, question mark, because
Really?
I mean, I really dislike the idea of trading those bishops this early, but maybe we just go knight c3 and ignore.
You're trying to prove that the bishop is worse.
Yeah, knight c6. Actually, looking at this,
on d7 and on
knight
c8.
c6 is just so comfortable.
What we were saying is that players who are trying to play the Najdorf these days are really getting annoyed by the move bishop b5 check. I understood, Peter, that the reason that
there's this sort of a newfangled way of playing this position where they take not with the queen, but actually with the knight. I've done this myself, and Magnus has done this.
Knight.
Yeah, knight,
Okay.
and after knight f6, you can actually leave the pawn on e4 emprise and castle.
Okay.
And this has been a topic of some discussion recently. It's not that stupid, weirdly. There's also the and the sort of the somewhat more conservative, but maybe slightly more weird move instead of castles here, which is also quite topical and has been played by very strong players, is bishop b5 g3 here.
No kidding.
Which really does look like, you know, it's a novice playing these moves, but it really isn't. There is a point to luring the knight to g7 where it cannot really go to c6, which is really the best square for the Sicilian.
To attack this knight on d4. After bishop b5 check, do we have a move? No, MVL's just thinking
not just yet.
Things over. And Alejandro, you got a big smile on your face. Something's making you a happy camper.
We got Richie being Richie. That's what makes me a happy camper. Look at this. E4, E5. How many times have we seen that before on broadcast? And how many times, Yasser, have we looked at the move knight on G1, not to F3, but to E2, and immediately Dominguez starting to think.
I can tell you the answer to your question. Precisely 0.
Precisely 0. Not quite a novelty. Apparently there's an Evander Carlsen game here in 2017.
Of course.
I have actually, I believe, looked at this.
No.
Why?
Why? Why did you do it?
Because I have young colleagues and friends who make me look at things.
Oh my word. Knight E2. Can you explain it to us at all? No.
No. I mean, there is no logical advantage of having the knight on E2 than on F3, except
you would think
avoid theory.
You don't want to play the Petrov, basically. So you are, you know, quote unquote preparing for knight F6.
How so?
And now you can play G4. And if knight takes e4, you have the move f3, which you wouldn't normally have in this position because your knight would be there.
So the knight has to awkwardly retreat, then knight take on e5. Even this is supposed to be equal.
Yeah. I mean, we're not really, you know, claiming any advantage here. I'm just saying this exists and is not as completely pointless as it, you know, might seem.
Because your knight is on e2, you get to play f2, f3.
But another question. Over under on how long Linier thinks on move 2 here after the move knight e2.
I'm going to call 10 minutes.
23 minutes.
What?
No, 23 minutes.
On move 2.
On move 2.
Probably not. But
if anybody's going to do it, it's Linier.
Yeah.
I'm calling 10. By the way, on our marquee matchup between Levon and Wesley, we do have an appearance of Levon in the playing hall, as we have a symmetrical English, C4, C5, G3.
Absolutely, yeah.
And it's
something they both are incredibly capable of doing. I lost a very painful game to Wesley upstairs from here last year in the Singfield Cup, where I did something ridiculous against the symmetrical English and was basically lost by move 15.
Well done. What did you do?
It's an achievement. Yeah, it's an achievement.
What have you done? Knight f6 and knight c6. Kind of a peculiar move order for me.
Somewhat peculiar move order, yeah.
You know, g6 is like everybody's go-to, and if you're going to play knight f6 in the symmetrical, you're going to do knight f6 and d5 rather quickly.
Probably,
as opposed to
I'm curious as to what he's trying to achieve. Linier actually has already made a move, so we were all wrong.
I said 10.
Yeah,
it was much closer.
Yeah, you win the spread, but
yeah. We had a young fan there really worried about Linier. Thinking things through. Okay, and what else do you have for us, Alejandro?
Not much. A couple of openings just to go to see what everybody's doing. Bogdan and Ali Reza are going to be playing a sharp King's Indian. The move bishop e2 already on the board. I expect knight f3 to come up. More or less what you would expect from Ali Reza, something sharp, something that will keep the game alive.
Bishop g5, Averbach?
You were expecting knight f3 there, yeah?
Yeah. No, not knight f3. The move h4 in this position. One of those new tries, right, where you play h4 against basically any fianchetto. But with the bishop on e2, you're actually threatening the move h5 in the next move. Let's see how this one plays out, because this is going to be fun. h4 against the King's Indian, and Ali Reza also going for it, saying the King's Indian is my choice today. I'm not afraid of a risk.
Nice. I
Absolutely,
love it. Yeah. And by the way, just funnily enough, after knight e2, that 8-minute, was it 8-minute thing? Knight f6?
Well, I think he played
d4.
it very quickly, yeah. No, but d4 is the entire point there. And otherwise, knight e2 makes no sense whatsoever.
And as you were pointing out, if Linier does capture...
You have to play f3, actually, because g5, bishop c5, you might regret your life choices quite severely. Yeah.
Yeah, no, d5, Did you say DE or
D5? Yeah, D5 makes no sense whatsoever. But
exactly.
D5 bishop C5 is also
rather awkward.
somewhat unattractive. Yeah, I mean, you can play Queen D5 and pretend it's all
part of the
plan,
game.
part of the plan, but it really isn't. Bishop takes F2 and then F5. I think you're kind of lost, honestly.
Right.
I would not be surprised to find if this is just straight up lost.
Exactly. So, okay, but there is, as you said, knight takes F3. The knight has to go back to an awkward square.
I assume D6 and
Probably.
F5. I think D6 F5 is what the machine does here. White goes like Queen D3 and the game continues.
Okay.
I think something along those lines. I did at some point have it in front of me on my screen, but I
Ages ago.
successfully blocked it out.
Sometimes you have to empty your chalice in order to fill it up with something else. Well, we'll definitely keep an eye on that game. By the way, we mentioned a number of players in desperate situation to get victories, especially the players with -1, picking up on the game between Fabi, my pick for the tournament, and Shaq. Well, it's not looking good for either player on the onset of the game.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the more solid
Petrov
sublines of the Petrov. Yeah, in my eyes, this is sort of the Chinese Petrov, because I think the popularity of these systems where black goes to bishop f5 and knight d6 is very largely due to the efforts of sort of a whole brigade of Chinese players. As we see on our screen, perhaps the most famous recent game from this exact line, including the position we have on the board right now, is between Yan Nepomniachtchi and Wang Hao from the candidates. Yu Yangyi has also been playing a ton of this, and others as well. It's very, very solid.
First impressions,
yeah, and white needs to be extremely precise to maintain even a shot of posing problems here, because the structure is so symmetrical. And
4 versus 4, 3 versus 3, very hard to create an imbalance.
So basically, white currently has some slight initiative due to better development, slightly more active pieces, but if black manages to parry this first wave without committing any
major gaffes,
yeah, but also like without any structural changes, trades will start happening along the e-file, and then the position very much equalizes itself. So, but this is very, very topical. I would be shocked if Fabi didn't have a very sort of concrete idea as to what he's planning to do here.
All right, let's return to the Nepo game for just a moment, because we do have, as you reacted with a whoa, Peter, tell us what's going on. C2, C4, hanging the pawn on E4. Whoa.
Yeah. All of these things kind of flow into each other. There are lines like this, and this is a kind of I don't know if it's an improved version or not, but this is like a new version, a fine tuning of a reasonably old idea. If you give a check on move 3. Because this is what we'll
be comparing it to forever.
Constantly have to discuss here. Yeah, if you give a check on move 3 and black goes bishop d7.
There is the move c4.
Yeah, the move c4 exists here. I've actually played this myself in definitely blitz games and maybe even some rapid games somewhere.
But
after knight f6, you go knight c3 here. You don't go d4.
Exactly. You don't just leave your pawn
And
hanging.
basically, in all of these structures, the point of going c4 as early as possible is precisely to be able to play knight c3. With the sort of the beginnings of the Maratzi structure already on the board.
Right.
But Jan is doing it via a different move order, where if you don't take on e4 right now, and MVL has already declined the invitation, by the way, if you don't take on e4, we might see some transpositions to those exact structures.
Yeah.
And I'm assuming knight takes e4 is probably met by
castles? Or
I mean, if you cast, like, these pawn sacrifices actually do work a surprising amount of the time, but
well,
here...
you beat Garry Kasparov in Tilburg with one of these pawn sacrifices.
That's not exactly like that.
Right.
I think there it's much more obvious that you have enough of a development advantage than here. I thought maybe queen f3?
Queen f3.
But maybe queen a5 check is a good reply, because I thought maybe we can just... Because knight f6, queen takes b7, I think, is
really
kind of resigned.
Right, yeah.
So you can't do that at all.
Right.
And the pawn on b7 in general is the one you don't really want to lose.
Queen a5
but queen a5
check
bothers me, because I don't really understand what the reply here would be. without allowing some stabilization. Maybe I can actually play king f1. But this is one of those positions where, without asking Alejandro what the machine says, it's kind of guesswork.
But it does feel compensation. I mean,
well,
maybe even dangerous.
It forces knight c5, but with the point of me, or d5, yeah, d5 is a good shout. But my point was including queen a5 check, so that once we play knight c5,
queen a5 check.
Once we play knight c5, b2, b4 is at the very least a sacrifice. But maybe it's still playable actually. Before queen, before bishop a3.
It certainly looks like this is. Initiative all day for white here.
And in any case,
maybe do it with the knight on d2, right? Rather than the.
Oh, that as well. Yeah. Oh, that as well. Yeah. I thought knight takes d2 might be playable, but then we have such a development advantage that we're probably not unhappy. So that would be my first very, very kind of early guess as to what might be meant. But I think MVL very understandably says thanks but no thanks to all of that, and goes into a much kind of a safer situation with knight c6, g6.
But then, as you were pointing out, white has achieved his so-called Maroczy bind with his pawns on c4 and e4.
Yeah,
and
these positions aren't supposed to be all that bad for black, to be honest. With the amount of light minor pieces already off the board, I would assume this isn't horrible, but. Exactly this type of structure has always been kind of the end goal of playing bishop b5 check, and particularly black goes bishop d7 in response, because it's impossible in most cases. It will be impossible to equalize by force, and then you get to play a position where yes, black is by no means defenseless and has resources, and honestly, I suspect the objective, quote unquote, objective evaluation will be very, very close to zeros, and
right,
but. It's a game. It's a game. We've successfully established, some kind of a foothold and did not allow any of the forced simplifications.
Well, I think this is a position which both players will happily embrace, as it's not the Fabiano Shaq game that is just. I'm not pleased for those players who need to win, Alejandro. You need a fight. You need a fighting position.
You want a fighting position, but it's still not that late in the tournament. And let's remember that Fabi needs to keep some stuff for the candidates. And I think that he will be okay with some kind of slight positional pull if he can get it from Shaq. I was looking through this game, and just so that I can answer your questions, after c4, knight takes e4 is playable, but the computer says queen f3 is such a huge advantage for white that you shouldn't do this. And the reason is that after queen a5, you actually have the move b4, which I assume that without prep, you don't really go into this. But Nepo probably knew it. Queen takes b4, bishop d2, knight takes d2, knight takes d2. And the problems of defending the b7 are surprising, but very difficult to parry, because if you put the knight on c6, I can take twice. The development advantage is still very big. This king on e8 is going to be stuck in the center for a while. Now, let me check. Dominguez, I think, has not played after the move d4.
Okay, so
very surprised.
This is where the 23-move thing comes in.
This is where the 23-minute thing comes in. That's correct. Meanwhile, the game between Deac and Alireza. I love when games in very theoretical variations suddenly somehow find a way to not be theory anymore. King's Indian, how many times have we looked at this structure? How many games have we seen with this configuration of the fianchetto against the strong center? But by move 8, h4, knight c6, d5, knight e5, h5, and c6, there's only 4 games that have been played exactly in this position. So I love the creativity that the players are bringing. As usual, Stockfishes hate the King's Indian to start out with. They've gotten better at this, but this particular version, they don't like it too much. And they're going for a very computer-esque h6 alpha 0, we call them, type of pushes where as Yasser is baffled.
Confounding.
This is modern chess, right?
Wow.
It's absolute modern chess. There's been an understanding lately that this pawn on h6 can become extremely annoying for the black pieces later, who will have difficulties maneuvering around because of lack of space, and also because many times black is the one that wants to open up the king side. So despite the fact that for years, this pawn push all the way to h6 was considered a mistake because it helped Black's defense, because it didn't open up lines against the king. Lately, we found out perhaps that's not the case. The pawn on h6 actually is very powerful. The bishop on h8 feels uncomfortable about it, and we'll see if this pays off for the Romanian.
Wow, I mean, the move bishop e2, I was thinking of the Averbach system, and kind of a shout out to Yuri Averbach.
I was wondering if bishop g5 was coming.
Exactly, which was my old stomping grounds.
As a tribute, yeah.
Yeah, bishop g5 is what I played through much of my career. Gary Kasparov got an advantage against me, and I had to give up my beloved Averbach system, but it was definitely not with the concept of h2, h4 that I was playing. This system is white.
Yeah, and knight c6 is the interesting bit here for me, because this move order is, I mean, separate, but if you play c5 instead of knight c6, it transposes into a position which
kind of
these days is much more known from the third h4 move against the Grunfeld.
Right.
And you get it via this move order. And this is sort of very, very heavily trodden ground. You play g5, e6, h5, and there have been a lot of very, very high-level games here, e5, rook e8, let's say. They play king f1 here, they play knight f3, bishop g5 I think is a move here as well. There's been some very serious discussion on this topic, and I've looked at this for my own Grunfeld series when I had to address the question of what to do against 3h4, and I came to the conclusion that it's playable, but it's not really entirely to my taste, and I gave something else. But I was kind of fully expecting Alireza to play c5 because this does feel like the most perhaps natural move in the position. But he goes for a much more combative structure, because the reason I didn't like c5, d5, e6 here is specifically because how little I found in those positions in a way of actual winning chances for Black. I believe Black holds, but I also couldn't really figure out how to, get particularly excited about these types of positions, because it seemed like
White's ready to go.
King f1 probably is not the main move here. I think they go
knight f3 or something like that.
Let's not go too far into down that rabbit hole. But Alireza chose something which leads to much more fighting positions with a lot more potential for double-edged and interesting play.
Now, presumably after the move knight c6, I beg your pardon, Daniel played d5 right away to avoid the possibility of maybe h5, e5.
Yeah, e5, knight d4 would.
Knight d4.
Yeah. Generally in the King's Indians, this is something.
Whenever you get a knight on d4, you're kind of a happy camper, which is why we saw the move e5, d5, knight e5, h5. Now, after c7, c6, this move, I understand alpha 0 and, well, quite frankly, alpha 0 is alpha 0, but you play h4, h5 against a fianchetto setup, so you can play h6, and I just find that
we're actually still following a game between two very strong Indian players. All of this has been seen in the game between Aravind and Adiban. Clearly, Bogdan is not doing this empty-handed. I am always a little bit confused about how attracted everyone has become to this concept of playing h6. With the pawn on e7, with the pawn on e5, I don't think you would be questioning it.
No.
But with the pawn on e7, meaning that the bishop on h8 is very much alive because the long diagonal is still very open.
Exactly.
It confuses me just how much the engines love it, honestly. Still, despite, I have seen the Alpha Zero games, I am aware that, this is something that machines quite like. But here, for instance, I don't know, knight f3, bishop f3, knight d7, bring the other one to e5, play queen a5, bishop d7, get your normal kind of King's Indian type play, safe in the knowledge that your king side now is not going to be opened up.
Is it? Because the computer move after knight takes f3 is to take with
GF,
the g file.
I was wondering about GF,
Really?
I was wondering whether I'm just, too, blithely assuming that it's bishop takes when it's really not. And then bishop e3, queen g2, and I guess the king stays somewhere around the f1 square. I don't think it castles queenside, although I can imagine some scenarios where it does, but it could also stay in the center for quite some time or go to f1 and just stay there. I'm not...
See, for me, this is a real generational gap. I mean, again, I was raised on My 60 Memorable Games by Bobby Fischer, where he had the formula h4, h5, sack, sack, mate.
Yeah.
He didn't say H4, H5, H6, and don't sacrifice.
H4, H5, H6, and then win the endgame.
Exactly. That was not what Bobby said. We'll keep an eye on what should be a very exciting game between the two youths. What do you have for us, Alejandro?
Let's see how Lanier handled the position in this semi-Petrov, not really sure what to call it. After the move knight e2, knight f6 was played anyway, and Richie played the move d4. Perhaps here, Lanier noticed that after knight takes a4, this f3 led into complications. He wanted nothing to do with that. Instead, took on d4, which actually seems like a very reasonable solution once you look past a couple of moves. e5 more or less has to be played. You can't really gambit this pawn on e4.
Right.
And queen takes d4, knight bc6 is bad. So e5 is pretty much forced. Knight e4 was played in this position, and then queen takes d4, hitting the knight. And this kind of resembles this position with the knight on f3.
Right.
But the knight's not on f3, it's on e2.
Right.
d5 takes on d6 is forced, because now bishop c5 was coming and taking your pawn on f2. Knight takes d6, and the move knight bc3, knight c6 played on the board. And compared to tons of Petrovs and positions in which white could argue that when the queen moves, there's a little bit of an initiative. You could move the bishop out, long castle. But for that initiative to be true, I think your knight has to be on f3. This bishop needs to be ready to go out.
Exactly.
Otherwise, your knight is kind of hemming in your pieces. I can't imagine black's actually worse in this position. And we do have asymmetrical structures, 3-on-3, 3-on-3. Lanier, perhaps not surprisingly, is solved, in my opinion, all of his opening problems. But he's done it also in a kind of dry way. He's not really allowing any tactics or any imbalances the way that knight takes e4, f3 allowed. He's just happy with playing black and killing the game.
Well, look, it looks pretty good for black in my eyes. But let's join our friends in Bucharest, Romania. How are you, Cristian and Anastasiya?
Thank you, Yasser. Well, we just wanted to join you to kind of give you a quick update, because we have a lot of very interesting ideas being played out in the opening phase of these games. And one of them is the one in Rapport versus Dominguez. Yes, and this is the game that you actually wanted to talk about. Tell us a bit about the story of this knight e2 move.
Okay, I just wanted to mention that I was at the playing venue at the time, and after Richard played this game, this move knight e2, everybody started kind of laughing. You know, I saw Nepo who stood up and he saw the move knight e2 on the board, and he was just couldn't believe his eyes, and he started to smile, and Richard saw him smiling, and I mean, suddenly everyone noticed the move and started. And I think everybody now is in a good mood. You know, no matter what happened in their games. And I think the only player who was not laughing was actually Lanier himself. He started to think about the position, and you could see him probably on the cameras. Yeah, so it's really interesting, and I think all the spectators also were a bit confused about that move. I also saw it the first time, and I actually had a chat with Irina Bulmaga, who just came to visit the playing venue, the leader of the national team of Romania. And but by the way, Cristian, what about you? Do you meet your friends here in Bucharest? It's your town, actually.
Absolutely, yeah. It's always such a pleasure to come back to Bucharest to do commentary for Superbet work, but also it's such a pleasure to be back home. And I was, of course, chatting with a lot of former players, former friends, well, still friends, of course, but with which I haven't talked in a very long time. And we were discussing the games as well, and they were pointing out, look at this knight e2, look at this knight e2, and I was like, okay, this knight e2, I know it's funny, but let's try to understand. Compare it with knight to f3, knight to f6, because this is obviously what Richard was trying to avoid, right? Because Dominguez is so good with the Petrov. Knight to e2, knight to f6, now d4. It's going to be a very intriguing game. But another game that I was having my eyes on, of course, is the one that I mentioned at the beginning of the broadcast as well, the one between Deac and Firouzja. And actually, the president of the Romanian Federation came, and we were looking at the game up to the point where Deac played the move bishop to e2. And after that, I told him, if he follows up with h4, we're going to have a huge fight. And he immediately played that move, h4, and he was shocked. He was like, oh my God, what is happening? We're going to have an amazing game. And yeah, I think this one is not going to disappoint for sure. Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Anastasiya. Thank you, Cristian. I always like that when somebody's made a move in the playing hall, knight e2. It's like all of the players get up collectively go over there and they start high-fiving one another and laughing at your move. And it's like, you guys get out of here. You're bothering me. Ever happened to you, Peter?
I've had a kind of a similar experience once where I played a very important, like it's a kind of a traumatic story in the end, but it started off funny. Perhaps the only real time when I surprised Vichy in the opening in the entirety of our encounters over the board. He played an open Spanish against me, and for some reason I knew of the existence of the novelty in a very topical at the time position, which he didn't. Which, like, it's a 1 in 100 occurrence.
You caught him.
Yeah, and then the entire tournament was coming to our board and giggling because apparently, like, 75% of the players in the tournament knew of knight takes f7, but just about only Vichy didn't, which is really, really rare.
Extremely rare.
Yeah, and it was a kind of a funny situation to be in. But then, basically, as usual, I knew the novelty was there, but I didn't know any follow-ups. So I spent like an hour and a half on the next 4 moves, and it was a really, really messy game. And it didn't end well, but yeah, I've had that once.
Wonderful. I just want to turn our attention to the game between Ian and MVL, because a couple of moves here. Again, this was our kind of Maroczy bind position and queen d3, and I'm so used to seeing the move rook on f8 to c8 in such positions, and you follow it up with a7, a6. I really don't look at any other moves. And then came this move, queen c6, was a bit of a surprise. And then, okay, bishop d4, you're challenging this diagonal, and maybe on a good day, you're even threatening maybe to capture this knight and jump to d5 and find the black a little bit awkward in those positions. a7, a6, and then the immediate jump, knight d5, not even a castles or a bishop takes f6, and knight takes, pawn takes, bishop back, and it always... Well, I don't know. I was raised believing that these positions were better for white because e7 is a little bit more
I think it depends
of a target than c4.
It depends on tempi, I would suggest. I think it very much depends on how much pressure you can exert against the e7 pawn immediately. And also, a very important plan in these types of positions is actually h4, h5, because simply putting pressure on the e7 pawn alone will not win you the game, because black will defend the pawn this deep into in their position.
Right.
But if you combine it with the idea of opening up the king side, the cramped nature of black's setup does often offer white chances for success. But here, if you put the position after castles on the board, as Jan already played castles, we're still some tempi away from doing anything on the e-file at all. I can start with b5 here, for instance. I don't know if we're supposed to react or not. I suspect we don't. I suspect we just go like rook a1 and allow b takes c4.
Right.
But then black gets a target on d5 to play against. We will take on c4. We'll play, I don't know, rook c8, rook c5, rook b8, rook b5. There's going to be a very obvious... I guess the other rook I don't particularly want to block.
You liked the a6 pawn, but there is this awkward check.
Yeah,
you might have to...
I guess I'm still taking white here. After king g8, you go rook e3, rook fe1.
Yeah,
but it's not very much. And also, with only the heavy pieces left on the board, and the fact, I think, very relevantly in the current position, there is no rook on e1 yet. I want to ask you the question.
Please.
How high do you rate the probability of actually winning the position after e7, e5, g takes e6, queen takes e6?
Yeah, I don't think
it's kind of equalish.
Yeah, I don't think of it that way. I think of it more as like, do I have the pressure?
But do you specifically here with all the rooks on the starting squares?
So, like, okay, I've just castled, so everybody's happy, and you're saying e5. Of course, I'm doing episode.
Yeah,
There's no question about that.
We're
now, the question is, you're recapturing, I assume, with the pawn.
No. I'm taking with the queen here,
So you're just taking the isolated pawn, and you're happy?
Happy, no, but I think with the pieces where they are, like I go queen f6 here, and I try to push for b7, b5 as early as possible, perhaps even immediately.
I mean, I see a lot of weaknesses here.
This, I think, is just a draw. No, bc4.
Just a draw? Oh my gosh!
I mean,
I see 2 results.
Yeah, but I think it's like 80-20 is what my point
80
is.
Well, that's a pretty high percentage. Okay, I would.
I think you hold this with black. I don't think you hold it while enjoying it at any point. But I think you hold it. But yeah, MVL.
Nepo preparation, right? You're holding a pawn down.
Yeah.
Nice.
I'm not a pawn down.
I know you're not.
Yeah. But yeah, MVL disagrees, and MVL goes b5 pretty quickly. And I don't want to say that.
Your first instinct.
Sort of in more general terms, as we have a very nice shot of the board and relevantly the clock. I want to say that I can't really say this with any degree of certainty, but I get the feeling that after yesterday, this might actually be Jan just making moves. Because normally, somebody of his strength, somebody who has just played a World Championship match, he's on 133 after 18 moves or whatever it is, right now 17. Yeah, you say this is definitely home prep. I think he might just be in the mood for making some logical looking moves and trusting his hand, because I think he was very annoyed yesterday.
Oh, no doubt about it. You hate to lose such a game as he lost yesterday, and it was an important game after all. It was a clash of the tournament leaders. And again, I just like to put it before our panel, and as well as invite our audience to join the discussion. I'm stunned that the 4 candidates in the tournament are in the bottom half of the cross table. What's going on?
Well, actually, Jan is on 50%, so he
but still, he's tied. He's like 5th or something.
He is 5th, yeah. But he's the only one who's not in the minus. Yeah.
Right? I mean, our candidates. Come on, guys. Our candidates have a 50% or less between themselves.
Chess is hard, what can I say? But this is a particularly tough tournament. I feel that everybody that's coming in with ideas, that's not a candidate, can just say, I don't care, I'm going to use my ideas. Whereas the candidates, they're like thinking about which openings they're going to be using eventually, which openings we're going to be using now. And now I'm not making that as an excuse. Look at this. Headed to the candidates, people. Fabiano Caruana playing his 4th appearance in the candidates. Jan, of course, on his 2nd, having won the first time he showed up. And Richard, Rapport, and Alireza Firouzja are headed to their first candidates in Madrid next month. Certainly very strong players. There's a lot of pressure right now on Firouzja
most especially
to perform. He's the youngest player. He would have been the top seed. I believe he's still the top seed of that tournament. I don't know if
Ding
passed him.
Right. Well,
he has, but it still hasn't been officially announced that Ding gets in. I mean, we all assume that, but I think FIDE hasn't really made an announcement yet.
Yeah.
But in any case, I mean, Firouzja's coming here, and
they're taking risks, right? I mean, look at how Firouzja's handling this. Knight E G4.
Right.
He's just coming in and taking some risks. The thing is, he hasn't been able to fully convert some positions. I'm being told that it is a novelty, as we had mentioned, Knight takes F3 in the only other game played, the Adiban we mentioned. It seems like Firouzja has gotten good positions.
Right.
But that miss against Aronian
was huge.
It's just huge, right? It's just the switch from something you would expect to something that, okay, that's not so bad. Losing to Jan with the black pieces, I mean, sorry, with white, it happens. It happens once in a while.
Absolutely.
It's not something absolutely crazy, but crazy is not converting that position. He would have been in a normal 50%.
Yeah, with that. Talk about the move Knight E5 to G4 a moment. I understand that's a novelty. And White just says, okay, I'm very happy. I'm castled. My pawn on H6 is an asset, not a liability. It is defended, after all. And
I always feel it's a huge asset. I love putting pawns on H6 and just getting that space. This knight on G4 is very happy about the pawn being all the way here because it is a target for the knight and it cannot be evicted by the pawn coming to H3. But where's your counterplay exactly here? You guys mentioned you don't want to touch the E-pawn because there is already a pawn on H6. And in some ways, this is a long-term strategical prophylaxis. You don't want to play variations with E5. You don't want to play variations with E6. You'd rather blow up the center somehow.
I think I want to play the variation with E6.
But
though.
If you play E6 in this kind of position, so you play a move like bishop G5, the engines are saying take either one of the pawns and then play something like bishop G5. But I'm just going to put the move bishop G5 because I like it.
And I take the pawn and open up the E file for my rook, yeah?
Here on rook E8?
Yeah.
This kind of play, it's okay, but the more you go down the lines, like for example, the E file opens, you're going to have some back rank threats eventually. So White is happy long term that some files get opened. Here even takes, I assume queen d2 is a good move. Yeah, queen d2 is fine. And the engines love White. They just absolutely love White. This one specifically, they're giving a plus 1.5 advantage already for the white pieces. They're saying you have weaknesses, your knights are pretty, but they're not doing very much, and I'm controlling most of the center. Don't forget that black is still playing with a lot of pieces on the back row, and you're trying to open up the position. But where are the pieces going to go before you open up the position? That's also not so clear. Even the move bishop d7 doesn't help your position very much. You want the pawn on d6 defended when you go e6. So by putting the pawn on h6, I believe white is challenging black to find a useful plan.
Peter, chess is hard.
Yes.
Chess is very hard.
Very well aware.
But we have some tweets.
But we do have people tweeting in, so let's take a look.
Rock our world, everybody. Joan.
A tweet from John Dowd. By far, all the players play like a computer. My question is, would Bobby Fischer or Michael Tal survive in this generation?
Yes.
I mean, the easy answer is yes, but you do have to kind of ask for some clarifications. If we take Misha or Bobby and give them, their amount of opening knowledge by 1970, and pit them against the modern players with the amount of opening knowledge in particular that they have, that probably skews it very much in favor of the current generation. But if you give the legends of the past, I don't know, a year to get reacquainted with how things have moved on, I think yes, both of those would very easily stack up against.
Absolutely, great chess geniuses. I'll just speak a little bit on that topic about Bobby, because Bobby in the second half of his life essentially came to the conclusion that chess was being played out with the theory that computers were really killing chess with 30, 40 moves of theory, and that was why Bobby liked Fischer Random, where you get a unique game by just mixing the pieces on the first and last ranks to avoid the theory. Thank you for the question, and one more tweet.
A question from Chirper.
Var in the truck.
Yeah.
Who is Var? Please tell us more about him.
Well, what we have is this very, very long chain, and we rope him up and we don't let him out. And there he is. This is Grandmaster Firouzja Akobian.
This is selling it short. This is selling it short.
I was about to say, assistant coach.
I think he's got Olympic medals with the American team.
Yeah. But look,
he's pretty good.
He once won the St. Louis Open somewhere. I'm pretty sure he won a club championship. Maybe it was a blitz. Selling him short. I like that. That was pretty good. Yes, but Firouzja is a very accomplished grandmaster. We're fortunate to have him helping us, keeping us on our toes as far as novelties are concerned, databases, and sometimes even telling us the best move or two. Yeah. So that is Firouzja. Yeah. What do you have for us, Alejandro, in this game between MVL and Nepo?
Not much to say specifically about the position, but it's the time usage, what you guys mentioned about that preparation, because b5 came on the board and instantly Nepo threw down the move b4, clearly some kind of preparation, and the engine says 0-0, but not every move that was played here by the engine made too much sense to me. For example, queen f5 is something that I would be very afraid to play off without any preparation, because it does allow takes, and a potential c5 with the pawn becoming passed. Black has enough resources to trade off the pawns and make a draw, but it's not something that I would instinctively think about. Something more natural like b takes e4, queen takes c4, and something like rook fc8 check. f6 is a normal idea here, but it gives up the e6 square, so king g8 is a much better move. And a4, and it's saying, well, white still retains a little bit of pressure. You will have h4, h5 ideas later in the position. Rook fe1 is going to come at some point, and where exactly do you counterplay as black? Because you don't want to focus entirely on the queen side. White will be able to defend those very nicely, and you don't want to give up the c6 square, right? So there are some things that black has to be worried about, even though the engine says this is no problem for black, 0.01. If I looked at this from a human perspective, it's easy to see which side you would take, and I think that's the type of position Nepo is trying to get in today's game.
Thank you for that. Yeah. And I wanted to turn your attention, Peter, if you don't mind, to the game of Levon Aronian, because we were not taught to do this. I don't know about yourself. I mean, this is just theory as I'm following the game between Levon and Wesley So. our two tournament leaders, Wesley So with +2, up against Levon, who miraculously finds himself at +1, a very happy Levon Aronian.
So we were not taught to do what exactly?
Give up our beautiful. We've spent time putting our bishop on this long diagonal. You know, Fianchetto's your bishop, and you give it up.
I don't entirely disagree, because this line I actually have some experience with, and on the black side of it, I haven't really played this with white very much, and this is annoying. The question for me is, like, which one is more annoying? Because you can very certainly, you're not obliged to take on 6 on move 10 there, and there's a lot of theory actually starting with, you can play knight c3 here, black normally goes bishop d7, you go bishop b3, and then you have two ways of solving the problem of connecting your rooks. You can go for some plans of rook c1, king c2, king b1, or often they play king e1, f4, king f2.
A nice way of castling by hand with rook c1, king c2. And the second choice you were mentioning was
f4, king e1, king f2, and then one rook goes to c1, one goes to...
You're connecting your rooks and you're happy about your bishops.
Okay. And the position, I believe, is pretty close to equal, but it is... You equalize it with black with very precise play, because if you go a little bit wrong there, and white establishes this kind of a bind with the two very strong bishops on the two diagonals. And
so again, knight c3, bishop.
Let's say bishop d7, bishop d3, g6.
Right.
And we go, I don't know, rook c1.
I like this apology, incoming. I like this king c2 very much, castling by hand, we like to say. I mean, because the bishop on d7 is...
some bishop f5 check counterplay, though.
That is a true point.
There is an issue with this plan.
That is true. And I can meet it with knight e4, but maybe I'm not happy. I don't know. I'm doing something wrong
Once you've played
here.
knight e4, I think I'm much less worried. And also, I haven't castled kingside yet, so maybe I just castled queenside here. So, I mean, this very much exists and has been played by very strong players, but the idea of just taking on c6 before bishop d7 has been played, and then just playing against that one weakness is also, I mean, we've seen it in all kinds of, specifically English opening structures, I think, the idea of just spoiling the structure and playing against it.
Giving up the two bishops so early, though, it seems, I don't know, counterintuitive. What can I say? I'm surprised by this
you're not aiming for very much here, but you are playing a very, very risk-free position where sometimes if black is not very accurate, he will get quite significant pull on the queen side. And it seems like Levon is also, he is sort of trying to out Wesley here. Yeah? He got a very safe, very quiet position, and he will start looking for small advantages.
After the move, we didn't see the f2, f4 king, but we did see the f3 idea, and Levon has just pulled his king to e1.
King e1 surprises me. f2 is a very nice square, but you're spending so much time getting in there.
Exactly. It just, wow, it just feels to me that somehow after the move king especially, it seems to me that somehow if I could just get my pawn to c4 and put a rook on b8.
Or a5, a4 with
or a5, a4, yeah. I should be getting some nice tickle against the pawn on a2. Again, this is our matchup between our tournament leaders, and we'll keep a careful eye on that position. And Alejandro, turning it back to you and the game of Fabi.
It's progressing quickly, so let me catch up on what's happened here between Fabiano Caruana and Shak Mamedyarov. We have, we left off the position around here somewhere, queen d7, h5. Fabi more or less forced Shak to give up this dark squared bishop for this knight on g5, but is it going to be enough for an advantage? Rook f8, takes, and this is the position on the board, the move bishop f6. No immediate threat of queen h3 because you could trade those queens, but it's looming. You can have queen g3, queen h4 at some point. Your dark squares are very weak, and there's no immediate counterplay. So black still needs to be a little bit precise. Rook takes e1, rook takes e1 has been played, and I assume at this point you play the move rook e8. Not so much knight e8 because you run into bishop e5, and it's not easy to get rid of this construction. Of course, f6 is impossible because the pawn on g6 is hanging. Queen g3 at some point will be very dangerous. f3, knight g4 is also coming, so you can't evict the bishop right away. It is very important in this position to start with the move rook e8. You could consider queen f5, but that doesn't get rid of the bishop. That would lead into a very annoying but very slight advantage for white. But rook e8 seems to be okay. I don't know exactly how white is planning on fighting for the advantage here. You would like to play the move bishop e5, but unfortunately f6 more or less works tactically. Even though you could take on g6, you have the problem that after queen g7, this knight, rook on e8 is obviously defended by the knight and the bishop, but this problem with the rook on e1 is not defended, and white ends up losing a piece. So rook e8 on the board. I'm curious to see exactly where Favi is trying to get any sort of advantage, any sort of nibble here against Shak, because Shak's playing quickly and it seems like he's solving most of the problems according to the engine.
Yeah, it feels like black is doing pretty well. It seems to me, Peter, that the youths are the game to be watching right now, as Firouzja has come out with a move queen b6, a little bit of a puzzling move for me, but take it away. What do you think?
I think it's nice in connection with the knight on g4. We're currently, Alejandro was playing bishop g5 in a lot of these types of positions, so we are somewhat disincentivizing, or at least, or alternatively, incentivizing the blunder of the pawn on b2.
Exactly.
So white is prompted to find a way to protect the b2 pawn prior to finishing development.
Just because this knight on f6 is putting pressure, I want to say, against the pawn on e4. I've seen a lot of King's Indian defense players run their pawn to a4, a5, a4,
and then queen a5,
and follow it up with queen a5. But Firouzja chose queen b6, and like you say, inviting blunders of the pawn on b2, hitting f2 as well.
Yeah, knight takes f2. There's a hint of it even right now, but I'm guessing it wouldn't, like against something like rook b1. Yeah.
Yes.
I don't think it works just yet. Although actually,
maybe it does,
rook
because
b1
rook
is helpful. Yeah, rook b1 is helpful. Queen e1, bishop takes c3.
But yes, you can play bishop takes c3. Queen takes c3. I was about to say, doesn't get me mated because you take on g2 with check. So, all right, well, makes it awkward for white a little bit. On the other hand, I've been hearing Alejandro telling me, you just put the pawn on h6. You're not afraid of endings. You kind of welcome them in some ways. Queen b6.
I wouldn't mind it here, I guess. It's one way to react to queen b6, because we are playing a position where, we've definitely given up on an idea of a direct attack on the king side here with white.
Oh, for sure.
So, perhaps getting the queens off the board while also opening the a file for the rook on a1, and then trying to play with our spatial advantages is something that you could definitely consider.
Yeah.
Queen on b3 is a bit awkward. You could maybe make an argument for something like queen a5 or queen c7 here, and saying that
my queen is a little misplaced.
It is you who has misplaced your pieces a little bit compared to. I mean, it looks like black lost the tempo, but maybe the queen on b3 is just straight up worse than the queen on d1. But apart from queen b3, I'm actually kind of struggling to name a proactive reaction. Proactive, I should not be using those words in the same sentence. a4, I thought about it, but once again, I feel like my King's Indian pedigree is just not enough to understand if this is good or bad for white, because they do this sometimes with white, but
exactly.
To my eyes, giving up all of these squares just looks painful. I wouldn't want to do this with white.
Very, very good. And let's just recap and tell everybody where these two youths stand at the moment. Daniel, as we see, at +1.
Yeah, very, very contrasting fortunes so far. Bogdan Daniel is definitely exceeding expectations. He came into the tournament as an underdog, clearly the lowest rated player in the field, and has had a very, very good tournament so far.
And conversely, Firouzja, our tournament favorite, if you want to put it that way, by rating at least, is struggling at -1. Oh, but it's not because of the positions. It's just that at certain moments he's really failed to capitalize his opportunities.
It hasn't gone well for him in critical moments.
Exactly.
He was at some point definitely better against Jan, and he was absolutely winning against Levon. Things are not going according to plan so far for the young Iranian/French phenom, but Tournament is still, there's still 5 rounds to go counting this one. He still has chances to correct the ship.
Alejandro, jump in with this queen b6. For Peter and I, it looks dodgy, but what can we say?
For a human perspective, I agree. It doesn't seem to be the first move you think of, but it does have some practical value. And practical value is all we're going to really be talking about, because the engines absolutely hate the way that Alireza plays, and in general hate these variations of the King's Indian where you don't play very specifically down the main lines. For example, here the engine is saying +2, but I mean, this is not obviously not a +2 position. This is something that is just kind of weird and practical, and tons of mistakes can happen. But yeah, the engine says A4 plus 1.8, and very difficult for black to actually make any kind of repealing the pieces that white has. But he's playing a very practical move, which I also was very attracted to. Queen B3. You try to open up the B file a little bit safer to trade the queens in this position and just prevent the counterplay, saying the space advantage perdures well into the endgame. The pawn on H6 into the endgame is going to be very annoying, and a little bit of a safer approach by Deac, which I really like. I think it's a great way of killing counterplay in the King's Indians. King's Indian players come in trying to go get you with complications, and you just kill their mood.
Help me out here. Just play a variation that might have gone A2, A4, the preferred move of the computer, and A7, A5.
All right, A5, the computer likes rook A3, but knight E1 it thinks is just much stronger. Doesn't exactly hit the knight on G4, but it's just...
Yeah, I think the idea is actually knight C2, knight E3. Once again, my eyesight serving me well there.
Knight C2, knight E3.
Good eye, Peter.
And somehow, eventually, you get this knight off of G4, you get the queen out of B6. Black still doesn't really want to play E5 because he doesn't accomplish that much. But what do you do with this bishop? It's pretty controlled. You don't have B5 ever.
Say bishop D7, and try to put a rook on C8, maybe.
Yeah, and then rook A3. You start getting all these problems. Typical Benoni issues here, right? So
rook C8. Just
which
to put
one?
It, A C8. Let's
rook
say
A8, rook B3,
queen A7. I don't know where.
And now we go
going.
knight C2.
And now we go knight C2. Yes.
And you're just laughing at everything that black has done till now.
Because what have they done? If you open the C file, you give up the B5 square. Right. You don't want to open the C file, but then what are your rooks on C8 and bishop on D7 doing? You're really
trying to exploit the C file.
Right, but
there's no exploitation.
There's nothing you can do because you're just too weak on very key squares that are being left behind when the pawn breaks happen.
Nice. Thank you for that, especially. Having said all of that, Queen B3, very practical decision by Daniel, as he seeks to just keep his spatial advantage.
The engines obviously think this throws away much of the advantage, but I think it's a very understandable decision because honestly, to a human eye, it's not immediately obvious why the position after A4, A5 is so horrible. I think I'm picking white there, but I think that, everything is very much still up in the air. And yeah, the variation of 1.8 by move like 12 here with equal material and no weaknesses, frankly, is quite striking.
Yeah, but this move knight E1 is also really remarkable, because I was thinking that with the inclusion of the moves A4 and A5, that I would very much like as black
C5,
to put my knight on C5. And then when I saw this move knight E1, as Alejandro explained, I feel like I'm suddenly stuck in the mud a little bit. This knight on G4, I can't go knight D7, needs protection.
It very much hampers the potential counterplay that you would like to create on the queen side. It's a very clever move, and I think this is what perhaps was missing, just the understanding that you can move a developed piece back here, and it actually improves your position quite a bit. It's a difficult move to find.
Absolutely. Well, we'll definitely keep our eye on that one. I just wanted to turn our attention. We haven't seen it in a little bit. This is the game between Richie, as we like to call him, and Lanier. We thought that after the knight C6, Lanier was really solving a lot of his issues. Queen A4, for me, is slight surprise. Bishop D7. I would like to get on with business and just castle ASAP.
Yeah, I think white goes like bishop f4 and castles long here. No, nothing else really makes much sense to me. I still don't really believe white has any advantage whatsoever. But the position is actually less quiet than you would think. You do get opposite color. If you play bishop g5, I will play h4.
And one day look to sink your knight in.
If you take on f4, my queen on a4, which is currently kind of awkward, gets repositioned on a good square, the kind of a usual square in these types of Petrovs.
So
it's still a little bit of a bite for white, I think.
Okay, bishop d7.
Bishop d7 doesn't create a threat. This is the point here with
from the Kasparov-Karpov matches, where the knight was actually on f3 in that match game. Knight f5 was the way that Karpov solved his opening troubles, and I remember the line of Roman Gingiashvili very much. He says, after this move, white has a little bit of nothing. In knight f5, he felt solved completely the position for black.
Bishop d7 instantly replied to with bishop d2. Once again, Richie clearly wants to castle queenside here and then think about where the pieces belong. Bishop d7, unless you have some kind of a clever way to follow up that actually does exploit the awkward queen on a4, I don't quite understand why it was required. It's a natural enough move. Maybe Linier himself wants to castle queenside, but that would be, I think, slightly artificial. Something like queen f6 castles long, which would be, very unusual. Yeah, 6 runs into knight d5.
Knight d5 to begin with, but there's something I want to say attractive about you play bishop d7, I play bishop d2 in the opening. I mean, the echoes of the two moves.
Do we perhaps go knight e5 and then some knight to c4? Once again, trying to justify previous play. I'm not a huge fan, to be honest. I'm just trying to figure out why we went bishop d7.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, if we won the dark square bishop here, maybe we aren't that unhappy. Like, I will take on d2, rook takes d2, and I need to find a way to get my king to safety, and then I'll be fine. Maybe there is no way to get my king to safety quickly enough, though.
There is an issue that one day knight d5 could be very disturbing, right? Yeah. I mean, if you try to get your king to safety.
With the two bishops here, I am prepared to advocate for queen f6. My biggest issue is that it seems to be a pawn sacrifice. I don't really mind the endgame all that much. I do mind the endgame if it's a pawn down and I don't have any concrete compensation. Knight d5, I will castle long. You will take on f6, and yeah, my issue is bishop h6 is always met by f4. I can play bishop c6 here and claim that I have compensation, and I think the claim is not even entirely, I'm not lying here. I think I do have compensation.
Absolutely, because the desired knight d4 does run into bishop
h6, absolutely, yeah.
Okay,
but this is very, very far down the rabbit hole. None of this happened, and none of this actually is likely to happen, I think.
I think I think the commentator's curse of nothing like this will ever happen is already proven as wrong. And the clock times as Richie and Lanier get into rather creative position is decisively
as per usual. That's 123.
That's what you would expect.
Yeah, 45-minute
honestly, this is the major point of knight e2 on move 2.
Of course.
Because Linier is definitely one of the sort of slightly understated, perhaps, compared to the brand names. But he is very much one of the premier theoreticians of our age.
Okay.
And getting him to play on his own from move 2 is kind of invaluable, considering how much he likes to think over the board.
Yeah, remarkable achievement to be sure. Over to you, Alejandro, and the matchup between MVL and Nepo.
It's a game that might be a bit dry, but I'm starting to get a bit worried for Nepo's position. Let's take a look at what happened. We left it off after the move b4, and queen f5 did come on the board. I don't know if MVL knew this position, if he was just remembering, or if he just found that queen f5 was a good move over the board. Anyway, the engines highly approve of the move queen f5. Queen e2 is one of the many moves that white can play. Everything, according to the engines, is 0-0. Takes, rook fc8, check, queen f6. And here, Nepo thought for a little bit before playing the move queen e4. Wasn't really sure if he should take. The engines wanted to go queen b6. And then I was looking at this with playing around with it, not just seeing what the ancient top moves were. Rook AB8, of course, is a very logical move, but also one of them looked at the move Rook C3, just trying to double up on the C file and then figuring out where I wanted to counterattack on the white position. You can go Rook here and Rook C4, try to get some of these pawns. You could go A4, but after Rook AC8, I am pretty active and I am forcing you to weaken your pawns. The edge is starting to not like White's position very much. You can see a small minus here and there that indicates that White is the one that has to be a little bit careful not to end up losing a pawn in a worse position that you can probably hold. Does this sound familiar to anybody? I don't want to see Nepo having to suffer through another endgame. And I'm not saying that he's quite there yet, but the computer does think that a couple of the moves that he just played were a bit careless, and we know that's a slippery slope.
I went from my earlier suggestion that perhaps he is somewhat bluffing today with the speed of play to thinking that no, I think he actually is very much in book when he replied to b5 with b4 instantly. I kind of liked b4. I thought it was a very clever move. But the way he continues playing very quickly and the way he reacted to queen f5 is, you know, I'm back on team. He just wants to play quickly today because I don't think this is great. I think it still is very much within the margins, but I'm pretty sure it is White who needs to be careful now. And,
well, for me, queen f5 was a great response by MVL, and I didn't like b4 personally.
I did want to bring it back there and say that MVL is very much on point here because queen f5 requires a very precise assessment of, specifically as Alejandro was saying, of the endgame after queen takes and c5.
Exactly.
And he correctly understood that there is not much to fear in that endgame and went for it. And I think Jan is pushing the envelope a little bit here. It still is, of course, an equal material heavy piece endgame, which should be a draw, but.
As we get prepared to take our first break, I just wanted to bring to everybody's attention the Q Boutique.
Absolutely.
The very nice vinyl
Show the merchandise.
Yeah, show the merchandise. Here you get the Grand Chess Door boards, everybody.
Yeah, this
Available.
is a premium 20-inch vinyl roll-up board featuring the official GCT logo. It's burgundy and cream. Basically indestructible. Yeah, it will outlive all of us. 2 1/4-inch squares, perfect for on the go and travel, and is available online, as is with most things that we are showing you here at QBoutiqueSTL.com.
And as we go on break, we ask the players what they thought of their opposition in this Bucharest tournament. See you on the other side of the break.
Grand Chess Tour is always inviting the best chess players on the planet. This year we have a very fun, eclectic mix of talent. Who are you most excited to play and compete against?
I think the most interesting will be the players who I'm going to play against in the Candidates Tournament, which is my next classical event after this one. So Firouzja, he's taken a break from a short break from playing chess, I guess, to prepare very seriously for the Candidates, so we haven't seen him over the board in some time. He's also one of the hottest players in the world for the last year or so. So it'll be very interesting to play against Alireza, against Jan, of course, as well. He's also playing in the Candidates Tournament. Rapport, also playing in the Candidates Tournament. So there's a lot of guys here who are playing there, which will be very interesting to see how their form is coming into that tournament.
In general, I'm always looking forward to compete against everyone, but of course we have a newcomer, at least on the full schedule of the Grand Chess Tour. He happens to be French as well, to be playing really well. So of course, I think it's going to be an interesting matchup. I'm looking forward to see how he fares.
I don't want to say any players is special because for me all players is very good.
I think it's an amazing tournament. I'm very happy to be here. I think all the players are great, and if I want to be honest, I am looking forward to play all of them because they are all very great players, and I think it will be a great tournament.
Not really. I think the whole lineup in general, it's very challenging, and it's very nice for me to be a part of the Grand Chess Tour as a regular player. I mean, I had the invitation before, but just for 1 or 2 events.
I really look forward to play against Fabiano. I've lost to him in the American Cup, so I want to have my revenge.
Yeah, really, I can't name one person. Maybe Shahriar. I like to play with him. He plays very interesting chess, and yeah, also like I have a very bad score against him, so maybe that's why. Yeah, I don't know.
So I'm interested to see how Fabiano's doing. I think he's working very hard for candidates. Also, we have Alireza Firouzja, who I believe is only 18. I think he's turning 19, if I remember correctly, in a few months. So he's number 3 in the world right now.
I guess the one who I'm looking forward to compete is not participating this year, but every player is really fine here, and despite we have Bogdan Daniel here participating with us, I think it's also will be very, very challenging.
And here we have shots of the playing hall there in Bucharest with the very, very young fan clearly checking out, comparing the boucle with the...
the photos, do they match, Peter?
say?
That's what I'm going to say. I mean, do the photos match with the players? So he's very, very curious there. Nice. It's always, I must say, personally, I was always delighted when children brought their program books and asked me to sign them. I know for a lot of players, they're anxious to get back to their hotels, and sometimes they run by the kids. But I always appreciated it a great deal.
That's a very, very heartwarming shot there indeed. Yeah.
Absolutely.
As we return to the cold reality on the boards there.
A tepid round. I still think the game of Firouzja is the one that we're going to keep our eyes on, but the game that you have in front of you, Alejandro, feels, well, tepid.
Tepid, but I think if you had to be one side, a few moves ago we were saying obviously white.
Right.
But now it's obviously black. And actually Nepo is going into a little bit of a think. He finally stopped blitzing out every single one of his moves. And by this point the engine is saying, look, dude, you could take on e7 and be immediately lost, or you could find the defensive move rook b1. So at this point it's not like every choice that Nepo makes keeps equality. Now there's a couple of surprise things around the board. This one surprised me a little bit. The move Rook e8, how does Fabi put any pressure on Shak's position? Well, he just sidestepped. Rook going to f1, and Mamed has gone into a huge think. Almost just about 30 minutes right now. After the move Rook f1, looks like not the most important move in the position, but it does put some serious pressure on the clock. I assume that some of the queen maneuvers into the king side are dangerous. f3, knight g4, keeping this clamp on the king side are dangerous as well. The editors are saying you can play queen e6, and you will still have to figure out a couple of remaneuvers in order to fully equalize, but it's still well within your hand.
Really? So play those moves, queen e6,
yes,
and I would
queen
assume
e6,
bishop e5?
Bishop e5. And the engine here, very importantly, wants to go the move rook e7. And this is probably the hard one to find.
Okay.
There are no real threats at the moment, and you want to get your knight on a c7 that's not doing very much. Somewhere useful. It's also useful to play the move queen f5 when this knight is defended.
Yeah.
So you have to defend it first, right?
Right.
Knight c8 in order to defend it, and then play the move queen f5, even knight f5 in some occasions. The engine's thinking rook e7 is important, but you're still going to be okay in this position.
So again, continuing with queen f3, I mean, I'm dreaming of knight g4, and
I'm going to go knight c8.
That's crucial. Yeah,
yes.
I get that. And knight g4.
And now knight f5 in this position. Knight d4 also works according to the engine, but knight f5 the likes better. Covers h6, prepares f6, because remember the knight on e8 is now covering this square, as well as pushing the pawn from f7 to f6. And this bishop is now a little bit uncomfortable. Surprisingly, black, according to the engine, is already a little bit better.
Right.
So you still have to be careful with white as well. Rook f1, however, has been a huge surprise for Shak. Not known for this 30-minute thinks, but he's deep in the tank in this one.
All right, we'll keep an eye on that as we move over to the
he might
game.
be ready to play, finally.
He's been tanking for long enough, yeah.
Whoa. Knight a6?
What?
What? Moving away from the danger zone? What is that?
That would
Help
not
us
be,
out, Peter.
Yeah,
Knight a6?
Yeah.
Double question. Well, explain.
And the engine immediately thinks white is winning.
Wow. Wow.
Winning might be a strong word, but very strong advantage. Well, what is the move knight a6
What's
do?
the purpose of the move? Yes.
I have no idea. Like this is one of the more baffling decisions I've seen in quite some time, especially considering, okay, the lines you were showing, they required some finesse, but
this was a beautiful move.
Rook e7, knight c8 is a maneuver you might not see, but
when we realize we're fighting for the square f6,
I was trying to calculate.
It's not that hard.
Yeah.
For me, the most difficult thing to explain about knight a6 is that if I saw this position and you told me it's black to move,
you want to play knight c7.
My top candidate move is knight a6 to c7, so that it's closer to the king side.
Exactly. I understand you completely.
Yeah.
Knight a6, Peter, again.
Yeah, but also I wanted to point out that even if you don't see the intricacies of queen e6, just how bad is the endgame after queen f5? Like, how desperate do you need to be? I mean, I don't think you're doing this right. Like, I really don't believe in.
Me either. I'm just
like rook e6, knight ce8. Like,
as previously shown.
Yeah, I'm starting to pick black here. Once
no
I get,
question.
Once I get f7, I think the point is you take on f5 after queen f5.
Okay.
Instead of bishop
b5. The bishop
yeah.
is not there.
Yeah, you take on f5, knight takes f5. You play some, either bishop b5 or knight g4 first. I don't know which one is more precise. But white has a little bit of a push. But once again, I go rook e6 here. I go knight e8 next move. Just how bad can this be?
It's not.
Not at all.
It's not. And if you feel a little braver, you can take with the g pawn. It's not bad at all.
And this is my point. Like,
but why isn't black seizing the initiative with the rook coming using
I think
the e-file?
we can go rook c1 here, and it's a
rook
bit of
c1.
It's a bit of an empty gesture. But I was calculating the.
I mean, you kind of are. You just shouldn't allow the rook to e2. You should play bishop e5 first.
Okay, yeah. Okay, but you're right. I mean, I would be playing queen f5 and saying, you moved your rook off of the e-file.
And this is. Even without touching on the absurdity visually of the idea of going knight a6 here away from the center, we're not really threatening knight b4 either. I really don't understand what's going on.
We're going to see Shaq make a move that has just absolutely befuddled everybody on panel. Knight a6.
Yeah.
How does that move even
cross your mind?
Right.
Yeah, and the reason I'm harping on about queen f5 being safe is that, to my eyes, you occasionally play moves like knight a6 when you really, really dislike everything that is naturally available to you. Like you found an easy refutation of queen f5,
move, yeah.
You found a refutation of queen e6, and then you start looking for outlandish ideas which might surprise your opponent.
Exactly.
But neither queen e6 nor queen f5 are in any way bad.
No, exactly.
So why would you feel the need to misplace one of your pieces while giving white additional time to launch something on the king side? It's just very, very confusing to me.
Now, you said, Alejandro, that the move knight a6 visually looks terrible, but not only that, the computer says, yeah, you're lost.
I mean, this isn't a man versus machine. You can make moves on your own here.
Exactly.
I mean, the moves display themselves, right?
Right. Any towards the king side.
Anything towards the king side, but specifically the move bishop b5.
Bishop b5 seems very strong.
Just to open up the f6 square for latent possibilities of...
if I can calculate properly, knight b4 just blunders a piece. So
knight before queen d2 probably just kind of resigns, right?
Right, or queen a3 I thought picked up a piece.
Yeah, but also this I think is extremely strong.
And so you're not playing knight b4. I'm not really sure why your knight is there. It doesn't matter.
Exactly.
But what is your continuation? Because you have to get rid of this. And then we just go f4.
Yeah, this is where you get mated because your knight is on a6. this is sort of the point. Yeah.
Right? Oh boy. And of course, anything. I mean, you don't even. I don't even know what you're doing anymore because everything it's all play on the king side, and Black's king is defenseless.
I think Shahryar maybe he is. Obviously, I mean, he gave some very, very nice interviews. He always keeps a kind of a shiny disposition, and he has a very nice natural sense of humor, and he's been kind of laughing at his
blunders.
Yeah, his blunders and his misevaluations and how his misevaluations improve from round to round.
Right.
But he also clearly is unhappy being on -1 after 4 rounds. And I think knight a6 is a move of a man who, wants to start to have things happen in his game. He doesn't want to defend some endgame, which he probably will defend, but which will not give him, any winning chances. But yeah, if Fabi plays well today, this gives him a very, very big opening to kickstart his tournament.
Exactly. Well, yesterday Fabi did play a very nice opening. He got an edge as Black against MVL, something very, very difficult to do at these levels, but then got completely outplayed by mishandling the game. What about MVL? What's going on in MVL's game? And now, Alejandro?
I feel I've seen this story before. Nepo losing a game, playing quickly in the next one, but not accurately and stumbling quite a bit. They've gotten to this endgame, and you might think, well, 3 against 3, 1 against 1, 1 against 1. Is there some kind of draw? Not quite. This pawn on d5 is a lot weaker Then the
Active.
pawn on d6, it's just so much easier to reach. The rook on d1 is not nearly as active as the rook is going to be on either c5 or coming down to c2, depending on where you're going to allow me to do so. The engines are thinking that after the move h5 in this position, black already enjoys a very significant advantage, more than -1, and it doesn't, I mean, it's probably not within winning distance yet.
Right.
But you're suffering this as white. You're just suffering the rest of the game with white.
And the trend is very, very discouraging here for
Exactly.
white. And,
active, this beautiful activity of black's pieces, especially on the queen, vis-a-vis the two queens. You can just see that this queen on b4 is much more annoying than the queen on e2.
Absolutely, but also structurally, as Alejandro correctly pointed out, d5 is just d5 is actually weak, and d6 pretty much never is.
Right.
Because there is no way to attack it. Even the rook endings are not entirely equal. If you imagine the queens coming off and black, putting a rook on c5 and starting with king f6, king e5 ideas. But yeah, this is a very important game in the context of the tournament because MVL with the win probably will be tied for first because,
Levon or Wesley.
Levon is not losing that position against Wesley. He probably, he might not win it, but he's not losing that position against Wesley.
Exactly.
It is absolutely risk-free. So nobody will be on +3, so +2 will be a tie for first. So yeah, very, very big game there for MVL, and a disappointing game for Jan because, yeah, when he does that, I mean, he clearly is a strong enough player. Like his hand is a very strong chess player.
Exactly.
But he is playing against the best in the world, and MVL clearly is on decent form today, making the right decisions. It feels like at some point it probably was advisable to stop blitzing and just realize winning chances are probably gone and it's time to make a clean draw.
Exactly, which is
And again,
G2, G3.
Maybe within reach, right? Where I really don't think that you're losing this every time.
No, absolutely not. But you are suffering. It's a very annoying position.
Yeah. Turn our attention again to the game of Bogdan and Ali Reza. After the move Queen B6, we kind of see what Ali Reza had in mind while putting the queen on B6. He played the move Knight H5, which you got to give the guy a little credit for. He's looking at cheapo potentials, and he's trying to encourage queen takes b6 so he can enjoy the half-open a-file. And I really like this move very much. Knight h2, just putting the kibosh on this demonstration on the king side, saying, but also, you got nothing.
It also brings us very much back to the idea of going knight e1, because if white played knight e1 instead of queen b3, none of those shenanigans would be at all possible, because you just get the knight on g4 in your sights,
and there is no knight h5.
It stops all of this counterplay dead in its tracks. Right. And we have a soft draw offer in the game right now, because after knight h2, Ali Reza replied after some thought with knight hf6, and Bogdan is, I assume, still better, but he does have the option of playing knight f3 and kind of asking the question, do you think your position is, and your skill advantage, I think this is what we're talking about here, because I think Ali Reza understands he is not better at the very least.
Not at all, yeah.
But we have news from Bucharest, so let's go to the Bucharest studio.
And it's funny that you say that, Peter, that you don't think that right now Deac has as much of an edge as he used to have. Also, he doesn't seem to be feeling as comfortable as in the previous couple of minutes. Well, right now, after this move, queen to b3, it does feel like it's just not his type of position. I really like Ali Reza's stance. I think Ali Reza, despite the fact that the engine is saying is plus 0.9, I don't feel that the players understand that, and I don't feel like the players see this position as such. I'm definitely sensing a shift in the attitude of these two players. This one is very, very intriguing. I have to say I like both of the players' chances, but in the past couple of moves, more Ali Reza's chances are seemingly improving. Now, another game that I was having my eyes on is the one between Levon and Wesley. That one, Wesley, yesterday, we remembered that he was actually smiling during the game, and we couldn't understand why he's smiling. Well, it's happening again. He's smiling from the beginning of the round, and even so right now, but does he have a lot of things to be smiling about in this position? Because sure, opposite color bishops, potentially very close to equality, but he's on the suffering side of the equation. So let's see if he's going to continue smiling in the next few minutes and hours. Anastasia, what did you see in the playing hall?
Yeah, it's nice actually when you are in a good mood during the game. Maybe he just enjoys playing chess, and why not to just smile sometimes, you know? It's better than to be in a bad mood. And I think actually Nepo is not in his best mood at the moment. When I saw him at the playing venue, he was doing those faces, you know, it seems like he doesn't really like his position at the moment. And probably this is what we can see on the board also. This ending maybe can be a bit unpleasant for white. It's not something you would like to get out of the opening and out of the middle game, right? But okay, what to do? I think today, he has more chances to keep the position than maybe yesterday, but I don't know. Let's see. He's not happy with his position, but I think things are going quite well for Dominguez. He offered this queen exchange, and Richie spent so much time thinking maybe how to avoid this queen exchange. But
and he's still thinking.
Yes, actually for 20 minutes, I don't know.
From 120 to already 57 minutes, 23 minutes as of right now, and still pending. What do you think he's going to do? Is he going to exchange the queens? Is he going to try to avoid it? And if so, how do you avoid it?
Yes, I was trying to find at least one good square for the queen to avoid an exchange, and I couldn't find it actually. You know, whatever I was trying to do, the computer was telling me something bad. So I believe he has to go for this exchange sooner or later, maybe by playing queen takes c7 or knight c3, knight g3, and then probably we can admit that Linear solved his issues in this game. So knight e2 was an interesting surprise, but probably didn't work out so well. And now they're actually getting close on time as well. Yeah,
and that's a huge point when we're talking about Linear, because Linear usually is like 30, 40 minutes behind his opponent. So only 10 minutes, that's a victory. I count a victory for Linear, not in the actual game, but a moral victory.
Yes, for sure.
Guys, back to you.
Thank you both indeed. And we did see that move, Bishop e5, not surprisingly by Fabi. And Bishop e5 really is putting the pressure on Black. As you can see, these dark squares around Black's king, it's just, they're so weak. And I think...
And we've removed the defender from the king.
Yes, exactly.
We've removed an important defender from the king side.
I think it's really important that when you see the move knight c4 and the instant rejoinder. Thank you. That's a beautiful word. F2, F4, just simply defending the bishop, inviting any kinds of captures. And you can just see that the moves queen g3 and knight g4 are terrifying for the second player. You instantly understand that something has gone severely wrong for Shaq in this case. And the move knight a6, the previous move, I think Shaq is coming to the realization that
perhaps it was
something's frying, and it might be himself.
It was a little bit too fancy, and I'm also impressed by how quickly Fabi played Bishop e5. It's not a very difficult move, but just sort of the temptation to spend more time trying to figure out why knight a6 happened and maybe missing something would have been quite strong. But yeah, he just, he doesn't let it bother him. His opponent made something extremely weird happen, but it probably isn't good, so why worry your pretty head about it?
Exactly.
Just make a strong move, get up from the board, go for a walk.
And you can so easily see that queen g3, ideas of queen queen h4, and mate on h8, as well as queen g3 with the idea of supporting the knight, coming to the desirable f6 square. It plays itself. And
it absolutely does.
We think it's a winning position at the moment
Pretty
for
much,
Fabi.
yeah. Very large advantage.
Let's just jump back. I don't know, but for me, I just hate White's position here. I'm just glad I'm not the one having to defend this, because there's always this b2 anchor square that something dreadful might just drop in, and it will be bad news for me. And in the meanwhile, too, simple ideas like queen c5 and rook.
all of those things are correct.
It's all good.
So your hope here is that the material is depleted enough that somehow you can just sort of grimly defend every single threat, and there will be not enough progress simply due to how limited the resources are. Because yeah, it's a very, very annoying position to have to defend for the next, I don't know, 40 moves.
Well, one way of blundering the game right away, I don't know if blunder is strong, but maybe the desirable rook d3, and then you see this move queen b2, and
I mean, I can still go back to rook d2, right? So it's
true that you don't, you haven't lost anything yet, but you do feel like you're going on the back foot.
But this is exactly what I'm talking about. And in this position, I go rook d1, and I continue like attacking your pieces and hoping that it somehow preserves. Like rook c2, maybe I go queen f3, and then I go rook d3, and maybe I get to trade a2 for a3, and then my life improves
tremendously. Any trades of the a pawn would be definitely white's favor. By the way, h3, h4 on the board. Not the first move that comes to my mind.
Well, eventually I think you have to, because you have to expect black to play h5, and I don't think you can allow h5, h4. I think basically the way you definitely lose these types of positions with white is if black actually manages to soften something up on the king side, so you have one more additional worry to occupy your calculations. So he wants a stable situation on the king side so that he can basically kind of remove the king side from his mind, because nothing is going to happen there.
Right.
And generally you want f2, g3, h4 to achieve that. And he's saying that like it looks threatening on the queen side, but currently there are no actual problems he needs to face straight away. Queen c5, I guess he goes rook d2. Allowing rook c2 would be suboptimal. So he goes rook d2, he goes queen e4 if allowed after that, having secured the c4 square, and we shuffle. And I mean, we all know who is enjoying the better of the shuffle here, but it's still a bit of a shuffle. All the pronounced pessimism that we are espousing here is, I still feel like you draw a very significant proportion of these games with white. You just really, really hate everything while you're doing it.
It's a grotty defense, that's for sure. And Alejandro, over to you. What's caught your attention?
Not much. Nothing has happened in about 10 minutes as well. We have some maneuvers in the young game, but I'm wondering what Fabi and Shak are going to play out, because bishop e5 is on the board. I'm just trying to figure out how Shak is going to continue the game in a logical way. And it's really not that easy. I mean, he gets pretty much destroyed in so many different variations. For example, I was just trying to put in the move queen e6, maybe get f6 in when this queen moves away, because this queen is coming to g3, knight g4, queen h4, you guys mentioned, are very strong moves. But if I go queen g3, knight for queen h4, f6, which I was hoping would kind of hold for black if I have to move my bishop back. Problem is f3 comes. And with the knight on a6,
you're playing a piece down.
You're playing a piece down on the king side, right? You have a knight on h2 jumping to f6, and this knight is nowhere near where it needs to be. This is, with no surprise, lost after the move rook f8, takes queen h8, and white starts picking up material, and black's position didn't get that much better. You're still going to be under the pressure of a king hunt. So bishop e5, I'm just trying to figure out what Shak is going to play here. As you guys mentioned, knight c4, f4. It looks so visually nice for white, because you're going to go queen g3, knight g4, and you're going to stop counting pawns. It doesn't matter if you give up the entire queen side at this point. The knight coming to f6 is going to end the game.
Right.
So I don't really know what Shak is playing to keep the game going, because he wants to put up a fight, right?
Right.
You got a bad position. You want to settle down, put down a fight. But where is it? Where is the fight exactly?
Where's the fight?
Which direction is he going to take here?
Yeah, it's
good point. I don't see the fight. I mean, you're a piece down on the king side.
Yeah.
The knight on a6 is his terror. Sorry.
It's just one of the more mystifying misplays I've seen from a very, very strong player in a long time. Because like everything in your being must scream that this is not the move you can make. Like
right.
The position isn't safe enough for you to be, removing stuff from play. And he will play queen e6. It does require some calculation from white. It is a logical move. I think it probably is the most tenacious move in human terms here. But I mean, queen g3 is not a difficult move to make, and the calculations don't really seem, all that inhuman, frankly. Like it just feels like you
just do it, and you just go over there. Somebody who's getting a smidge of something, perhaps, is Levon in his game with Wesley So. When we left it, we left it quite some time ago, and somehow the players have contrived to get into this bishops of opposite color position. A little surprise move for me was this move, rook b8. As black, I'm always dreaming to get my pawn on a4 so that my bishop...
I wonder why it hasn't been played yet.
Exactly. So, okay, a little bit, but at this moment, if there had been draw offers allowed, it wouldn't have surprised me to see a draw, but...
4 is an interesting way to try to exploit the fact that the rook is on b8 and the pawn is still not on a4, because rook g1 is obviously a bit of an annoying threat. But I very much like Wesley's reaction, because I think if you're autopiloting here, you can play something like king e7 to have king f7 as a reply to rook g1. And then white goes e2, e4, white goes king e3 next. And white enjoys... I mean, it's not much. You still don't win very many of these.
Right.
But it's a nice little advantage for white. Clearly, white is the one calling the shots here. Instead, Wesley goes with a very concrete bishop d5, rook g1, rook g8, saying that if I don't let you play e2, e4 at all, your structure is just not better than mine, and your advantage is completely gone. And yeah, rook g1, rook g8, rook g3, king e6. You started by saying perhaps Levon has got nibble here. I really don't think so. I think now that e4 has been prevented pretty much conclusively, I just don't see why this has to be worse for black at all. I can even maybe go for g6, king f5 plans if I wanted to. The king will be quite safe on f5.
g6. It was funny because to my mind, I was trying to understand the plus of having the rook on g8 versus the pawn on a4, for example. And I thought it might be attached to the move rook here, rook to b5, so that on a good day, this rook would slide across, for example, rook to g8. And now if you got your e4 set up, right, then I'm going for rook to h5 and king e3. Well, I've got check. Ideas anyway. So I thought that was his intent when he played rook to b8. But
I
bishop
think
d5.
He just valued stopping e4 more than all of those ideas.
Sorry, what did happen after rook g8, by the way? If I
rook g3, king e6. This is what
is on the board.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, that's what we're discussing.
Okay.
I think black is completely fine. I think maybe you even are sort of incentivized to play a2, a4, but Lev, I don't think, has done that. He's played something, but it's not...
rook g1.
He's gone rook g1. I think we go g6 here, and I really do like the setup with g6 and king f5, because I think it's entirely safe on f5. There's just nothing in the white position that can ever threaten the king on f5 in any way. Maybe we can play rook e3 check with the intention of meeting king f5 with rook e7 to at least have one active piece, but it looks empty to me. It looks like it should be a very, very easily holdable position for black. I don't really... Even h7 is not really that much. Like I can go a5, a4 here, I think,
know,
if I wanted to.
Yeah,
rook h7, rook h8.
Exactly, exactly. That one I do like.
Yeah, but
because a2 is hanging in.
I would very much like to echo your sentiments as to, I'm slightly mystified by rook hb8. I don't know what it was trying to achieve, but there is so much leeway for black here that I think he is still entirely untroubled.
Well, for Wesley So, drawing as black against one of his key competitors would be a great success, as he is enjoying clear first at +2, and Levon with the white pieces trying to make something happen here after this move rook g1. I like g6 a lot. King f7.
King f7 probably also completely fine,
pretty safe, but g6 and playing actively with the king on f5 gets my 2 thumbs up. Let me again check in, because did we see a repetition? Yes, we have.
Actually, not yet.
Well,
I mean,
we saw one, right?
Yeah.
Knight h5, knight h2 on the board. Knight h8, knight f3.
Yeah, but knight h5 hasn't been played yet.
Not yet.
Alireza clearly is, as we were talking about when we went in a different direction and on break. Yeah, the equation here has to be whether he rates his chances of outplaying his young opponent from, we have to suspect, also he probably has to suspect, from an inferior position, whether he rates basically his skill edge as larger than the advantage he will have to be giving up if he doesn't repeat here, because I think Bogdan is quite clearly content with repeating if knight h5 happens. He's both of them actually spent a lot of time getting here, move 14. They're both down to like 40, 45, 42 minutes.
I just like this idea of 18 and 20-year-olds sitting there saying, well, my experience tells me that with my higher rating, I should be playing for a win. What are you expecting, Alejandro?
We'll go back to this game between Richie and Lanier because the Angels are starting to give White a little something in this position. We left it off, I believe, after the move Queen takes e4 check in Bucharest. But after Queen e7, Knight c3, I'm just going to put these moves on the board. Bishop c4 came, attacking this pawn on f7. And I was looking at the engine evaluation and really wanted to either go rook h f8 a little bit passive or play the move knight c6 with the idea of coming to e5, defending the pawn on f7 and attacking the bishop on c4, saying like, you could take on f7, but at this precise moment I can go rook h f8 and take on f2. You do have to calculate some variations regarding this kind of stuff, but knight d4, bishop f5, there's no real danger to the rook, so you're going to be okay there. Instead, Lanier played the move bishop c6. Which counterattacks, of course, the pawn on g2. You cannot really take on f7, but let's defend both of them at the same time. Let's defend f2 and g2 at the same time. Let's play the move f3 and ask you a simple question. How do you defend this guy?
Right.
You could play f6, but that's a very ugly move, just shutting down your bishop on g7. You don't want to play that.
Nobody likes such moves, no.
No, you're not playing f3, f6. You're not playing f5 either. It's just as ugly. You're not playing rook h f8 because I'm going to force you to play f6.
Right.
Bishop g5, you don't have another move that's not f6 because how else are you going to deal with this diagonal?
Right.
So suddenly it's becoming very concretely awkward for Lanier to defend this pawn after the move f3. Actually, the engine's even suggesting a very inhuman move, bishop d5, just giving up the bishop because they don't really see how to comfortably defend this peshki.
I think maybe his intention was to meet f3 with knight d5, and he will come to the realization that f3 knight d5 runs into bishop g5.
Or bishop takes
Or
first,
bishop takes d5 and then bishop g5, and these positions are very annoying. But Richie played something else.
He played rook e1 rather quickly, by the way. I like the move f2, f3. It kind of does kill your enthusiasm for the bishop on the long diagonal with the move f3. But rook h1, e1 came very quickly. Sorry, you were pointing out a variation that you suspect Lanier's intention was to meet f3 with knight d5. And how did it go, Peter? What did you expect?
You have a choice here between bishop g5 immediately or taking on g5 with the bishop and then bishop g5, both of which clearly don't equalize for black. The question is how bad this is. And I suspect actually pretty bad. Yeah, it's very annoying. Rook h1 might actually now be allowing some of that because there will be bishop takes c3 intermezzos. Can we play knight d5 here?
Knight d5 in this moment after the move rook e1. So instead of playing f3, I get my rook on e1. Any way of exploiting this?
And the difference would be if you, let's say if you go bishop d5, bishop d5, bishop g5, or that. I want to play bishop takes c3 here.
Bishop takes c3 this exact moment in BC.
BC and let's say rook d7. Or honestly here f6 I think is
also
quite
f6.
Decent, yeah.
This might be just trading to
even if it ends up costing me the f6 pawn, but it forces you to take
trades
on d5.
and rook f4.
I will make a draw there.
I don't dispute that. I think that that is a good point. Knight d5. Can I do something? Well, I don't know. Is knight g5 worrisome?
A little bit, yeah.
Well, even if it did force you to play h6, it's not.
It's not that heartbreaking.
No.
Yeah, I could spend a tempo on that for sure.
It's not heartbreaking. Nice. Any hearts being broken? And as you just take a look at the classical chess matchup, they've only played 5 games. Not much between them, but well, I mean, a loss for Rapport.
Yep. Let's just take a quick look that Alireza is the one with the least amount of experience between the two. He's only 18 against the 20-year-old. But knight d7 was played by Alireza, not interested in a draw. Yeah, so you were mentioning while we were doing our rehearsal for this broadcast that Alireza needs to do something. Minus one is not going to cut it going into round 5, and he's agreeing with you. He says knight h5, I don't want to give my opponent the possibility of a draw. Of course, the game of chicken there a little bit. You don't know if Deac was actually going to repeat the position, maybe he would have liked another variation. But knight d7 already on the board, completely changing up the idea of coming to h5. We had mentioned in many variations that we like this idea of knight e1 to tether this defense of the knight to g4, so the knight d7 wasn't possible. Alireza taking advantage of it, probably going to c5 soon. That being said, are his opening troubles over him? Not quite. The Indians still love white, but they do like a cagey move here, the move queen c2, moving the queen back, preparing to meet knight c5 with expansions on the queen side. In this kind of positions, the queen on b6 might be in the way. It still likes to move knight e1 at some point to target this knight on g4. Still loves the space advantage. Let me see if Fabi has played. Nope, still thinking after the move queen e6. And in this position, you already see who is the one vying for the advantage, because check it out. We had this position, rook d2, rook c1, queen d3, rook c3, queen e2, and you could go rook c1 and just finish the game if you're MVL, but MVL is not interested in finishing quite yet. More or less like yesterday's game between Wesley and Nepo, there's one side that can decide when the game finishes. He can pretty much always find a three-fold repetition and finish the game like that, but instead he's going queen b1, rook d1, queen f5, trying to keep up the pressure, making Nepo keep finding moves, keep avoiding blunders, blundering a2, blundering d5, maybe blundering the king sometimes with some sort of battery on the first rank. And it's this pressure that got to Nepo yesterday. Will it happen again? Of course, so far he's defending well, but defending for the rest of the game.
Yeah, defending with the white pieces isn't anybody's joy. But let's open up the conversation to our audience and look at some tweets. What do you have for us, Peter?
A tweet from Megan Duffy. Great chess players seem to have amazing memories. Are GM's brains wired differently?
Ooh.
That's, opening an interesting conversation right there.
Yeah. Speaking for myself, I remember having dinner with Bent Larson. And the Great Dane said to me, I asked him, I said, come on, Bent, what's the secret of GMs? What are they very, very good at? And he said, well, two things. I said, yes. And he said, first, they need a great stomach. I said, pardon? He says, well, we travel a lot. We have these really varied diets, and you need a great stomach. I go, okay, and what's the second thing? He said, a great memory. He said a lot of his colleagues had great memories.
Yeah, and that is definitely true, but there's also exceptions. Like we keep on, not every day, but the topic of the great rivalry between Karpov and Kasparov comes up. And Gary famously, I mean, possibly the quote is apocryphal, but I was told that when he was a very, very young man, he said that the moment he will actually need a telephone book, and that's obviously in the days before mobiles, because these days nobody remembers phone numbers because your phone remembers them for you.
Right.
But when we were growing up, you actually needed to
write them down.
Yeah. And he said, the moment I will actually need to start writing down phone numbers, I will quit chess.
That stopped you and it caused you to think.
Respect.
Respect. Yeah, and there are also stories of him showing up to his first ever Soviet championship and being able to quote the most recent issue of the Chess Informant from start to finish with annotations, which are also probably not apocryphal. And on the other side of that same divide is Anatoly Karpov, who, for a tremendous chess player, one of the all-time greatest, had honestly not an average, I think a poor memory would be a way to describe it. Once again, from reports, he's always had trouble. Definitely compared to some of his, compared to Gary, everybody has a poor memory, but even compared to some of his, less illustrious competitors, didn't really, make him less of a player necessarily. Like he's achieved quite a bit in his life. Right. But in general, yeah, I think memory is very much something that is required, and maybe even more so these days with the amount of information a professional chess player is supposed to process, with the amount of games being played that you're supposed to be keeping abreast of.
Well, let's get the national champion coach here to jump in. Are chess players wired differently, their brains, their memories, Alejandro?
I think we wire ourselves to remember patterns and recognize a lot of things. There are a lot of chess players that I've noticed have amazing memory. Some of them have photographic memory. but I feel it's the exception. Like most chess players, they just have a good memory for chess, and I don't feel that they have a particularly exceptional memory for anything else in average. Of course, we're talking about many geniuses that come into our game and they are good at many other things, but I've seen plenty of 2700, 2600 grandmasters, some of them with outside of chess memory being good and some of them being bad without really affecting their chess or their chess specific memory, which sometimes I feel can be incredible even if they don't remember even like what day of the week it is.
But that's also a very chess specific thing, because during the tournament,
that's true.
Like they kind of all blend together. You know how many days away you are from rest day, but whether it's Tuesday or Friday, you kind of stop caring at some point.
Yeah, exactly. Unless it's like a fixed menu at the restaurant, and you know it's like pizzas on Wednesday or something like that. It's actually funny that you say about Anatoly Karpov, because for Western American players especially, I mean, Anatoly was this guy who just played one e4 with white and seemed to win every game because his opening play was so good, because his play was so good. We always kind of thought of him as having a great memory. But I do remember one very funny moment. It was at the Melody Amber tournaments in Monaco, where Vichy was white in an isolated queen pawn. Anatoly was black. The game ended in a well-fought draw, blah, blah, blah. They came into the analysis room. And, you know, you just kind of put the isolated queen pawn with 18 moves on the board. And Vichy saying, gosh, here, I just didn't know how I could continue with my advantage. I didn't know what I should do. And Anatoly said, your advantage? What are you talking about? It's my advantage. Vichy said, no, I'm white. I'm better. I have the advantage. No, said Anatoly. You don't have the advantage. I have the advantage. And Vichy said, look, Talia, this is your game from the Soviet Championship against Tigran Petrosian. You were white, and you won this game by playing this. And Karpov was like tasered for like a whole 5 seconds. He says, okay, in this position, you're a little bit better. But after a few moves, I will soon be a little bit better, a little maneuvering, and I will have the advantage. It was pretty funny. I mean, but I think Gary has an exceptional chess memory. It's phenomenal. It's off the chart.
It was also, it definitely, when he was growing up, he was just like he had a...
How about you? How do you rank your own memory? Are you good compared to your...
I think I'm probably sort of, and once again, it's very chess specific. I think I have a very decent professional memory. I have a good memory for numbers, but I have, on the other side of it, I have absolutely horrible face recognition memory. Like I've been embarrassed more than once, failing to recognize people I absolutely should
Coming up to you, shaking your head.
Yeah, like
so good to see you again, Peter. And you're like, who are you?
Yeah, and it also, like, it's very difficult to keep your face under control so that it doesn't show on your face that you have no idea who you're talking to. So yeah, those are incredibly embarrassing spots. And yeah, I have one in particular. It's a kind of a longish story, but and then we have 5 games running, but maybe for some other time where I'm still ashamed. It's like 25 years on, I'm still ashamed.
You don't make a good date. What's your name again? Alejandro, chess memories, like you say, the chess patterns, and chess players are very good at remembering chess patterns. Do you rate
terrible.
your memory as good?
Awful, absolutely awful. Yeah. Compared to some of my peers, my chess memory is really bad.
Who do you consider like extraordinary?
Extraordinary?
Yeah.
No, Gary was absolutely extraordinary. You could talk to him about games that he played a million years ago, and he'd be like, I felt this, I was doing this, and he'll be in a car ride just remembering exactly what he was thinking. It's just unbelievable the way he thought about it. But for me, it's just awful. I'll be looking at some position on the mega base, I think, wow, this is a very interesting position. And, oh, it's annotated. Great. Let's look at the annotations. Annotations are pretty good. I'm like, oh, this guy made sense. Let's see who the author was. And it was me. I was like, oh, that's not very good.
Admitted the annotations were good. High quality annotations. Very, very nice. For me, by the way, I mean, I've always thought I'm okay, just nothing special. But where I think I am somewhat extraordinary is where movies are concerned. For some strange reason, I can remember entire scenes of movies, and including the script and what the actor did and what the actress said. And that really annoys Yvette, because we'll be watching some movie and I said, oh, I know this. She says, no, it's not. No, we watched it together, I would tell her. No, we didn't. I go, yeah, and I just dictate what happens for the next half hour. She's just like, throws the remote down and looks for something
How is she
else.
still married to
I know. It is annoying. It is annoying. By the way, F2, F4, smacked down by Fabi. Not the move Queen G3, but F4. This
is very logical.
Very logical, very tempting too, right?
Right.
Following it up with F5 in many positions.
But does it allow knight E4 though?
It doesn't. Knight E4 is not really a move in this position.
Unfortunately, what
because
F5 is just killer, right?
The thing is that it's more about closing the diagonal, right? You're closing the diagonal of the queen to H3, which is why I was mentioning F5 even without the move Knight D6. That in many variations you're just going to go F5. And I think this just loses to something, right?
Well, this is it.
Probably
this
that, yeah.
Probably that. Check. And oh dear, oh dear,
yeah,
oh dear.
Very much like that arrow I can see behind Alejandro on the big demonstration board. Because, it says F4, Knight B8.
But you have to bring the stupid knight back to the game. It's on A6. He has to come back. Yeah, the engine is saying,
F6.
Go back to B8, fight for F6, especially try to eliminate this bishop that's causing such hassle. But it's not such an easy move to play because check out what you have to get yourself into as black. It's pretty scary. Perhaps you do it because you don't find anything better. F5, you have to take with the knight. Queen H3, threatening checkmate. There's not a lot of choices here. You can't really play knight G7 and allow my knight to come to G4. So you have to go F6. And here I assume the idea is going to be G4. You can't really move the knight because you're going to lose this pawn. You're going to lose F6, exactly. So takes on E5, you take here, you take here. And it looks scary to play this position with the knight on B8. Rook takes F5 is playable. King H1, Rook G1 is also playable. The computer is saying King H1 is actually the correct move. Looking at this from far, you could just land on the move King H1, think this is not holdable, and give up. But what are you going to do otherwise? Because F4, F5 is pretty much an unstoppable threat. Not to mention that ideas of Queen G3, Queen H4, Queen G3, Knight G4 have not gone away. They've just become stronger. Black needs to hurry up and bring this knight, but it doesn't solve his problems. But he's done it. I've been told that he did play the move Knight
He played
B8.
Knight B8, yeah.
Yes.
So the idea of Knight A6 was to play Knight B8.
And fight for the D6.
Well done, Shah. Yeah, it's the old Soviet quote of, you know, we create difficulties for ourselves to then successfully solve them.
Exactly. I just wanted to show, as we prepare for a break, a very quick Garry Kasparov story because I just thought this was so wonderful. It was during the Soviet Union and the Spartakia, these internal competitions, and they were on the bus going from the hotel to the playing hall. And everybody shouting about this Botvinnik pawn sacrifice position. And Garry, you know, shouted at the top of his voice that this game was played between these two players, Banja Luka and Yuri Balashov, who had been sitting rather quietly, shouted in response, "Garry is right, and it was played in round 9." And everybody got very quiet because if you get the players right and you get the location right, that's great. Nobody knows what round it was played in. Yeah. And apparently Yuri Balashov had an encyclopedic
probably
memory.
Good memory, yeah. Sounds like somebody
special.
with a good memory, yeah.
Yeah, we're going to take a break. We'll see you on the other side as we continue our coverage of round 5 of the first inaugural event of the Grand Chess Tour.
Stay tuned.
Can you hear it? It's the sound of hope. And health. And strength. It's the sound of compassion, of open doors, where people and machines are in tune and miracles occur. It's the sound of personalized healthcare and active communities. It sounds like life, and it's what you hear when you really listen. Listening to you, caring for you. We are Ascension.
We're the Manos! Welcome to our show! Go, go, go! That's our show! Now go play yours at visitmo.com!
We all know St. Louis is a championship sports town, from the 11-time world champion Cardinals to the Stanley Cup champion Blues. But I bet you didn't know about all the championship places there are to get out and play here, like the World Chess Hall of Fame, Westport Social, and Topgolf, and now even our own MLS team. So whatever sports your team is into, you can always bring out your A game in St. Louis. Oops, sorry. St. Lou is always exploring.
Welcome back to round 5 of the Superbet Chess Classic in Bucharest, Romania, as you see the coverage of the wide shot of the playing hall with all 5 games still very much in progress and people thinking about their decisions. And this is the current standings with Wesley So on top there on 3 points and seemingly very comfortable in his game today against his compatriot Levon Aronian, and other games still very much in progress.
Exactly. Well, let's pick it up right from the game between our 2 tournament leaders, as Wesley So, as you say, enjoys the lead with +2, 3 points out of 4. He is black against Levon Aronian, and I would say that things are really going his way. We had reached this position, G7, G6, Rook H3. Now, I think a lot of players would play H7, H5 at this point. Wesley said, actually, King F5, and maybe I'm a little bit better, as he took this pawn, and during our break, I think we all confused ourselves, because if we were looking at this point, I think everybody said, oh, well, I'll just play A5, A4.
Yeah, I'm wondering if there is something tactical here that we are missing, some kind of an idea that
based on
discombobulated,
E4?
perhaps something to do with E4 check, but I don't really quite see how to follow it up. And yeah, I would like to have a pawn on A4 so that it never hangs and bishop takes A2 becomes more of a threat maybe in some positions. Yeah, what Yasser is showing is, I mean, it looks like a playable line, but I can take on F6 and take on B2
And
at
you're
the very
very
least.
happy, yeah, for
Not
sure.
very playable.
Yeah, and so we thought A4, and we just compared the kings. We stopped and said, well, white suffering. A different approach, and I think this move might have been, well, maybe number 3 on my radar of choices.
Yeah, I mean, the idea is quite clear. Wesley feels that the rook on a7 is a little bit too active, so he wants to be able to chase it and trade it off, perhaps. And Levon, understanding that, he says, I will choose the square on which it will get traded, because after, hang on a second, he can play rook takes g6 after rook g8.
Correct.
Maybe this was also the reply to a4 then. Things are coming together in my a4. We still go rook g7.
Well, then I already have
rook e8. We actually, yeah, we're much better equipped for it. Here actually compared to the other line.
Exactly.
It's a bit mystifying, right?
Right. So he did play rook h8, rook. Oops, excuse me. Check. Rook h8, rook g7.
So is he supposed to play rook h6 now? Maybe.
I suppose so. I mean, this guy is hanging. This guy is hanging.
I mean, honestly, even if you play, let's say, rook h g8 here, rook takes g6, rook takes g7, rook takes g7, bishop takes a2, you're probably not losing very many of these positions if we're honest with ourselves. But why do this?
Exactly.
Yeah, the unclear part is why are we suddenly back on discussing whether black can be slightly worse? Rook h6 seems comfortable enough, but then why have we played rook h8?
Exactly. Some questions here that remain unanswered, but Alejandro, what has caught your attention?
Not much. There hasn't been a lot of moves since we left for break. Still, after the move knight b8, f4 was happened, we do see that MVL and Nepo seem to be repeating. They play pretty quickly, and it feels that Maxime got about as much as you can from the position, but there's not that much. There's a queen g1 check that you could throw in. The king would have to go, let's say, all the way to f3, but because you're stuck on h1 and
we
g1.
do have a repetition.
We do have the repetition with a draw. Probably Nepo not thrilled about how the draw occurred, but
I think by the end of it, he's quite happy.
Yeah, pretty happy.
I think, it's fine, yeah. And we know the engine was giving Maxime a very large advantage at some point, considering the symmetrical nature of the position and the lack of obvious glaring weaknesses. But it was one of those where I think against accurate defense, you never know exactly how much better you are, and you feel like I've tried something, it didn't pay off. I don't think MVL will be brokenhearted about not winning that position.
How about the game of Richie versus Lanier? See this pawn on g5, and usually I get myself excited when I see these pawns on g5, which kind of dominate.
It does get traded off, I think.
Does it? Oh, that would be unfortunate. So you're looking at something like rook takes, king takes, and you think
why are you thinking with the king? I think you're supposed to take.
Because I want to go down here.
Ah, you want to have
I want to exploit the open file.
I thought it was sensible to take with the rook to disincentivize h6, because after g8 ph rook d8 will be annoying, but
That's true.
you might actually be correct, because I actually wanted to play h6 anyway. Provoke.
Maybe I can take and
No,
make
I didn't
move?
want.
Oh,
I didn't
sorry.
want to improve your bishop until it's required. I want to go h6, gh, and then take on b5, play c6, and recapture on a6.
Fancy play, Cinder.
I
Just take on h6.
What?
Just take back on h6.
And knight c8 is completely fine. Yeah.
And you go rook d8 check. You want to allow rook d8 check?
That's fine.
What?
Go. No, not here, not here. Before you take on. Here.
Yeah.
You go here. Oh, you mean just to allow this?
Yeah.
Wow.
Because you also have issues.
Yeah, rook h1 is a threat, and we are going to unpin ourselves quite comfortably with taking on b5, c6, and king c7 in the future. So yeah, I can definitely relate. Yeah, that's a good point. That is a good point.
Wow, I hate self-pins like this. Okay, so pardon me. I was going to recapture with the king.
Yeah, I would still like to try to play h6 regardless.
Okay, good for
Because
you.
if this works out tactically, I think my problems are instantly gone.
So rook down to the 7th.
I wanted to go hg and start suggesting that rook h1 is a very annoying threat.
It truly is, yeah. I've got issues on the...
Because obviously trading g5 for f7, I'm not that happy, but rook f7, I think I can go rook h1, rook f8, knight c8, and you lose material. Which,
exactly. It wasn't the plan at all.
So it seems like this is holding. It seems like, yeah, the position is just a little bit too symmetrical. Richie, it seemed like Richie was getting a little bit of something, but currently it looks to me like Linear should, with a couple of accurate moves, should be very close to being home and dry.
And how are the youths playing? When we left it, we had seen the move knight d7 eschewing a potential repetition that we saw with knight h2. And guess what?
Yeah, queen c2 is a logical move here.
Computer recommended move queen c2. Not easy to play after you've just played queen b3, though.
Well, you know knight c5 is coming. You know you really don't want to be taking on b6, so you preempt it by playing queen c2, and then you have a wider choice after knight c5. You can play rook bishop f4, as he has done. You could play rook b1 and perhaps hint at b2 before. But black generally just plays a5 themselves, so rook b1 feels like a bit of an empty gesture.
And let's go to Bucharest as Cristian is with MVL.
Thank you, Yasser. Maxime, first of all, quite an easy draw for you with the black pieces. Also, it felt like you were putting the pressure on your opponent. Tell us a bit about, first of all, the opening phase, because it was quite intriguing with this early bishop b5. Did you expect that at all from your opponent?
No, I really didn't expect. I mean, I expected bishop b5 check to be possible, but on normal move and move 3. But here, yeah. So I wasn't sure about bishop d7 or knight d7.
So what are the differences compared to the earlier bishop to b5 at move 3 that you mentioned?
Well, it turns out there's no difference, because after bishop d7, c4, it comes back to a line I analyzed. Which is why I took this decision to play bishop d7, but because, yeah, I couldn't see any other moves that would make sense than c4. Like, I just spent some minutes calculating this, but yeah, knight e4 ends the fun immediately. There's no knight e6. Because I just
probably the bishop is
never
also
made.
Pre, right? The bishop on g5.
Yeah.
So that's a problem. He played c4.
He played c4, and then...
And you were back within your book at this point.
Yeah, and I'm not completely sure whether I played the most accurate moves. But basically, yeah, when I found queen f5, I thought it's very safe. So the main idea is, it looks dangerous, of course, these 2 pawns, but here I just go a5. Now, what I wanted, I don't know if it's the most clever thing, but and now b4.
Seems to be working.
Yeah, and then b3, b2, and I grab one of the 2 pawns.
You use this as a decoy.
Yeah.
You decoy with one of the rooks, and then you pick up the other pawn.
So Jan played queen e2, and well, I was surprised because...
And he was blitzing everything.
Of course, you don't want to take on f5, but at the same time...
This allows you to take the initiative.
Yeah. And here I thought he should play a4, and indeed. I mean, after rook c1, suddenly... Yeah, and here I might... Yeah. I mean, I don't know, I just knew I'm better, but I couldn't find any constructive plan. Maybe here I played carelessly. Maybe I should go for h5, h4, but...
What was the general psychology going between you two guys during the game? Did you feel like he's tense at this point at all?
Of course, Jan was uncomfortable because, well, I mean, you don't normally end up in such positions, but at the same time, I don't know why I just started, you know, blitzing out moves like a4, a3, which, of course, are moves that make sense, but maybe are not the most accurate. And here, yeah, I could feel that things were not...
The advantage was slipping.
Yeah, because it looks very nice, and yeah, my general thought was I will look at once I get to this sort of position, I will look for my chances. But then it turns out, yeah.
So what was the one plan that you had in mind at this point? Rook c1, rook b1, rook b2?
Basically,
what was the idea?
There are plenty of ideas, so I can exchange rooks, I can exchange queens, or I can try to create an attack. The problem is, exchanging queens would be the best, but you need to have this rook on c3 already, because then rook d3 or even king f3.
So with the rook on c3, you have enough time to bring the king.
King to e5, and I think it can be very dangerous for Jan.
Absolutely.
So yeah, this was my main hope, but turns out I cannot really do that. Here I want maybe to exchange rooks, but I cannot really do that in a good way. So I don't know.
So you thought that if you exchange the rooks,
yeah,
you
here
get
like
some
for instance, rook
action.
c2 looks normal, but yeah.
Probably rook.
No.
Rook takes b1.
Yes, and now rook b6, and you're just in time. Because king f6, you take, and here's the thing. Now you manage to keep your pawn, and with this is an immediate draw.
Yeah. King to e6.
And here maybe king f8. Yeah, maybe I should go king f8. It shouldn't be enough because now he gets his
Just to interrupt you for a second, we do have another result.
Yeah.
That is the game between Levon and Wesley, which finished in a draw. Getting back to your game.
Yeah, so yeah, if I just wait, queen to d1, and it's fine. So probably I should have been a little bit more, accurate and also more sensible to, the details of the position, because to me, it happens to me that I think there's no big difference, that I can play whatever but then the advantage slips away, and that's what happened.
You knew that you have an advantage at this point, but how much of an advantage did you think
I
you
knew
had?
I had serious pressure, but I didn't think it should be
enough
winning. Yeah, So that was the issue. But of course, I should have managed to put in more pressure, and yeah, here, here for instance, here's here you cannot actually take only one weight.
Oh, this is actually losing for white, it seems like. Wow.
Yeah.
You just simply don't have a way to put your queen on the right square.
Seems like I was not careful.
So if you go all the way to here?
Yeah, here queen b4.
Queen to b4 followed by queen to b2, and then you cannot keep control of both pawns.
But yeah, okay. That's bad. That's really bad, actually. I was just settled on the draw. I didn't even consider rook e1.
Yeah, it's a difficult move because you feel like once the rooks are off the board, then white will be able to defend everything.
No, I told you originally that one of the plans was to exchange rooks. And here what I didn't realize probably is that, okay, if white has the king on
g2, then it's
g2, then he goes queen c4, and with the queen on c4, it's an immediate draw. But here, he doesn't have this setup, king g2.
And if you go king g2, now queen to e2 just wins.
Yeah.
Because queen to a1 falls for queen to e4, right?
Yeah.
Or queen to b2 even.
Queen b2, yeah.
Even stronger.
Okay. Yeah, that's bad then, because, of course, apparently after rook e1, it's still not winning, but it's definitely serious pressure, yeah.
Serious pressure, still...
That's a bad miss.
Bad miss, but still a very decent result with the black pieces. Now you will get the resting. What are you going to do during the resting?
What am I going to do tonight, first of all? I know what we're going to do tonight. We're going to have some nice dinner, and then tomorrow I'll be, checking what could happen in the next four games, in terms of openings, and all in all, relax as much as I can.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Maxime, for joining us, and we'll see you after tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you, Cristian.
Thank you. Guys, back to you.
Cristian, thank you, MVL. And we have this draw between our two top leaders, I want to say,
and these
here
are the
we're
people
replaying the draw.
They understand how you make a draw in this position. Bishop b7 and then c5,
very professional.
Not king takes f4. First you go c5 and then you go king takes f4.
Exactly.
That's the way to go about things. Very, very admirable understanding of the intricacies of this position.
Right. Okay, with these results, our current standings with 3 games remaining.
Yeah, the situation at the top remains unchanged. Wesley is leading on +2, 3.5 out of 5. Levon also drew today. Maxime also drew today against Jan. So the only player who could potentially challenge Wesley at the top there is Bogdan Deac, who is still playing his game against Firouzja, which is definitely our sort of big hope for a sharp fight. Fabi is much better, but Fabi is much better in a slightly one-sided affair, whereas the Deac-Firouzja game potentially could be a huge, big mess.
But Fabi's also not moving, which has me a little bit concerned, because he's been thinking here for a while. For 30 minutes on this move after f4 knight b8, he's spent 30 minutes here.
Wow.
And if you don't play f5,
why did you play f4?
Because remember what he did yesterday. We were harping about him going either knight d4 or b4, then knight d4.
Yeah.
And then he completely found a third solution out of nowhere that ended up losing him the game. So where is his mind focused in right now? If he's only looking at f5, at some point he'll play it, but way before the 30-minute mark, because what is the second candidate move in this position? What else is catching his attention here?
It's not clear. I mean, if you were going to play queen g3,
you would have done it the previous
move before, no question about it. I just wanted to say that for MVL, I think he just came and he was speaking about his game, and he more or less is very pleased with himself. He got to the moment where the engine's saying, hey, dude, play rook e1. And then he's like, he got tasered a little bit, and he goes, oh my God.
It's a horrible feeling, because
I just let a big advantage slip.
Yeah, he clearly, as he said himself, and that's what also what we were discussing here in the studio, that you absolutely know, having this position with black, that you're better, but you don't know how much, and you don't know whether there's anything significant or precise defense will hold it quite comfortably. And at some point, I think he just kind of gave up on the idea of having the advantage.
He saw perpetual.
Yeah, he felt that Jan is defending accurately enough, so it's probably equal.
And then there's the counter punch of rook e8, which makes you want to grab the draw quickly.
But after rook e1, it would have been actually quite annoying for white to continue. The evaluation isn't bottoming out. I'm pretty sure you can still put up a fight. Perhaps you don't even lose, but. For Jan, for Jan, who probably also at that point thought all the problems have been solved, it would have been a bit of a cold shower, and a bit of a missed opportunity there by MVL.
And again, we see Wesley So, when he has pole position, he's a very good player. He drew very comfortably against one of his near rivals with the black pieces. And again, we have the game between the two youngsters, rook a1 to e1. And I was sitting here thinking, like, if I'm black, I've got these pieces kind of sitting on the back rank. f7, f5 is a move I want to play.
Absolutely,
but is it a move that I'm prepared if I'm undeveloped? Am I taking too many risks, Peter?
I mean, you are definitely taking strategic risks doing it, but this might be the last comfortable moment to do it, because I have a feeling rook e1 is, it looks slightly artificial, but I have a feeling if you make some kind of a waiting move, white could actually consider playing bishop e2, d1 and pushing for e4, e5 themselves. And with the bishop on d1, f5, e5 becomes completely unattractive.
Exactly.
Like this position, this is unplayable.
Right.
So if you want to play f5, you probably want to be doing it when the bishop is still on e2. And f5 also creates very immediate tactical threats. F takes e4 threatens the bishop on f4, and the bishop cannot really. Bishop g5 maybe is a good reply though, which is something
Well, I was hoping...
F4 bishop f5 though, right?
Yeah, exactly. I was hoping that this bishop was going to tuck out on the f5 square in case of knight takes e4.
Yeah, so what is the reply after f5? Maybe you have to take on f5 and play queen g2, but then, you know, some of our pieces which have been completely dormant until then
yes,
are finally looking at squares. Yeah, and as our producers remind us here, it might be the last few moments of that being true, but so far we're 17 moves in and also 2 hours into the game, with white having 30 minutes on the clock, and we still have all 32 pieces on the board, not a single trade.
And let's jump back to Bucharest as Cristian is with Wesley.
Thank you, Yasser. Wesley, first of all, quite an easy, comfortable draw for you. Would you assess it that way, or did you feel any sort of pressure?
No, I think I was worth for 1 or 2 points in the game, but I think Levon didn't push it as hard as good. Like, I think f4 was inaccurate.
Take us
and I was very long. Well, first of all,
moments.
First of all, in the opening, I was expecting e4, yeah, because Levon's very good at like e4, e5 stuff. So obviously, I prepared a lot.
But you certainly prepared c4 as well. He played a lot at the American Cup.
Yeah, but I just assumed that he would play e4 like he always seemed to want to play e4 against me, e4, e5, Nesgirko Piazza. But like here also, when he played c4, I was very confused. Like, I prepared something against c4, but then I realized whatever I play, he's gonna play g3 next move. So if I go here, then I have some lines prepared against the knight moves. But I realized during the game that he will just play g3 no matter what I do. And also here, like, he doesn't move the knight, so he plays g3. And it's very flexible because he doesn't have to play knight c3 in many lines. So here I was going to play the symmetrical English, and I'm fine after knight f3, but then I realized that Levon plays this
d3,
this silly setup with queen d2 and f4, which is not very good, but I just assumed that Levon prepared something tricky here. I mean, I played myself with white, but it's not a very good line, but it's very tricky. So
absolutely, and you were concerned about his preparation and maybe combative spirit at this point. You wanted more of a quiet game.
Yeah, I mean, obviously he has to play for win, yeah, with the white pieces. Also, he's half point behind. But yeah, no, I just want to get a position which I had looked at recently, and this is not
this
one
is
of them. So then, like here, I thought he would play knight c3, but then after knight f3, obviously the main line is like knight c3, and now black can play knight c7 or g6. But it seems Levon was trying to get us into new positions.
Into a new position, more of a tame approach by him, just keep a slight advantage.
Yeah.
Were you concerned at any point that he was building up the pressure?
So first of all, I thought
tell us the big moment where you felt you were under some tension.
First of all, I thought this endgame is pretty equal, but I haven't looked at it for months. But I just remembered that some position like this, g6, I think Boris Gelfand has some memorable games here. And then bishop d7. And I think if white gets rook a1, king b1,
yeah.
That's a Boris Gelfand game. But I remember black supposed to equalize somewhere, but I couldn't remember exactly. But I was very surprised when he took. I mean...
And he played it quite fast also.
Yeah, so obviously he has prepared.
He had some knowledge here.
Yeah, he has prepared some variations. I mean, black can... It's impossible to believe black can be worse because of the bishop there. So I was quite happy with what happened in the opening. But, I mean, it wasn't so easy. Like, here I remembered I looked at some h5 stuff. But, yeah, like h5 to control the light squares. And the idea, I think, is after king e1, h4, g4, black can, yep. During the game, I was looking at f5, but it's not very good. So I guess the idea is e4. So
try to simplify the position, exchange some pawns.
Yeah, so actually this line is probably the easiest way to equalize, because if you trade the e-pawns, then...
And you can probably cover on the open e file with one of the bishops, so that should be safe enough.
Yeah, so I think h5, maybe black white has to move the knight. Then I guess bishop e6, and then, I don't know, some f5, h4, something like that.
Because h4 you don't want to allow g4, right?
Yeah, I guess h4, g4. I mean, it's playable, maybe white slightly better, but maybe f5 then.
And then h4.
Something like
Exchange some pawns, right?
computer lines. But what I played is the human way. Like here, king f2. I mean, I was slightly worse. Like I couldn't figure out a4, bishop, or bishop e7 is also playable. But I think Lebon said what I played is okay.
And you guys entered this opposite color bishop
Yeah.
endgame, but now you were on the defensive side.
Yeah,
Yesterday
always,
you were
huh?
on the offensive side, today on the defensive side.
Yeah, at least I'm not a pawn down.
Seems like you're attracting the opposite color bishops in this tournament. This is the third game with
Yeah.
this imbalance.
Yeah, but I was just, I mean, I was okay with an endgame, but obviously I'm slightly worse. Maybe I should have played a4, rook c1, king d7, knight d2. I mean, obviously this engine is not very strong.
No, don't
But-
worry too much about that engine.
Yeah, I think knight d2 is very strong, because if he played here, bishop e7, I get rook b8, and with the bishop pair, it's hard to believe it could be worse. So knight d2 is strong because he's threatening knight c4. So I took, and here I think f4 is a mistake, but maybe Lebon told me his advantage is not that big. I thought he could play e4, and it looks quite unpleasant for black, like a4, f4. I mean, I wouldn't mind playing this with white, because the bishop on c3 is very solid.
Got it. So now
Takes,
after
takes.
the exchange,
Yeah, takes,
then you have a good way to attack on the g file as
Yeah,
white,
king
right?
e3, rook g1.
Got
Yeah,
it.
I think f4, he played f4 too quickly. I was much more worried
And what
with
was the
e4.
difference
Yeah, I
from
get-
the variation that you showed us to the game?
I get that move.
And now you're controlling e4.
Yeah, now I prevent him from playing e4. Yeah, I mean, I think if he played e4, black's position slightly worse, a bit suffering. I mean, the computer gives...
A bit less space, right?
Yeah, also the difference of the dark squared bishops. Yeah, the problem, like, rook b5, I thought white can also do something like this. Yeah, the main problem is that the presence of the e pawns prevents my bishop from getting a post on
d5, an outpost on d5.
But I
Very
was
nice.
very, very happy when I saw f4.
And once you established that beautiful bishop on d5, you got to this point, you sacrificed the pawn momentarily.
Yeah.
And I saw you, I came into the playing hall and you played this move, rook to h8. How were you feeling at this point? I saw the clocks and I was getting a bit worried. 53 minutes for him, 27 for you. Worried at all, or?
Thanks for being worried for me. No, I think I spent a lot of time the opening, but when he played f4, my play was very easy. So
quite quick.
I wasn't worried at all. I think, I'm not sure if he missed something like f5, bishop e4 or something like that. But in any case, here, black's just totally fine with king comes to f5. Like there's more than one way. Rook a7 or king f7 is probably also okay. Here h5 is also okay. And here both king f5 or king f7. I mean, I thought...
I would be worried getting checkmated on f5.
Ah!
Yeah, some rook g5 or something like that.
Yeah, king g4.
You're always escaping, yeah.
Yeah, the funny part is actually if you take, like you get checkmated.
With e3, yes. This is what I would be worried about.
Unfortunately, h3, you have rook e8. But yeah, I saw this line. I was like...
That's a funny one.
Yeah, that's a self-made.
Wesley, you're going into the rest day, at least as of right now, as the leader of the event. What are you going to do during the rest day?
Well, rest day is supposed to rest. Try to get back to my flow. I mean, I think tomorrow Grandchester is holding a fundraiser for the victims in Ukraine, so it's very nice. I'm going. I mean, it's terrible that this war has been going on for a couple months now, and also we're so close to it here. Like in the US, you probably can't barely feel it, the war, but here for Eastern Europeans, it's very dangerous. So I also saw a lot of my friends, Russian chess friends, who left Russia, at least at the moment. So it's very sad for them. I mean, I'm very happy that we still have the Grandchester and stuff. And as my mother always says, all I have to worry about is losing a chess game. Meanwhile, for millions of people, they have to leave their homes.
Wesley, always very thoughtful. Thank you very much, and we're looking forward to see you after tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you.
Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Cristian. Thank you, Wesley. Enjoy your rest day. +2 feels like a good day's work. Let's turn our attention to the game of Alejandro, because that's really an intriguing moment. And I think you were right, Peter, when you said, if you're going to play f5, it's one of those now or never moments. And Ali Riza played f5, but then he followed up with a rather surprising move. I thought bishop
I
takes
think it's
f5
just he's playing
was the
very, very
tempo.
concretely, yeah, because the bishop on f4 is hanging, obviously.
Right.
You don't really want to be giving up the pawn on h6, because I think the most natural move in the position otherwise would be bishop g3, because it's the most solid. It overprotects the pawn on f2, which actually is relevant, as I will attempt to show in a moment.
Yes.
But your pawn on h6 is your pride and joy, and you don't really want to give it up for nothing here.
You put a lot of energy in getting it there, right? And you just lost it for what?
And yeah, it's a kind of a tricky one, because queen g2 seems logical, and actually what I was going to say is completely pointless, because I was going to point out the variation bishop takes c3, b takes c3, knight e4, but after queen g2. No,
oh,
after
pardon
queen
me.
g2.
Excuse me.
Yeah, but obviously queen g2, bishop takes c3, white takes with the queen, not with the pawn, using the pawn on h6 to not have to worry about rook takes f4.
Right.
Yeah,
but queen
which is,
takes c3 is
which
rather
is something
awkward.
which is something I originally missed.
Right.
So queen d2 does look logical, and then you have to wonder why it was so beneficial for black to take with the rook instead of the bishop. Maybe he just wants to play bishop d7, rook a f8, and increase the pressure along the
f-line.
f5.
That's right. That's right. By the way, I remember I was in Bonn, Germany during a match between Vladimir Kramnik and Deep Fritz. And Vladimir made a move, got up from the board and was like, just going to go get a coffee, was enjoying the move, and it was mate in one.
Yeah,
it was played on the board, and it was sort of like, oh.
Yeah, it's a famous instance. How many of these have you seen live apart from
one?
that?
That was it.
Just the one, yeah.
That was it. Mate in one on the board. That was a cold shower, Alejandro. Have you experienced something like that? It was like mate in one.
I blundered mate in one once.
You did.
You did blunder mate in one? It's since I was a kid, I don't think so.
No. I was about 12-ish. I was a reasonably decent player by that point.
I did give a grandmaster mate in one, but I could understand that one, because if you didn't find the mate in one, that sounds weird, but the second best option also looked tempting, but it was a perpetual.
Mate in one or perpetual.
Or perpetual, yeah.
And I also played in a tournament where a very strong grandmaster blundered mate in one, but me personally, not since that one time during the, I think the very, very last Soviet under 18th.
Right.
I just, I thought I was completely winning, yeah, and it turns out I wasn't. Who knew?
I do remember from Linares, there was a game where Nigel Short famously moved his king up the board, and it's not against Jan Timman, but it's against Alexander Big Al Beliavsky. And, Nigel was better, and he moved his king up the board and right into mate in one.
Actually, my example also
surprise.
features Beliavsky. Yeah, so Beliavsky actually had this happen to him twice, yeah, but not all. I think always on the winning side of it, yeah, because the game I was referring to, I think, is Wróblewski-Beliavsky from the Novosibirsk round robin in '95, where Wróblewski just blundered something like queen f6, a1, mate with the king on, or queen b2, I think, with the queen on b1 and the pawn on a3, which is a really weird mate to blunder in one, actually. But yeah, and that short Beliavsky game is also quite famous. Yeah,
exactly. Let's pick up the action. Well, first of all, you got Fabi. What is Fabi doing?
Fabi went into a think and came up with this idea. After the move f4, knight b8, he played the move queen a3. We were wondering what else can he be thinking about. We thought the move f5 came as an automatic with the idea of queen h3 later.
Right.
But this seemed to be this cagey idea. Now after knight e4, he wasn't interested in the Yasser Seirawan school of chess. Queen takes a7, queen takes b7. It is playable. Just to give you some sample lines, queen takes a7, f6 is playable. You would have to save the bishop with f5 and bishop f4. You cannot take on b8 because knight g3, you start having problems with the queen coming to e3, the rook hanging, and this king surprisingly weak now that the piece has left its side. But Fabi wasn't interested in any of that. It was playable according to the engine. Instead, after knight b8, queen a3, knight e4, here he played the move f5. So it's like he was waiting for the knight to come to e4, and then after pawn takes, he's played the move queen h3. The difference, the knight is not on d6, so f5 is hanging immediately. Play continued with the only moves for black, f6, rook takes f5, and knight d7. These moves are absolutely forced. We already knew that if you take the bishop in this position, then queen g4 check, followed by rook h5 will just finish the game, as there's mate threats on the h-file. So knight d7 was played, and the move bishop f4 after that. And this is currently the position we have on the board. 8 minutes for Fabi, not a lot of time. 32 for Shak. Still, it looks like a very dangerous position for the black side. You do have a pretty bare king with the knight coming to g4 and a lot of pieces trying to reach it, but the position is not hopeless. There is a strong knight on e4. There will be a couple of counter chances if white is not careful. So for the time, the engines are saying black is in a dangerous situation to still advantage white, but black is the one that has to find a couple of moves. But it's not the same type of advantage we were talking about earlier, where it was just kind of crashing through, and there was a knight all the way on a6 that couldn't come back and defend the king. The king has been given this time for the knight to return to its defense with knight a6 to b8 to d7, and now it's at least participating on this side of the board. So a completely different scenario in which white doesn't have the tempi that he had on the previous variations we were looking at to just dismantle the defenses. Here black can take his time, play a move like rook e7, even king f7 is being suggested, so that knight g4 can be met with queen takes f5. Of course, knight g4, queen takes f5, knight h6 check would pick up the queen right now. So king f8, a prophylactic move against knight g4, or rook e7, which looks very natural to me. Just bring the rook to the 7th rank. You never know when rook h7 or rook g7 will be a good move. Of course, perhaps not immediately because, well, actually in rook g5 you have knight takes g5. So yeah, rook e7 and bring the rook on the 7th rank.
Wow, I mean, not only that, I feel like Fabi spoiled at his advantage. He spoiled his clock, too.
Yeah,
I mean, he was like 50
yeah.
minutes on his clock. Suddenly he only has 8 minutes, and he's letting his opponent back
And I
in
think
the game.
it's very visible that his advantage has dissipated because black is a lot better equipped to dealing with the threats on the king side. With the pawn, the fact that the pawn f6 got to f6 and survived,
right,
closes down much of the attack that white had on the king side. You still have some chances here, of course. Knight g4, as Alejandro pointed out, is still coming, despite the fact that the rook on f5 will optically be hanging, but knight h6 check solves that issue very conclusively. But rook e7, rook g7, the king might start running towards the queen side.
Yeah.
And we also have traded off some of our attackers by this point. So
yeah, rook e7, rook h7
yeah,
too,
that as well,
to cover the king. Feels like Shak is back in the game. Let's just turn our attention briefly to Richie's game for just a moment.
This is where I did my, off camera, I did my startled deer expression there because Richie just went b2, b4, and I thought,
what?
Yeah, I mean, why not? But also why?
b2,
Both of
b4.
those. He wants to get. I can actually explain this. After the initial shock has faded away, yeah, you want to gain space on the queen side. And the move h7, h5 that Linear played just then is a bit of a draw offer because if you go gh, en passant, rook takes h6, the structure is so anodyne that like nothing will ever happen here.
2, 3, 3, yeah.
So and Richie is another of those players who does not really like finishing chess games when there is still a chess game to be had. So he maintains the tension, and he wants to gain some space on the queen side. But if he starts with c4, which maybe optically looks a little bit more natural, that allows c5.
Right.
And black will also gain some space. And black would very much like the queen side to look like a7, b6, c5 with their light square bishop, knight coming to d6, king coming to c7. That's a very, very harmonious way to continue here. And by playing b4, Richie is saying, I would like to play c4, c5 myself. I would like to challenge the eventual knight on d6 because black would very much like to establish a knight on d6 here. And I want to do it in such a way that disallows c7, c5, or at least makes it much harder to achieve. Linear played rook e8, a move
which is great. I mean, you're taking an open file.
I mean, rook
maybe
e5,
on a good
f4
day.
doesn't really... Yeah. He wants to go rook e3, g3 maybe. So if I play c4 here...
c4. And
also, there's maybe an idea of playing c5, b takes c5, rook e5. Maybe that's what he wants.
That's intriguing.
Maybe that's what he wants.
That's a nice way of mixing things up and creating mutual chances, as we might say. And as we try to decipher these games, we want to always invite our audience and ask the panel. We have a tweet.
Absolutely.
Pushkaraj? How do I pronounce it?
Pushkaraj, I would say, yeah. Provided that Magnus plays on with maximum motivation, who among the candidates do you think has the best chance of beating him in the upcoming World Championship match, and in which segment? Classical, rapid, tiebreak, or later? Later would be Armageddon, I guess.
Well, let's take a look at who all is in the candidates. And of these 8 players, who do you reckon would give Magnus a run for his money?
I if I had to choose one name, I think Alireza probably is the sort of the least known quality, even though Magnus has been doing fine against him, completely fine. But I would be choosing out of the three names there. I think the three names are Fabi, Alireza, and Ding Liren. And those would be that was like bucket A for me to choose from. No disrespect to the others, like Jan has been playing well, and first half of the match in Dubai was extremely even. Like it will go down in history as a complete blowout because of the final score. But like first 5.5 games, if you had to give advantage to somebody, I would say Jan had the better of the first 5.5. It's sort of irrelevant because the match did end with a +4 score.
Right.
But it was a very close match until then.
I completely agree, and even the marathon game that he lost, I mean, if he had taken the pawn...
He was close to winning at one point in the game.
Alejandro, jump into the question that the viewer posed. Who do you think could give Magnus the best run for his money?
I think Magnus himself said it, right? He wants to see the new generation come up, so Alireza is definitely in the picture. But he said that who are the best rivals against him right now, and it comes to Fabi and Ding Liren. They have been the ones that pose the most problems, the people that he thinks are the strongest players. And if you see that field of candidates, there's a lot of creativity, there's a lot of resources, a lot of talent, but does it get up to the resources and talent and the dedication? Especially in a match format that Fabi and Ding Liren have put in, and I just don't think so.
Well, what do you think about Duda, Richard, and Alireza being the young
I think they're
generation?
very dangerous. I think they're great. They're very dangerous. They're exciting players, especially when it comes to Duda and Richie. Yeah. But pit them in a match format against Magnus, especially Richie. Man, that's trouble. You can't play E4, E5, knight E2 and hope to win a world championship. It's just this is not going to happen.
No.
Yeah, I mean, Young Krzysztof did actually knock out Magnus from the World Cup that he eventually won in Sochi in 2021. So
and broke his streak.
Yeah, I mean, clearly everyone who is in the candidates deserves to be in the candidates. They're all very strong players. But yeah, you do have to start by naming those three because those three kind of caused Magnus problems over the years. Ding Liren, I think, comes about as close as possible from the current players of being an awkward opponent for Magnus. Magnus lost tie breaks to him. Magnus lost classical games to him.
Grand Chess Tour, London.
Ding appears to be sort of unafraid of Magnus, which is a very important starting point. Sort of feeling comfortable playing Magnus in any format. But yeah, pretty much everyone in that field will feel they have a shout. But I would start with those three. And also you do have to sort of mention the question that is hanging in the air of whether Magnus actually plays.
Has the motivation to play, as he himself has said.
I don't think this is a marketing ploy.
No, I don't either.
At all. I think he is very, very sincere in perhaps not enjoying the format of the current World Championship as much as some other people, and he's played enough of them to feel that he doesn't have to prove himself very much anymore. He doesn't really like the grueling classical matches like the 12, 14 game matches that he's been playing.
Exactly.
And it's a bit weird because we for a while now we haven't had the situation where the world champion says, yes, I'm the world champion, but I'm not that interested in defending my title. I will, we will burn that bridge when we come to it.
Right.
But it's a topic, and we kind of know he will play Alireza because he pretty much said so.
Right.
But
otherwise,
yeah. For the rest, it would be extremely it's very difficult for me to see him abdicating. Like when push comes to shove,
€2 million
it's
up
not,
for
it's
grabs.
not even the money. I don't think he struggles for cash. Honestly,
No.
I think it's just the idea of giving up something that he fought so hard for. It will be problematic even for him, but who knows?
Something I hadn't thought about, but the candidates traditionally has been a tournament in which one person wins and everybody else loses. And would this candidates be a little bit different now that Magnus has said that, and you think, well, if you get second, there is a chance.
Be a challenger as well.
That might be challenger as well, right?
Right. Yes.
Might change the dynamics a little bit.
Very much so. I would just like to echo one other thing, is that I've known Magnus since he was a very young boy. We played on the Hilversum Chess Club together, and his father, Hendrik, I've watched him develop and flower as a young man and grandmaster and world champion. And one of the things that has always caught me about Magnus is he is so upfront with you. He will tell you truthfully, with complete, this is what I am trying to do.
Yeah, absolutely.
And when he says, I could abdicate,
yeah,
I don't dismiss this. I mean, I really don't.
He is one of the more interesting interviews in world chess right now, actually. I think he gives very, very forthright, very honest interviews, which are very, very good to listen to, because it gives you a unique, or view into the mind of somebody who's been dominant in the world chess for such a long time.
I'd like to turn our attention and go back. Thank you very much for the question, by the way, as that was very, very much a topical discussion as to who would be the best challenge for Magnus. We saw Rook takes F5 in the game.
Bishop G5 chosen by Bogdan, which is a good move, obviously. You put pressure on E7. It feels like you're not entirely sure if E7 is actually hanging, or maybe Black can, use the time to develop some pieces. But Queen D8 chosen by Alireza, I think, very clearly indicates that he feels E7 was actually hanging.
Exactly, and it's intriguing for me. Like the Queen on B6, it's not that great. You think you have some threats, maybe, I don't know, on the F2 square. F2 is properly defended. Are you going to play Queen B4?
Not really,
it's not really.
It's kind of empty. Yeah,
but if you were to ask me what would be a really good square to be on, I would say F8. I'm tickling H6. I'm on the open file. I'm supporting even an E with my queen on F8, pardon me. I am supporting E7, E6 because I'll be defending D6. And somehow the queen on F8, to my way of thinking, is far more useful than on B6.
Absolutely.
I like this retreat, Queen D8, which is a
My question is, what is the follow-up for White? I quite like this position optically, but you would maybe like to play Bishop D3, but you very much hate, I think, the idea of allowing Rook takes F3, GF knight E5. I think Black absolutely jumps at this opportunity to ruin the structure on the king's side.
No question about it. If I have to play GF3, I stop.
Yeah, Bishop E7.
Bishop G6 is
Bishop G6
movie.
and Bishop takes E7 are all available, but you have to calculate. Yeah.
Rook E7, Bishop G6.
Bishop E7, I think, or Bishop G6. Yeah.
This is where I'm not taking the rook on F3, obviously, for reasons that you mentioned. I don't want to deal with GF and knight E5. But okay, Bishop D1?
Bishop D1 is a kind of a saner option here, very much renewing the pressure against the E7 pawn and asking Alireza to commit to something.
Exactly.
And he clearly does not like the idea of playing Bishop F6. He could have played it on the previous move, but trading the Bishop on H8 for the Bishop on G5 and leaving his king even with even fewer defenders, I don't think appeals to him very much. He might be eventually forced into it, but he would very much.
He's resisting.
Yeah, like not to do that.
And by the way, we have seen throughout the first 4 rounds that Daniel, he's a thinker too. He's been getting into time trouble quite a bit, and he's left himself
6 against 12. Yeah, 6 against 12 on move 20. He's played Queen C2, D2 here, which is a nice consolidating move, but perhaps slightly less forceful than the rest.
It's not like Alireza has a sea of time like we're used to him having.
Right.
He usually has tons of time by this point, but he has 12 minutes as well.
Players are really playing well. The position's very difficult.
It's a tough position. I like the move Queen D2. I really like the idea of putting this bishop on D1 in many occasions, and I think the move Queen D2 makes it even stronger because in some positions you will play the move Bishop C2.
Challenging the rook on F5.
Challenging the rook on F5, saying, do you really want to take on F3 in those positions? Because I wasn't so convinced that Black jumps at the possibility you are getting rid of this knight on G4, and there are no direct threats. The move Queen D2 defends the bishop on G5 as well. You don't know when a move like knight H4 is a cheapo, where it attacks the knight on G4 and the rook on F5. And remember that at some point, if I take on G4, you take back with the bishop on G4. E7 is hanging at the end, right?
Right.
So there are some variations you're going to have to consider in this position. And Alireza quickly plays the move Queen F8.
Very understandable.
Very understandably.
G7 needs to be covered because I was even thinking that, let's say, if you play Bishop D7 there, just as a kind of a sensible passing move, even knight D4 might be
precisely.
playable.
That was a move that I really liked because, again, these awkward mate one threats are kind of a showstopper.
Yeah.
Otherwise,
obviously you have to calculate, because knight d4, rook takes g5 exists, and after queen takes g5 you have to calculate bishop takes d4, bishop f6 first or something. But it seems to be working out. Yeah, it seems to be working out.
So I do like this move, queen f8, very much. Again, sidestepping a lot of those threats. For example, knight. I don't know. Wait a minute.
The thing about knight h4 is that
no?
now you have to calculate bishop takes c3, something that was not available in many other variations because g7 was always made. Now it's not made. The queen guards that square, and now rook takes g5 looks like an extra piece.
As well as knight e4.
As well as knight e4.
If I'm taking with the pawn, there is that knight e4. What you wanted to say, Ali?
Yeah, I think we do play bishop d1 and then we go from there, because bishop d1 just kind of improves our position in every possible way. We attack e7, we control the e4 square for all these tactics that we've just been discussing. No knight e4 jumps for you, sir. And yeah, if you want to play bishop f6, you can play bishop f6, and then we will consider whether taking is good, or whether we can actually maybe even ignore it.
And there we go, bishop d1 is expected.
Bishop d1 as expected. And again, time trouble for these players. What move are we on? It seems like they've played slowly.
Yeah, 21.
And they've used virtually all their clocks, 12 minutes versus 5-6 minutes. And the increments. And it's very awkward. Some very tough decisions are going to be required in the next few moves.
Absolutely,
here, Peter.
This is the one to watch. Yeah, we have 2 more games going, but they are, compared to this, they are a lot drier. Even though I briefly glanced, because I was wondering if what Fabi was doing is any good, and apparently he is back to being quite a bit better in his game.
Surprisingly.
But now it's more of a positional advantage. I don't think he is really even trying to give mate anymore, but he is kind of tickling the queen side and provoking some weaknesses, and it's awkward to meet this move queen b3, because if you play b5, you will have some weaknesses to address, and white can then switch perhaps to the king side again, play queen f3. Black has the option of playing rook h8, trading the rooks, but then your endgame is actually not entirely equal. I can take, give a check from h5, play knight g4 perhaps, and you still have some issues to solve. And we have also, with white, successfully managed to weaken the queen side potentially for some endgames.
Yeah, anytime you give me a position like this where you put a knight on f5, I'm going to be in my element thinking, oh boy, have I got good things happening for you. You mentioned in the game between Richie and Lanier, you would dream to get b4, c4, c5, and Richie aspired for that after the move rook e8. I especially liked what you said.
I think I know why he didn't do that, at least. Yeah. If c5, bc5, rook e5, I think the point is we can play knight f3, rook takes c5, bishop takes g6, and that endgame, we're not a pawn up because we will lose the pawn on c4 with check, but the knight on c8 is kind of awkward, and the pawn on g6 eventually will be quite weak. Let's say I go king b2 here, fg, rook takes d7. White has the more active rook, and the pawn on g6, if it walls, probably ends the game. Yeah, because the g-pawn will become extremely dangerous.
We'll call that the g-pawn express.
Yeah, so it feels like this might be the reason not to play c5, and Lanier indeed decides to be a bit more conservative, play b7, b6. Yeah.
b7, b6, and let's go back again. For Firouzja, I mean, we've been saying this all the time. A big tournament coming up in the candidates. And it's important that he comes into the candidates with, I want to say, not a head of steam or wind in his sails, but at least a good deal of confidence.
Yeah,
right now
you want to be in a good mood. It's not like winning this tournament is not necessary, but if he actually ends up, I don't know, finishing on -1 as he currently is,
that would be horrifying.
It will be a very serious dampener on his. Although I think Fabi, before he won that candidates in the 2018, he scored something like -4 in Vike, right?
Right.
Yeah,
he
had
a
Vike,
disaster.
I think he won Grenke just before.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly. He had that great result in Grenke.
In Grenke, right.
Yeah. So these things are always somewhat arbitrary, like just how much a very poor result in the run-up to the candidates actually harms your candidates. But clearly, you would prefer to do without. Like, I mean,
exactly.
There's no argument that you would prefer
One
to
of
do
the
without.
things in the old cycle is, you qualified for the candidates, but you qualified from these incredibly long interzonals. So you would usually be coming from this, very exhausting long interzonal tournament where you did very well. Congratulations, that's how you become a candidate. And you'd have wind in your sails, and these players, like myself, would spend the next 2 months trying to prepare themselves. But we want to see something good happen for Alireza in this game. Well, not this game, but this tournament. Please, Alejandro, jump in.
Well, we're going to switch a little bit because they are in time pressure. Fabi is playing against Shaq. We did look more or less at this variation after the move Queen B3. Peter, you mentioned B5, which is very logical. Mamed took a very similar step. Instead of all the way to B5, put the pawn on B6, maybe hoping to fix the structure later. But the same recipe, Queen F3, Rook H8. He had to cover the H file. Takes, check, King G8 is the current position. I expect the move Knight G4 kind of plays itself. Fabi is down to 2 minutes and 48 seconds to make 5 moves of chess. Knight G4 at least doesn't seem very difficult, and he does retain a very strong initiative because it's obvious which king is the one that is being hunted down.
Right.
The engines say it's decisive, but
wow.
But I expect for it to require some precision because I don't quite see the killing blows in many of the variations, but the engines are saying there's huge advantage for white. I can't imagine that he won't play Knight G4 here, though.
Okay, how does
I'm wondering
it
why it hasn't
become
been played
huge?
yet even.
Yeah, Knight G4, obviously, you just want to put the knight on this gorgeous outpost F5.
F5, yeah.
Then how does it go? For example, just go ahead and...
Knight F8, we give a check, we probably go King, Queen G4, Queen G7. And then I'm wondering if you can just play G2, G4 and kind of pass the move to... No, but that allows Queen F7. That is not that great.
G2, G4.
Yeah, I wanted to just kind of say you have no moves here because the knight on E4 cannot leave its post because of knight D6 check. Knight on F8 is also not very active, but Queen F7 bugs me.
Fortunately, just
bugs me.
Yeah, I do have one move, but unfortunately, it's a very good one.
Yeah.
You did everything rapidly and pretty well. There's no...
And he's actually played Queen G6 check instead, which is clearly the other move that is worth considering there, but
how do you
not as good. Yeah, because the king can actually run towards the center, and we are driving it towards the better squares.
But he did play Queen G6 check. Did the computer like this move? No, not at all, right?
King F8 is forced here. Clearly, you never put the king in the corner, and then I assume you still go Knight G4, right?
Right.
Yeah, but it's just I'm not. Why did you put it with this move order?
Yeah, I'm not sure why this is supposedly better than the other move order.
And he has played Knight G4.
Yeah, Knight G4 on the board. All right.
But maybe he was afraid that he found the position after the knight on F8 being a very good defender, and he was disturbed by it.
The knight is a good defender, but what the edges wanted to do was keep that king on the king side. So even if you go back to this variation after the move Knight G4, Knight F8, check.
And don't go for the Queen G7.
Don't go for Queen G4, Queen G7. You need to tie black up. You can play Queen G4 if you felt like it. But after the move King F7, stop there. The king wants to run to the queen side. He can't currently because
don't
E7.
Push it there.
Yeah, E7's covered. E8 is met with Knight G7. So the king's not going to go anywhere.
Something like A2, A4 or something.
A4, A4, C3, try to zugzwang black on the queen side. It's slow and it's not clear, especially when you're in time pressure, right? You want to look for something immediate, concrete, kill the king. But there's nothing there. There's no concrete blow, which is what I was mentioning earlier, that finishes off the game. You just have this positional advantage, and black can't really make a lot of moves.
Instead, we do have Queen G6 check
and
on the board,
King
F8 and Knight
and
G4.
The king, I assume, can continue running. Knight G4, we probably play King E7. I assume he wants either Knight E3 or Knight H6. I don't know which one is stronger. They seem very similar to me.
And if you want to really taser your opponent, like Yasser likes to say, you can play Knight C3.
Knight C3?
Yeah, how this works, I don't know. It works.
Hold on.
On the previous move, I guess, yeah.
At this moment?
Yeah.
Right now. Queen E1, Queen H4 is a perpetual, yeah.
And Queen H6 lets go of the knight on G4.
Yeah, but like who does that?
No, computers do that. It's a funny move, though.
It is. It is a very strange move indeed. I don't think we'll see Knight C3, but I am being told we got to go back to the game of Deac for a moment because he is really low on time.
Yeah, and for a moment I would suggest probably in this case mins until they're done with the time trouble, unless something really dramatic happens on other boards. Because yeah, this is where all the action is going to be.
I love this move. Rook F5, F7. I think it
well, he's
fits beautifully into
He's basically
what,
trying to be as non-committal as possible,
exactly,
and to give his opponent enough rope.
But also avoid all the tactics that may or may not occur after moves like knight d4 and or knight h4, a move that would discover attack against the knight, discover attack against the rook. Instead, you say, okay, I'm turning over the move to you. And you've only got a minute.
He always has a minute.
He always has. Yeah. He starts.
He always has 30 seconds.
He always has 30 seconds.
Or 31.
Oh my! 49 seconds for that's a lot of moves. I know you're surviving on increment, but it's not a position where you just survive.
Yeah, and here I think you want to double on the e file, but you don't have enough squares, which is where an idea of trading the knight on c3 for the knight on c5 comes in. So both knight a4 and knight e4.
He's reaching for his b-pawn, and he's played b2,
like
b3.
Moves, yeah, b3 is a kind of a waiting move.
Yeah. Did my spidey sense start tingling?
Knight h6, bishop c3 or something?
Yeah, you just put up. Is that a cookie? Is it my birthday? I mean, you.
I'm not sure about how much of a cookie
undefended
it is,
the knight.
Hey, you don't win it, right?
What? Why?
I mean, you're not up a pawn at the very least. I could take on h6, take on c3, take on f8.
Yeah.
And then rook e7.
And then rook e7.
But that endgame is really nice for black. I think you do pretty much anything else. Like here I go king takes f8 after rook e7. Yeah. It's just a very, very pleasant
nice,
endgame.
Yeah.
I think I'd actually much rather play some kind of opposition pawn down than this. Yeah, b3 seems to be a bit of a mistake. And this is where I think the calculation by Alireza that, in practical terms, he's playing against somebody who, I mean, he's a very strong player, Bogdan, and he's been playing really well. But he also keeps on playing on increment.
Yeah, and eventually that has repercussions.
There are 30 pieces on the board here, and stuff is hanging everywhere. So yeah, it's going to be difficult for him to keep.
The thing is, analyzing this is also tough on 6 minutes and 30. He doesn't have an hour. And the thing about knight h6 is that even on the variations that you win a pawn, how good is it?
But explain to me the move b3, because I'm still trying to understand why you I play bishop d7
instantly.
Explain
to you the move like I was a kind of chess commentator or
something. Bishop d7, I develop. What does b3 do for white's position?
I think he just wanted to make like a solid positional move, and b3 is something you do in the king. I mean,
I think it's a weakening move.
Sort of, yes.
I mean,
stops a4 from happening.
Firouzja said, get rid of the knight.
I think it's straight up. You just go b3, bishop d7, a3.
b3.
Yeah,
Bishop
I think that's just
d7,
a plan. Bishop d7,
a3. Well, Kasparov would play a4.
And then we go knight takes a4, and we've pleased Firouzja, and we also ate a pawn, right?
We pleased Firouzja, and we ate a pawn. Okay, I'm told that VAR is smiling now, so we've pleased him. Looks weird to me. b3. Okay, I don't like this move.
Yeah, I'm not a fan, but I don't think it spoils very much. I'm also,
unless knight h6 is an issue.
Once again, my good eyesight will be my undoing here, because after knight takes h6, the machine goes bishop g5 e3, I think, which is a move you cannot make.
No. I mean, bishop e3 is... Yeah, bishop e3 is the main move. But I think knight h6, maybe you have the move knight a4. I think this one makes more sense to me.
Knight a4?
Yeah, because you cannot take on a4.
But then we go knight f5. It's a good square for the knight. And particularly if you're planning to take on c5, it will give us a very nice d4 square.
Yes, then
Thank you. Yeah.
And knight e5, I guess. Knight e5 comes in, though. Yeah. This is very, very nice play for the pawn.
Yeah, or you can even like throw in takes, knight e5.
We could
and then c5 is hanging.
Knight a4.
But this is kind of the point, right? It doesn't matter where the knight on h6 goes or how you defend it. I'll take on c5, I'll take on c6. And then I've ruined your structure. I've just ruined your structure.
Definitely. I completely agree with that. And well, when I saw the move knight e5 as well, I just thought, okay, that's sufficient compensation.
Yeah, we don't need to go any further.
Yeah, okay, so knight h6, so I guess it's bishop d7.
The question is whether anything else is much stronger than knight takes h6. And knight takes h6 might have some shock value.
By the way, he has played knight takes h6.
And as usual, Deac not at the board.
Not at the board, yeah, on a minute. And 19 moves to go, or whatever it is, 18 moves to go.
By the way, you were saying the first move was bishop e3?
Yeah, that's the top move of the engine, but I don't want to think about it.
Wow.
Yeah, creates an additional idea of knight g5.
Knight g5.
Yeah, like
and it's the same idea of bishop c5. Well, actually...
Yeah, it actually takes on c5, I think, after some moves.
It actually makes a lot of sense once you plunk it on the board. But coming up with the idea...
Like impossible. No, this is not a move you can make.
30 seconds as we're going to get a
bird's
eye view of the clock.
He's going to play either bishop takes h6 or knight a4. Those are the two moves that I think are possible in this position, realistically.
20 seconds and counting. And it doesn't feel to me like he's got it in his mind to play knight a4, knight a4, bishop e3.
Whoa, DC.
DC at how much? 4 seconds.
On 4 seconds. Yeah, on 4. I think he wants BC knight d5.
Or BC knight.
BC knight d5.
I think that's his. That would be my explanation for why. Or maybe knight a4 actually. Maybe knight a4 now, having included DC BC.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
BC. Pardon me, d5 takes c6 on the board after the recapture.
Yeah, knight d5, knight f5 is the problem. But knight a4 might be clever here. But we have sort of committed to d takes, b takes a bit too early, which maybe means that knight g4 becomes slightly more attractive here because we actually badly want to stop knight e5.
And knight g4 was the best move either way.
Yeah, I like that because when you played knight e5 against me, Peter, I just said,
yeah, absolutely.
I didn't like.
I think we should be, well...
And knight d4, completely different approach.
And I think we should be sticking with this view because this is a very, very exciting time trouble. And our viewers have seen enough of us by this point.
They never see enough. Okay, c6 is hanging. H6 is hanging.
H6 is hanging remarkably.
D4 is hanging, though. Can I just eat that knight? Give me that
you
knight.
Can, but it will. I mean, white is not going to be horribly unhappy. But I will go back to d2, and I will claim I have some compensation. But yeah, it's definitely playable. And then e5, knight e4 is a plan, or knight e6 might be good. Yeah.
Are you sure you have compensation here, Peter?
Some compensation, yes. But yeah, I'm enjoying this much more for black than I used to.
I'm beginning to think h6, bishop f4, g5, bishop h2. Those two bishops of yours are not exactly.
Also, as I mentioned, knight e6 actually captures it if we want.
Also, knight e6 could rob you of your compensation. I don't like the move knight d4. How about you, Alejandro?
No, I have an engine, so I don't like it.
Yeah,
and that's why he gets the big bucks. Knight d4, and I don't like it.
No, but it does agree. The engine does with your evaluation of bishop takes d4, queen takes d4, e5 in both senses. Yes, it's the correct move. Knight f5 is also okay for black as well, but bishop takes d4, queen takes d4. You are right that white has some compensation, but it doesn't think it's quite enough.
Yeah,
knight f5 played, which is also a very logical move, right?
He wants to be as complicated as possible because he is giving up on c6. I assume we can take on c6 here.
Oh, well, we better.
But yeah, he wants to keep the position as tactically complicated as possible against somebody on 30 seconds.
What do you mean we better?
Well, because bishop. What am I doing after bishop b7, by the way? It's not completely clear, right?
Sure. I mean, I was hoping I can play bishop f3, to be honest. That was my big hope, and then I was hoping I'm not losing to rook c8, which is the bigger problem here because I'm not quite sure how I'm replying to rook c8.
There's
10 seconds.
Knight takes e7.
Yeah,
5, 4,
10 seconds, and 3 seconds.
It's gonna be this guy's subduing. My God.
Oh, how can you do? And every single day, by the way, this is not.
Yeah, this is a universal occurrence throughout the tournament. Yeah.
Right. I mean, I remember against Richie, he was getting down to seconds each and every time. He was finding all of the great moves.
Yeah.
Does knight c6 have? I have a feeling that this has a clear drawback, right? Though.
Yeah, bishop b7 is very strong. Yeah, bishop f3, rook c8, I think, just kind of.
Rook c8.
Yeah, so bishop b7.
We're gonna take on e7. What are we gonna do?
It doesn't work. Like I was trying to make it work, but we just don't have enough attackers. Yeah.
Right.
Bishop b7 is very strong. And the engine, I briefly cheated there. The engine says bishop b7, b4. Which I mean, he might actually play because I think he will realize bishop f3, rook c8 is extremely awkward. So and you otherwise you just kind of lose the knight on c6. So
right. Bishop b7, not bishop f3, but
No,
immediately
before. But then you're worse against pretty much anything. I guess a before, knight before, and then some move black is already better because black has fantastic bishops on 2 long diagonals.
Exactly.
And no longer pawn down or anything. So yeah, this is enjoyable. Bishop takes c6 probably also quite good. bc5, dc5.
By the way, I'm thinking just h7, b4, ab, knight b4. I'm thinking h7, h6. I've got this knight h4.
No, this is
You're
ugly.
saying the bishop on this beautiful
Don't beat a dead horse. Yeah, everything's good for black after b4. It's just structurally terrible for the white side.
Yeah.
And
No,
bishop b7 on the board.
This has gone slightly off the rails for Bogdan. Yeah.
I think he just missed knight h6.
He very quickly
He
bishop
very much
f3.
missed knight h6 and then panicked.
Kind of panicked, yeah.
Yeah.
I was still hoping, not hoping, but sort of on previous form in this tournament, I was expecting him to play knight a4.
Knight a4,
because knight a4 seemed like a very logical
Get
choice
rid of this
there.
very powerful knight on c5.
Trade away the knight on c5, play for positional compensation there, yeah.
For passive knight on c3. And we've been seeing throughout, by the way, this knight on c3 has not played a role in the game, and in fact has been a tactical liability for white.
Yeah.
Again, 2 minutes.
Yeah, 2 minutes
for Firouzja.
And playing on increment for Bogdan. But
And we're expecting
rook c8
rook
is
c8.
good, but you can also throw in h6 and ask a similar question, just the next move.
Yep. I really like the move h6, but frankly, if rook c8 wins,
It comes pretty close.
It comes pretty close.
I think
right?
the only move is g2, g4, right? So, and yeah,
Wow.
welcome. Sort of, you're welcome to finding it on 30 seconds and then playing it on the board.
And making yourself play.
Physically forcing yourself to play the move g2, g4 in this position. Like, it's just.
That's really lifting your kimono, isn't it? G2, G4. Not a good look, Peter. Not a good look. Oh boy, oh boy. And we do have...
He's played rook a6.
Yeah, the edges thought that was fine too for a while. I don't know if they're still going back on it, but h6 it liked considerably more than rook c8. Rook c8 was also fine. Rook a6 also a good move. You have to calculate a little bit here. Knight takes e7 check.
Right.
No, it's not so much a calculate.
Knight e7, bishop b7, and yeah,
then some
we're
kind of knight t5.
yeah, we're just going for some kind of a weird positional compensation here with knight d5 because the rook on a6 is definitely worse than rook on c8.
But it's got 20 seconds. 20 seconds to figure out something.
Whoa.
Playing g4 is just too ugly.
I don't think
it might be a desperado kind of.
I don't think anybody plays g4.
And rook a6 also has the practicality that your opponent
Here it
probably
goes.
spent all the time
Oh,
on rook c8.
He snapped on e7, his best chance.
Yeah, he knew he had to. Yeah, after knight takes e7, bishop takes b7. Firouzja will also has the option of including bishop takes c3 just to get rid of some of the attackers,
which is important.
Yeah.
That might be a very clever play, actually.
Yeah.
It's actually a necessary play.
Oh,
Yeah.
even.
Yeah.
Yeah, but bishop takes c3. The bishop on h8 has been hiding for a long while and can get rid of this knight. Queen takes, and then at the end, the battlefield, we're a piece down.
We're a piece down. We do have, we don't have to resign immediately because the king on g8 is slightly, feeling slightly drafty, and there are some active pieces. But black, after all, is a piece for 1 pawn up, and should be expected to convert it into a full point.
That doesn't sound like a lot. Peter, 1 pawn.
No.
It makes a lot of sense to take on c3 once you realize that all of white's counterplays revolves around the d5 square, and bishop takes c3 takes away both of them. The queen is distracted, and you just eliminate the knight.
Yeah, here I think it's maybe even take on e7 first and then put the knight on d5 and play rook e1 and choose to go that way is also
I'm just a
potentially
little
playable.
afraid that if I take on e7 first, you take on c3.
And then maybe queen d5 is quite strong.
That's very nice. That's very nice.
Maybe, I don't know. It's
Queen d5.
It's a definite.
I mean, you're making this piece sacrifice chaotic.
All right.
All right, here it comes.
Yeah,
And
bishop takes
Bishop
c3.
takes
Yeah,
c3.
He knows. He understands.
Best move. Firouzja.
Yeah, he's going to be up a piece, and he just needs to make it to time control, basically.
Pretty much. He needs to make it to move 40 without, anything drastic changing in the position. Yeah, queen c3, just go I don't even know how to continue asking pertinent questions here. Like, you want to go rook e2, rook fe1, but you feel like it probably isn't fast enough, in particular because h7, h6 exists, which will push the bishop away from the fantastic.
They still have a lot of moves to go. I mean, you don't have time to resign, is the type of thing, you know. So you never think about resigning these moments.
Yeah, nobody resigns in this position. Yeah.
Except all the players come to the playing hall afterwards, and they go, "Oh, I played so terribly. I was thinking about resigning," and that's not true. They never think about resigning, but they always say, "I'm thinking about resigning here," and then they go on to win. It's like,
yeah, he's gone rook e2,
rook e2,
as we sort of expected. But after h6, that play along the e file will, get
end of story. I also like just how
knight f5 and then rook a8. Yeah,
exactly. I mean, basically the business square here is covered, and I cover the business square on the 8th rank with rook a8. Knight g7 might have allowed bishop e7 or some disturbance. Once you play knight c5 or queen g7, it's game over.
Yeah, it's you just need to solve some immediate problems here and not allow any cheap shots. And,
exactly.
And then you'll be okay.
The one thing I can imagine is maybe if you could put your queen on d5 and somehow coordinate a penetration along the e file, maybe something. But at the moment, it just feels like Firouzja's a piece up and should be going on.
Yeah, he's going h6. I think h6 is a very logical move here as well. Yeah, just g5 is clearly the best square for this bishop, so why not chase it away? Unless, I mean, it kind of provokes bishop c1, b2, right? That's the other potential idea that you have in these types of positions. I think you actually do go bishop c1 here,
and
to at least ask the question. Yeah, there we go.
Like there was never any threat along the diagonal, but actually, I'll always meet bishop b2 with king h7. Yeah, so I do like. I'm definitely warming to this whole h7, h6. At first, I thought I was simply unnecessarily weakening the king side, but king on h7 is going to be very secure. So. Looks okay to me.
Potentially something interesting, but we should stick with this one. But I'm wondering what's happening in the Rapport Dominguez game, because
I'll ask Alejandro to keep an eye on that game.
Yeah, I was wondering if rook e5 just wins the pawn on g5, but there's definitely, I mean, I guess it's king e3 or something, or
rook e5.
Rook e5 wins a pawn, but it doesn't win the game. We can go back to the.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was just briefly.
All right.
I was curious. Yeah.
Well, we'll keep an eye on that one. And bishop c1, and okay, I mean, I've got to cover this. I got you covered, guy. I see where you're heading. You want to put a rook on e8? I'll stop you. Again, the desired bishop b2 checkmate on the is going to be met by king h7, and here it goes.
Play with
bishop b2.
Seconds.
How many seconds? 3.
Yeah.
King h7 came very, very quickly as the mate on h8 is now protected.
Now what?
Rook fe1 and hope for something, but it's just very difficult to create a threat here. I guess knight f5, knight c5 in some order.
Yeah, knight c5 first, I would think. Bring the knight. It's not playing into the game, but the problem is creating something meaningful after rook fe1, because you are down a piece, and at this point you want to do something, right? But
precisely.
Let's say I play knight c5. What's your next move?
Exactly. I very much like just covering the business square, rook e6, stopping. And like you say, once you get knight f5 in, all black needs to do is engineer trades. I mean, it's the oldest strategy in the game of chess. When you're ahead material, drag your opponent to their doom by just trading off the attackers. In this case, black would love to take a pair of rooks off the board, and there goes any compensation. Knight c5, good move.
Yeah, and I mean, white basically has the absolute best setup they can have right now. Doubled on the one open file, the battery on the long diagonal in full force, and you just can't create a single threat. Yeah,
exactly.
It's very saddening for Bogdan here, because yeah, he would like to somehow
And
improve
10
further.
seconds. And 10 seconds. And he realizes he's reached his apex position, but there's nothing that he could further gain. He's dropped his queen back.
Queen d2 comes with absolutely no threat.
Exactly, and we can move the knight to defend the pawn.
Well, the 6 is hanging.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, but I mean, knight f5 is coming.
Yeah, after knight f5, queen d5, we're still not threatening anything.
Exactly.
It it maybe makes your position look a little bit more harmonious for a second. But,
right.
It's just not doing very much.
You feel better about your
position. Yeah, the only real question is exactly what Yasser was saying. Exactly how do we take like a pair of rooks to start with? How do we take it off the board? You can go rook d8, prepare rook e7. I don't know if it's even necessary. We can also include h6, h5 somewhere to stop.
Thank you. I really, really like that move a lot. I mean, again, I've got this background of being a French defense player, and I've come over the years to really respect a knight on f5 defending my king, and I love the move h6, h5, just stopping g2, g4 forever. And then, like you say, you can start to wonder, how do I challenge the e-file? It's a very, very grim position for white. What's happening in the Fabiano game? Anything special? See, Black's king has run all the way over. Don't know. Fabi's not made any progress over there.
Yeah, they've reached time control, but the king ran all the way to c8. Now, funnily enough, once the king did reach the c8 square and the move queen g4 was played, here Black's best move is actually king d8.
Yeah,
no.
Yeah, you have
sidestepping.
You need to sidestep
checks,
some annoying checks, right? Knight d6.
Amazing.
Threatening to win the game right now. But still within
They've made
range.
the time control.
We'll
catch up. We'll catch up with those players in no time, as we keep an eye on Daniel's game.
Yeah, h5 actually has been played by Alireza, bishop c3 in response, and once again he gets up from the board in 37 seconds. But he's been doing this every day. We've gotten a bit more used to it by now.
Exactly.
Yeah, no threats, but yeah, the big issue here is exactly how to make progress with Black.
It's not so easy.
It's not that easy. Yeah, you still have to think about things. Yeah, I very much like bishop c3 because it also pins the a rook to the protection of the a5 pawn. Because if you imagine the a5 pawn coming off the board, that becomes an unclear position.
Yeah, I'm not so happy.
We have some play. Yeah, b3, b4 will come, and
I'm thinking I would love to put the queen, black queen, on f7. So let me just play a move. Let's say I play queen g8. Idea, moving the rook and offering a trade of queens, Peter. It takes me some time to unwind the pieces, if I can put it in that way.
He's gone knight d7, so he's playing it very, very concretely. He wants the knight over on f6 to block the long diagonal. We were talking about the fact that the a5 pawn is hanging, but probably not after knight f6 because now.
I like that move too. I like that move.
Even though maybe you actually have to bite the bullet and try to take on a5, knight f6, queen g2. But once Black actually starts creating threats of his own, this will collapse. Yeah, this will like.
True.
Yeah, he's gone rook e6 instead. Understandably, doesn't really want to bother with. Trifles such as a pawn on a5. But
say what? Trifle? Did you hear this?
This is the word of the day. That's surprised out of all the words that he's been throwing out today. This is the one that got you. Trifle.
Trifles. I mean, appetizers, snacks. What? I live for these trifles. Knight d7, rook e6 on the board. Which move number is this?
That's 37.
37. Okay.
Rook c8.
It makes an impression, but
yeah, rook c8 played. Yeah, Alireza clearly decided that he does not want to protect a5 over much, and if white wants to spend tempi taking it. Although I guess he's not actually sacrificing it because queen a5 he can play rook a8, rook takes a2, and
exactly.
Hang on, then that allows rook e8 in the end.
9.
Yeah, and as usual,
6.
the countdown starts.
And finally,
he takes with the bishop.
The trifle.
Yeah.
The trifle is captured.
Yeah, because rook c5, I guess, has queen d2, so he doesn't lose material that way.
But that's the rook trade that I'm trying to achieve.
Yeah, rook c5, rook e5. But then maybe we play bishop c3 and we claim that compared.
You clipped a pawn. Oops, yeah, you clipped a pawn.
Yeah, you could do that, but why not trade your knight on d7 for the rook on e6? Instead of rook e5, go knight to e5. And how's this rook getting out of this?
Queen c8 is a threat.
Queen c8 is a threat.
I'm going to play bishop c3, and after queen c8, I'm going to play rook takes d6, and I'm going to claim that I'm channeling the old masters. And,
the old masters will be very proud of you.
Very, very proud of me. As
we didn't have any of that. We, in fact, have
knight f6 played.
The queen knight f6.
The queen will drop back to, I'm guessing, d3.
I was going to guess d2.
Or d2, yeah,
just
one of those two squares.
Just have g5 in the area.
Yeah.
You keep it in a dark square. Hope for the best. Yeah.
Yeah. Knight g4, bishop c3 back, and then maybe f2, f3. If with the a5 pawn gone, now even some of the endgames become less hopeless for white.
Right. I'm not completely happy that I've dropped off this a pawn, and I haven't traded off a pair of rooks either. I'm not a fan of knight f6.
No. The engine thinks it was a terrible move.
Okay.
Still kind of winning, though.
Kind of winning, but it does make his job a lot harder because white now has a plan.
Yeah.
If I can improve my position to the maximum and just push my a pawn,
bishop
we'll create
c3,
another issue.
Yeah, bishop c3, a4, a5, and we don't have to resign. Rook e8.
Yeah.
Nobody's forcing you.
Yeah, clearly he. And whoa, the evaluation dropped so much. Yeah,
I'm assuming bishop c3.
Yeah, we can even take on e8 first to displace the knight on f6, and then go bishop c3.
Okay, fair.
And yeah,
and
this is now kind of semi-playable for white, somewhat surprisingly.
Yeah, we're gonna have a game in our hands. Black's better. You do have extra material, but do you guarantee you win all these positions all the time?
For Firouzja,
if you take every single major piece off the board, which might happen.
Two knights versus the bishop.
Do you guarantee you win it every time?
Not every single time.
No.
Even though queen with a couple of knights is a very, very.
But what if I force queens off?
Yeah, queens off. I think it's actually closer to a draw. But the issue there is, I think, white often will just get mated because the absence of the h pawn will start getting felt in those endgames that we're describing. But
and they're going to have plenty of time to think about it because everybody left the board. They did reach time control. You guys know how happy I'm always about time controls being reached and everybody getting 30 minutes and we can stop the action so that everybody takes a break. Yay. But that's us too. But yeah, we have this position on the board and the engine is really hating the last few moves of Firouzja. Now saying that black is better. You still do have a piece, but you have to be precise. The move rook e6 is putting a lot of pressure on the 6th rank. There's also this passed pawn. A lot has changed dramatically in essence. They really want to play the move knight g4, saying you need to create some threats. You need to start putting some ideas of your own forward. It also makes sense to move the knight out of f6 where everybody's targeting it. And after f3, you go to e5. You cannot really take bishop takes e5 because d takes, rook takes. The engines are saying the bishop was the only source of counterplay for white. It doesn't matter if you have 3 pawns. This is one of those scenarios because you have the pawn on f3. The fact that you have a knight and a queen combo matters so much more than the passed pawns on the flank. You can go queen g7 or queen b8, try to penetrate down on the dark squares, and it's going to be difficult for white to hold. The engine's thinking rook e6, knight g4, f3, knight e5. Leave that knight alone. Go c5. Try to break open this diagonal yet again. And the game just kind of continues, something that, well, it's a big achievement for Deac, considering he was just down a piece for a pawn, entering the complications. So good achievement for him. Doesn't guarantee that he's going to save the game, but at least gives himself a fighting chance. Meanwhile, in this one, things have happened. The king got pursued all the way to the queen side. It got pulled back a little bit with this last clever move. Knight f5, king c8, queen g4. Threatening knight d6 check picks up this queen as we were talking about, so the king went to d8. And after queen h3, we have Mamedyarov thinking, they've made time control, but it is still unpleasant for Shak. It's not a position where he is losing like we were thinking about earlier, his king getting caught, but he is still worse. His king's still much worse than white's. The knight on f5 is still a nuisance. It's easier to attack black pawns than white pawns. Black's knight on d7 is a bit passive. It probably has to reroute somewhere, but where? The pawn on d4 is doing a great job controlling it. That being said, there are no immediate threats. The queen on e6 and the knight on e4 hold very important positions. and it's not easy to play for white for a win. Knight f8 seems to be the best move by the engine, challenging white to find a follow-up. You want to put the queen all the way on h5, but it starts getting rid of some of the important pieces. Specifically, if I can trade off this knight on f5, that would be fabulous. The knight on f8 also trying to go to g6, harassing some of the white pieces. So if knight f8 is played, the engines think black is fine. Otherwise, he will be suffering for a while.
And what about Richie's game against Lanier? From my first sight, I'm thinking Richie's winning. I mean, he's going to go king f4, king e5, and just absolute domination. But king f4, f6.
Yeah, I'm wondering if f6
G6,
is the only move or not.
G6, knight, and
just king f8 here. We don't need to give up any material, right? We can go king f8.
Yeah, it's the fortress. Oh, you want to go king f... Oh, I'm sorry. In this position after g6.
G6, king f8 I thought was also completely fine.
Totally fine for who?
Bishop here. And you go what? A4?
H4
no, king g7.
Here go h4 very,
what
very
do you
happily.
mean? King g7 here. What's the problem?
And I get a pawn.
And I take on c4? Oh no, you've got bishop d1, bishop b3. You're on time.
Yes.
Yeah, so you do play h4, I guess.
All right, having made time control, the players taking a break. Our commentators
So should we, yeah.
Yes. We'll see you on the other side of this break.
Welcome back, everybody, to Bucharest, Romania for day 5 of the Superbet Chess Classic. Actually, while we were on a break, one game finished. That is the game between Richie, Rapport, and Dominguez, which ended up in a draw. And we do have Richie. Richie, welcome back to the studio. We haven't seen you since day 1. A lot of things have happened in your tournament. Tell us a bit about how you lived the past few days.
Barely surviving in the last few days. Yeah, I mean, I think I played okay games, except against Deac. It was hard to comment on. But yeah, today as well, Lanier is very solid. I tried something offbeat, but didn't get much.
Let's speak about that. You started off with this move knight to e2, and everybody in the playing hall, including some of the players, were kind of smiling, entertaining this idea of yours.
Yeah, 92. I mean, okay, there are so many moves in this position. I don't see a reason why 92 cannot be another one, yeah.
Why not?
Yeah, of course, white is not, aiming to get any advantage or anything, but okay, it hasn't been played too much in this move too, so I was pretty happy about this, to play this move, yeah.
And he chose more or less the most conventional approach, knight to f6, d4.
I mean, basically, he went for this Petrov line, yeah, where my knight, if it was on f3, I guess white would be better. Okay, it's arguable. But with on e2, it should be harmless, or at least I believe that was his logic. But I mean, also on the other hand, maybe I can claim some slight edge. I mean, I don't know. I felt like somewhere here, somewhere here maybe I wasn't. I could have posed more problems because the thing was that after 97, here, I am always very close, but never on time. Like bishop g5. Can be met with rook e8, and then he can just take on c3 here, and bishop e6, and I guess this is also questionable, like bishop b3, but I would think, okay, he's fine. And also what I did...
always one move away, yeah? You played bishop c4?
Bishop c4, yeah, again, yeah, like bishop c6 is very concrete. He just wants this knight d5 idea, so I played here, and again, like, I would be doing well if he would go knight f5, takes, check. It's very forcing line, takes, rook g1. Yeah, and he's forced to take. I take back, and this is very unpleasant because I will get a rook on the 7th with bishop e5 following up, so I think
so for example, if you
takes, rook takes, and rook d7 is just very unpleasant. So like I was hoping for something like this, but of course he found knight d5, and here it's a pity because like this line doesn't work. I think rook e7, and here it seems to be very good, but bishop e6, and here takes, knight takes, and king d8. Takes and bishop h6. Okay.
Oh,
it's like almost crushing for white. It's rook e7 idea, but
there's no rook c4 either.
Yeah, there's no. Okay, I have to take on f7. So okay, then there's no point of entering this, of course, after rook f7. So yeah, it's and I couldn't go for this, which would have been very nice, of course, to do this rook e7. And then I went for this knight b5, bishop f6, but this is really like almost nothing, or if not entirely nothing. So. And yeah, of course, in the time trouble, I somewhat misplayed it. So at the end, I was even the one who had to be precise, which I think I managed, but like not an extraordinarily interesting game from here on. Yeah.
Richard, definitely up to this point a subpar, let's say, situation, especially by your standards. What are you going to do to ride the ship back on track after the rest day?
I mean, it's very hard to complain. I played 4 games, I think, pretty well, or at least decently. Okay, I had, 3 blacks, so like already kind of handicap. And then I had this white game where I first the first time like almost winning in 20 moves, which is quite surprising even for me. And then after that, I basically just trapped my own bishop on e8 in one move, after which it's still a draw, and I think I am the one who's pushing for a win, and just, missed that knight g5 queen f4 queen takes d2 in one move, like, very hard to explain, and all these things to do in one game is very hard to explain. So I don't feel like anything should be changed too much because, okay, if I do it again, okay, what can I do? Yeah, I will just keep on repeating and doing the same until it stops, I guess. Yeah.
And what's the plan for the rest day? Are you going to visit the city, Bucharest? Are you going to go to some restaurant? What's the plan?
I believe maybe all of that, but it's not entirely up to me, as my wife is here, and I think she's not enjoying herself too much. Since I'm playing very badly, and then it's very boring to be on a chess tournament, so like I will adjust to whatever she likes. Yeah.
Richard, keep the spirits up, and we'll see you in a couple of days.
Hope so.
Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Cristian. Thank you, Richard. And these are our updated standings, Peter, with 2 games still in play.
Absolutely. Wesley's still leading the 3.5 out of 5. heading into the rest day, pursued by Levon Aronian and Maxim Vachilegov on 3 points, and theoretically could be caught up by Bogdan Deac, but he is a piece down against Alireza Firouzja. Even though his position improved, I don't think it improves to such a degree that he is playing for a win there. We'll see though.
If he can hold it, it would be quite a success, I would say.
And he'll be in a tie for second, and I think very, very happy going into the rest day.
And we have Fabi also playing with Shaq at the moment, and at one point we thought that Fabi was going to be winning the game. Oh, I see you've got the Firouzja game on your board, Alejandro. Speak about that. We've just seen them move knight f6, d7 by Firouzja.
I can speak about both. Let's see what's going on, because Firouzja spent some time, actually a significant amount of time, dropped with the knight back to d7, and the engines ask a pretty simple question. What do you do against queen g5? Do you play knight e5? How do you defend this pawn exactly? I assume the idea is queen h6.
Right.
But the problem is that you have this move, rook e8. It's a nice intermezzo, a Zwitzenzug, if in the van they can now understand this. Here, rook h8 is going to be mate. How do you defend against this? Knight f6, bishop takes f6, knight e5. Even just going into the endgame is not so clear, right? You go here, takes. I could start pushing. I could even just take my pawn back. That's 3 against none on the queen side. I'm not sure that white really is playing this for a win against the knight, but you're fine. You're absolutely fine in this position. You're not even worse. So queen g5 is a great move. The engine's already thinking this is 0.00, like black's not even better, despite being up a piece, because, well, you have lost a pawn on the a file. It's 2 pawns for white. You might be getting a third one. White is consolidating his attack on the king side, and you haven't been able to repel it fully. You haven't been able to repel the rook from e6. You haven't coordinated your rook on f7. The knight on d7 is not where it's supposed to be. You're a few moves away from putting your pieces exactly where they should be.
It's coming.
And I think it's coming.
Yeah.
Queen g5.
Yeah, I think he missed rook e8. I think he very much intended queen h6 here and thought queen g5 is a bit of an empty gesture, because queen d8, queen c1 check would be, another way to attack the back rank would lose immediately the queen c1 check. But he missed rook e8, and then, yeah, it really does look like it will be yet another day of missed opportunities for Alireza, who started. I mean, and you can say that draw is a fair result because he was borderline lost out of the opening, but that was a very conscious decision. He was basically faced with a draw for around move 12-13. There was a repetition on the board, which wasn't forced, but did look like Bogdan would probably repeat if he repeated. And he went for what he must have known was a very, very risky position strategically, just to keep pieces on the board, just to continue playing a very complicated position. And he did end up out-calculating and outplaying Bogdan there. And then, if he fails to put this to bed, if he fails to win this one will hurt quite a bit.
As much as maybe the missed opportunity that he had against Levon as well. And we do, instead of the move queen h6, we have seen queen g8.
Yeah, that
kind
is
of an awkward move.
Queen g8 is keeping all 3 results open, because I mean, that queen is very passive.
Truly.
Yeah.
I'm guessing he's dreaming about playing knight to e5
I guess
and
knight
rook to
c5 is his next move.
Knight c5, rook a7, or knight e5 and rook a7.
I think knight c5 we figured out. Let's see where your rook goes first.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm wondering if there's something concrete we can do, if we should just play something like, I don't know, b3, b4 here, or...
I'm a little bit worried, like, whenever I touch these pawns.
Yeah, that's the second move there on your screen. Yeah.
Oh, that is
gorgeous. That is gorgeous.
So the engine wants to play g4. It's got to be g4. Otherwise, you are worse, because knight c5 is coming. You can put it on your board.
Pardon me. After queen g8, knight c5 is the big threat.
Yeah.
And the machine likes g4.
G4, you have to take, because things are hanging.
Yes.
And the follow-up is rook takes d6. And who is better in this position?
And why?
Rook
and why? You are up a piece.
d6.
Yeah. You can't capture on d6 with the knight. The whole point of the move g4 is, of course, that opens up the h file. So queen h4 is just mate.
Nice.
So how do you continue?
If we move our rook.
Yeah, removing the pawn on d6 is just so important because it takes away the e5 square from the d7 knight. Rook e7, I'm guessing we can... I mean, even queen takes g4, I suspect, is not unplayable, right? Because the rook is still not hanging.
No, it's not hanging.
It's starting to look bad for black.
Yeah, well, it's
pretty
queen
dangerous.
Yeah. It's beginning to have my doubts as well. G4,
Now, that's
easy move to miss. Come on.
I don't think G4 is easy to miss. Rook takes D6 is easy to miss, but there's no problems with G4, pawn takes, queen takes G4. This position that I have on the board, you can just take on G4 here as well. You have queen E5 ideas later. You have rook takes D6 ideas later. You can't play knight C5. I'll just take on D6. If you play knight E5, I'll give you this check. You never want to pin yourself, right? You can't really go to G7. You have to use this knight awkwardly and defend on the H file. But again, you're blundering this D6 pawn constantly. I'm going to take that one, and it's still a mess. It is still a mess. And Bogdan has played the move G4. Let's see if he follows it up by first taking on D6, because I don't think Alireza has a choice here. You have to take on G4 in this particular moment. H takes G4, rook takes D6 will be very cool. Queen takes G4 is also okay. So we're going to have to figure out which this one is. But this one has gone from black's up a piece to a 3-result game pretty quickly.
Yeah, we've lost control.
Yes.
There's no question about it that Firouzja has given his opponent more than enough chances to save the game, and as you said, even sneak in a 3 result.
Yeah, and this is one of those cases where I think, we see Bogdan finding these tactics very quickly. I mean, we haven't seen him play rook takes d6 yet, but on current form, I wouldn't at all bet against that happening. And I think it's a case of him gaining confidence mid-game, because I think somewhere by move 25 when he lost that piece and compensation wasn't really all that obvious at all, I think he probably was sort of coming to terms with this game not going his way. And then the market improvement that his position undergone between moves like 30 and 40 is bringing new life, and I think he's back to calculating quickly and confidently, and hoping for a good result today.
Wow, I'm still kind of stunned by this turnaround that we're seeing, and obviously h6, h5 was played to cement the knight on the f5 square. G4, h5 takes g4, you got to do it, and queen takes g4 as well.
He's just going to play
takes
queen takes g4.
d6.
Yeah. It's a very you don't expect these shots to be the reason you miss them is that you just don't think in a position with 3 pieces on the board such sacrifices are possible.
Right.
So you just play the logical move. Queen takes g4 is very logical here. You've opened up the h file. Queen h3 check is now a threat, and you just don't look for better. But better was available.
Well, it's still remarkable that better was available. It's stunning, in fact, that rook takes d6, and you're losing this key pawn that you wanted to leverage, whether it be for knight e5 or knight c5.
Knight e5 played already by Alireza. We were talking about the move queen h3 in this position because you want to pick up the third peshki. I don't see a problem after knight h6. Rook takes d6. I know that there's a check on f3, but
you can even maybe choose a square, honestly.
Yeah, probably just a check. Even king on f1 feels pretty safe.
Yeah, I'd probably go to f1 to not have to think about queen a8 ideas. Yeah.
But aren't there pieces here around your king that you should be worried about? I mean,
no.
No?
Not really.
What?
Yeah.
Really? Hold on. What do you do? King f1?
King f1, yeah. The bishop also very importantly covers the e1 square, so you can't even properly threaten us with it. Like queen e8 looks logical, but it doesn't really create a threat. And by this point, white is extremely happy with endgames, so I'm very much looking at queen e6 there. And
yeah, no, I'm not interested in, I mean, it's, I'm trying to force tactics is what I'm trying to do, Peter. I'm not sure that I'm going to...
Very understandable, because endgames might be better for white now.
Right, with 3 connected passed pawns. Okay, so knight
queen
g5?
e3, I thought.
I think queen d3 also reminds black
g3,
that white can create threats.
Rook d7, rook d8, all of those things are now very much in the air. Yeah, I like queen d3.
No,
And halfway through the tournament, it's a critical game for both of these players. We have the rest day tomorrow, and Bogdan Daniel Deac has shown incredible resilience in this tournament. That game against Richard Rapport, it was blow after blow, but Richard made the last mistake and Bogdan Daniel took full advantage of it. Meanwhile, Ali Reza, what a different story he's had. He had really good position against Nepo at some point, ended up losing that game, again in a wild, complicated one. But that one against Aronian has to be the one that really, really stings. Just completely winning out of the opening, his opponent blundering inexplicably, but surviving. and it just has not been a good showing for Ali Reza. This one,
Not so far. Yeah.
Not so far. It felt like he had his chances, that he still has his chances because it's a 3-result game. But look at the position. It went from up a piece, consolidate, make it to move 40, to I don't know who's even better here.
Right. And again, time trouble was very much a factor, Peter, in much of this late middle game. And it was probably right about here that the move Rook A6 kind of like was the mystery move.
Yeah, if you compare Rook A6 with Rook C8, he would have been, if the reaction is the same, which probably it wouldn't have been because it really does look lost.
Yes.
But if the reaction is the same, Black is up about 2 tempi.
Exactly. That's exactly the point that I wanted to make, that for whatever reasons, the move Rook A6 came, and then later, as we're about to discover right here, the Rook came back and was, quite frankly, back on C8 2 moves later. I mean, it took 2 tempi to get it to...
Yeah, and it's difficult to point out exactly like the big mistake, but starting from 97, I kind of stopped liking what he was doing.
I think it was here that the machine was really pounding on the table for the move Knight G4, as Alejandro was pointing out, that we could, if you go for the pawn, now that we've weakened the square, weakened the structure.
Yeah, it doesn't look lost, but you probably actually end up getting mated in a position like this eventually.
It was really Knight G4. Knight D7, on the other hand, allowed this extraordinary G4 Rook takes D6 idea, but Queen takes G4, nothing wrong with it either. And suddenly, well, it's
anybody's game,
result,
really. Yeah, anybody's game. And
we are expecting Queen H3.
Shockingly for those two players, Bogdan is also doing better on the clock than Alireza is. Bogdan is down to 19.5 against 13 for his opponent.
By the way, after Queen H3 check, I am forced to play Knight H6.
Yeah, that's how it works.
I mean, this is just, this
Rook
would
takes
be,
D6 here,
would be walking into Rook takes D6, and it's no longer a 3-result game, it's a 1-result game.
Pretty much a 1-result game.
And for white. So we are expecting that after Queen H3 check, Knight H6, Rook takes D6. Do we have to play Knight F3 check, Peter? Is Knight G4 maybe a better try?
I don't think it's enough of a threat, and white probably finds a way to deal with it.
I'm trying to snap off a pawn and make pretenses around your king.
Our king side is sort of safe enough that I'm wondering if I can just play F3 and look at you quizzically.
Really? This guy's like hanging?
Yeah, Queen B8 or Queen F8 is what worries me, but I'm not entirely sure.
I'm trying to get on this diagonal,
yeah,
maybe?
like Rook D4 or something. And I'm provoking Knight E5 though. Rook D4 was not the move that I was planning to make. I was planning to play C5, but C5 like Queen A7 or Queen C7 is worrying me.
I would be very worried here. It feels like White's king is getting
it could
exposed.
collapse. On the other hand, if it doesn't lose, your Knight on G4 doesn't have very many good squares. Like Knight E3, Queen E6 will straight up lose, I believe. So,
just a second. I'm stunned by that you could even reach for your F pawn. Wow.
Well, I'm also wondering, like, what is the big deal with the F pawn? If I go something like Queen H4, what's going on?
Well, that as well. Yeah.
Queen H4.
Yeah, I give you my stinking pawn. Yeah.
Rook D8. Yeah.
Stinking pawn. I mean, look what I can't believe I'm surrounded with that. I mean, I'm hyperventilating. Yeah, I mean.
The training, it's been
training,
completely undone.
Completely.
I came here to the dark side of the engine.
Exactly. What did you call it, by the way? It wasn't a snack, it was trivial.
Trifle.
Okay. What has happened?
In the meantime, I do want to point out we have another game going, and Fabi is, I think, quite a bit better here.
Is he?
Yeah. It has gone sort of back slightly off the rails for Shahryar. He is now, the Queen on d6 is an incredibly strong piece. 97 is one thing that immediately attracts attention here. I wonder what the reply is even, because I'm not quite sure how you don't lose the entire setup.
Yeah, Queen f4 check is not what you want. You're just going to lose the c6 pawn and probably even more after knight b4. So knight e7, that looks...
It's crunchy, very crunchy. I'm actually
like
surprised
Trump.
the engine is not giving plus a million.
Right.
Yeah, Queen f2 is a clever move here, creating some...
Queen f2.
Yeah, but the fact that you have to give up c6 with check and that's your best move should be an indication of just how far White has progressed in the game.
Truthfully, you're setting up a perpetual check, but you sure think that White has ways of dealing with that. We'll start with check, right?
Yeah.
It's surprisingly difficult to deal with this threat, because the knight kind of gets in the way. You could play knight g6,
You could play knight g6, but where's the follow because d4 is hanging.
Yeah, we take on d4 and things have somewhat improved.
Right. I was thinking you were taking on c2 for some strange reason, but and I have knight e5, but taking on d4 is a good move.
Yeah, I think knight e7 check maybe is even unnecessary because it's hanging on e7, it's not hanging on c6, so we could try like knight c6, king c8, and some move here, I don't know, queen h6, queen e6, something, just to have
defending e1 and stopping the perpetual.
Taking control of some of the important squares. But yeah, this is now very troubling for black. Yeah, it went from being reasonably safe, I assume, to this, and this might still end up getting held, but not in
not nice way. No, you're
no.
definitely suffering as black here big time. I like this move, queen e6, a lot. Like you say, just covering e1, and well.
No, this is very bad for black.
I'm a pawn grubber. I've got a second pawn, and
I'm still surprised it's not like plus a million.
Yeah.
Right? 95 is coming, 97.
I guess they go king c7 and it's slightly awkward because we need to make a move. Yeah.
Here, king c7.
Yeah, king c7, and like if the knight goes somewhere, queen h4, queen takes d4 suddenly becomes a check, right?
That's a check.
So we need to spend a tempo on something, and then maybe queen f4 will be an awkward check to meet, and so on. Like it's, I can see how weirdly this is still very much an ongoing game because the king on h2 is not safe from perpetuals. And our connection between the knight and the queen, our own queen, has been destabilized to a degree.
Right, exactly. Oh, wow.
But and this, I think, is the reason that Fabi hasn't played knight e7 yet, because knight e7, until you spot queen f2, you think knight e7 kind of ends the game.
Right.
Because there's just no good reply whatsoever.
This is the current position. Where
Yeah, I wonder what the other options are. I suspect something like c2, c3 might be playable, for instance. Because queen takes b2, you get the feeling that you will get mated somehow.
Right.
I don't know exactly how, but you get the feeling it might lead to getting mated. I'm pretty sure every single endgame starting with queen f4 check is borderline lost. And that's important actually to show. If you play queen f4 check here, I take, I play king h3, knight f6, king h4.
So the idea is we want to approach this pawn and pick it up, and if you stop me...
You stop me for one move, but not
only
much longer, And this looks, even let's say after knight e4 here, I probably lose the b2 pawn, but I guess the g pawn queens. No, I think knight e4 has to be played prior to that. You have to play knight e4. No, but you need to have knight f2 check. That's the point. Like you need to play king g4, knight f2 check. I will take on f4, you'll play knight g3, king g5, knight b2. But I think after king f6, the g pawn just wins, frankly. It seems to me that's extremely unlikely that black will be anywhere near in time to do anything about it.
Exactly.
So, yeah.
Looks right. And to remind everybody, we have one rest day in the tournament, and that is tomorrow, Peter.
Very
We're looking
much
forward
so,
to it. I think certain players are. But then we'll finish with 4 in a row and a playoffs on Saturday, May 14th, if necessary.
It could very well be necessary because, I mean, Wesley is very much enjoying his situation at the top, but he's not running away with things.
Exactly.
And, we could have people catching up with him.
I was thinking that it's not so trivial that the G-pawn is going all the way.
Yeah, knight d1 was a very clever move.
Yeah, after c3. But again, in knight e7, you have to first of all see queen f2. That already is quite.
I think you get there by simply
process of elimination.
Unwillingness to resign will get you to queen
stubbornness. There's nothing else.
I think that is how you get there.
Happening here. Besides this move, queen e6, I could also play if queen g3.
Oh yeah, you could. Yeah, queen c2.
I'm thinking you have to play queen c2.
Knight
I was going to go
check.
and you know me.
Also, where does the king go? Because king b7, queen d6 looks kind of. Queen h7 check exists there. You have to calculate.
I was actually going to take the pawn because I've got queen c7 on my agenda.
That as well, yeah. That also looks very, very attractive for white.
It's a good extra pawn, and I was hoping that queen h5 check would be met by queen h3.
Maybe that is why you go to the other way, right?
Sorry,
d7. Yeah, to d8.
To d8.
Why would that be better? Like knight d5 anyway.
My goodness. g5.
Yeah, queen g5 is now hanging with check. I don't know why this is an improvement.
I was hoping that I can destabilize you with queen
h7 and then
queen e4, and then I blundered.
Yeah, and then queen h8.
Well, I also blundered queen takes d7 and queen h7.
No. Let me show Alejandro. So there's two ways.
He saw it, yeah. I didn't, but he saw it. Yeah.
No, he's sharp. He's got that spidey sense going for him. super powers, Alejandro. Okay, we definitely like Fabi's chances, and
how long has he been thinking here, though? It's like approaching 8 minutes, and
it's been a while.
9 left.
It's been
9
a while.
9 and change left.
And again, there is no third time control. And it's a long thing for Fabi. I mean, kind of a surprise. Knight e7, c3. Is there like crazy move king h3? No, I don't.
Seems very artificial. I don't quite see why that would be good. Queen takes c2 doesn't seem to be losing, so why are we forcing black to play queen takes c2?
Right. Sure. I mean, I think knight
I mean,
e7.
he could repeat. The queen came from e7. He could go back to e7 and then look for better, but I don't know what that better would be, honestly, after king c7. The queen d6 check looks like such an obvious move there. Yeah, a bit confusing exactly, specifically, what is he spending time on here? Not really sure. Is there any way inclusion of c4, d takes c4 is good for white? Like, why would that be?
Wow, that's a... What is it? FPS?
No, it's not even FPS. It's me trying to figure out what could make him spend more than half of his remaining time
Precisely.
Otherwise, I wouldn't dream of suggesting giving away pawns in this endgame. Like,
thank you.
It's an endgame. Why are we giving away stuff?
Exactly. I mean, knight e7 so compelling. You start to think that
maybe knight g7. Yeah, knight g7 maybe.
Bringing it to e6, and you start. But he finally. Thank you, Fabi. I chose you for a reason in my predictions. My predictive powers are waning. I feel something. There's something wrong in the force.
Disturbance.
There's a disturbance in the force. Fabi is not playing what it's all about. And here's the language of chess.
Oh, they added Luft. Look at that.
They added Luft, a flight square. Very, very nice. The German word for air. Lufthansa, airlines. The check. Check the line, Peter. Check the line. FPS, something I didn't know. You introduced. IQP, everybody knows, but loose piece drops off. LPDO, take that. Zugzwang, Zwischenzug, and Zeitnot. Again, all the German words. What's a good Russian word that is in the lexicon of chess players?
Alejandro has been calling them peshkas for 2 days straight, and I've been somewhat startled.
With his,
it's not really
peshke?
Yeah, it's not like a colloquial. It's just what the piece is called. I was just kind of wondering why that was happening.
Right.
And whoa, Shach just instantly went queen takes c2 there.
Well, that loses.
Yeah, that very much loses.
Very much loses. Again, there's no good, I mean, Luft, come on, there's no good Russian expressions. I mean, pat.
Plenty, but they will remain unexplored for now.
When you trade, Polygaevsky had this way of talking in a post-mortem, like, I beat you. Yeah, he was explaining the trade. But instead of trade, instead of using the word trade, he would use the word beat.
I have no idea.
I beat you here. I beat you here.
No idea.
I was being beaten everywhere. It was terrible.
Yeah, I understand what this is a calc from. Yeah, okay. But if
No.
yeah, let's enjoy Fabi's beautiful position now after knight 6, king c8. I get the feeling that very simply 97, 95, queen h7, king g3 is winning, right? That
exactly.
King g3, queen d3? I'm trying to figure it out.
Knight e7 check. King has to go to d8 to maintain the protection of. We're looking at knight takes, by no means the only move, but at the moment it does threaten to win the game on the spot with check and check. And this is where Alejandro was saying.
Yeah, actually, honestly, I just missed queen d3 check. I thought it was much simpler than it is. But maybe we're just going to win this position.
You kind of slalom up the board.
Yeah, g4, g5.
Exactly, here.
g4,
do we
g5.
Do we go f5? Do we have to be fancy, or we don't have to be fancy? I guess we don't have to be fancy.
I think it's fine to just be straightforward here. Yeah.
Okay. And g7.
f5, I guess, yeah.
Again, I can't take this pawn because anything that allows
pretty much
queen
never,
e7,
yeah. Or queen c7, c8. Or both of those are constantly threats here. Queen f7 immediately loses to knight f6 and everything comes off.
And by the way, we do have a different way of avoiding the perpetual check. Actually, he went back. Queen takes c2.
This is repeating to gain time.
Yeah, I think he's just going to gain some time. I don't think he's giving up b2 with check. I don't think it's required. Even though you could actually consider king f2, queen b2, king g3. Maybe this is the way to go, no?
Exactly.
But I guess you
maybe it's clever.
You go queen c2 here, I think.
But queen c2, you have king e3 now.
Now, yes, very much so.
c1.
King f3.
And d1.
King d1, king
e4, c2 is always the c. I always drag you back. And here d3 returns us to.
Oh, that just returns us to where we were.
I think it probably ends up being the same. It probably ends up with us having to play queen g3, king g4 in some version, depending on how.
No, the engine says king g1 is a draw. You have to go through. Sorry, king g3 is a draw. You have to go through g1, and then on king f2, queen c2. This is only move to win is king e3. And then on queen c1 we were playing, right?
Yes.
You run to d3. And let me
figure that direction. Why is king g3 a draw?
I don't know. But we're one at a time. I don't think it's this way. I think you have to go the other way.
What's the other way?
c3, b3, a3.
The other way.
The other way.
Wow.
You want it to be one way, but it's the other way.
Yeah, I thought I was going to g6, and you wanted me to go to a3. I took the wrong highway.
But no more checks, right?
No more checks. That actually does win. Yeah, queen d3, b3, and we're done.
Okay. By the way, this is where I think Fabi, the calculator, really is in his element. He's very, very.
Well, he has to avoid the pitfall of playing king g3 and go up the board. Let's maybe put that on the board. Let's see where we missed something.
Okay, if we don't mind, we went to g1.
Queen d3, king g4, queen e2.
Queen e2. Yeah. Taking g2 with check is more important than taking g4 with check, of course. Yeah, this I can imagine being the case.
But what happens after king f5?
C2 check? Yeah, C2 check. Yeah, we force you to take on g5. Yeah.
Yeah, you're not escaping the checks, actually.
That is nice. Yeah. That's a very, very nice.
Yeah, because you can't hide behind the pawn.
Right.
Yeah, and once g5 and g2 disappear off the board, the checks from behind will be plenty.
No. That's not what we want.
And what did he play? King g1 he played. So
yes.
Queen b1 we'll see instantly on the board. No reason not to play king f2. You kind of realize quickly that queen b2 loses.
Yeah, queen b2, king g3 is end of game instantly because checks simply run out. We control both c3, b3, and a3.
Yeah, he'll figure this out. I think this is just over.
Yeah, I think
he stumbles upon it, I think.
And he, as you say, he sees his king being driven towards the queen side, and he'll just calculate that.
It's not even a very difficult calculation because yeah, we have enough control over the third rank to realize quite quickly that we get to a3, and on a3 we are completely safe.
And in the meanwhile, black's king and knight are completely stuck, so you're only playing against the queen. I'll just turn our attention quickly or briefly or whatever to the game of Firouzja. When we left it, indeed, we did see knight e5, queen h3 check. Knight drop back to h6, blocking this check against the king.
Rook d6 as expected, and yeah, Reza played queen e8 here, 8 minutes each until the rest of the game. The idea here, of course, is to meet queen e6 either immediately, I suspect immediately, although you could maybe try including knight f3 check, but you play rook e7 there. Black no longer wants to do anything at all to do with endgames. Endgames are legitimately, I think, risky by this point for Black.
There's three very good pawns.
And a beautiful bishop on c3.
Exactly.
So we play rook e7 here, and there is no immediate comfortable reply to this from white. I think you can play queen f6, but the queen might continue getting chased around. I don't particularly like this.
I don't. Yeah, at this moment you kind of stop. You know, queen e6, rook e7 is a kind of a showstopper, but rook e6.
Yeah, then black goes knight f3 check, asks us to choose a square, and the queen goes somewhere depending on which square we choose. Queen f3 sadly doesn't work due to queen takes e6.
That is sadness.
Yeah, so king f1, I assume something like queen g8 or queen d7 happens, and if we put it on a long diagonal, I'm assuming queen a8 happens.
I can more or less rally behind this move, because then knight f3.
No, but this looks like we're walking into knight g4, like slap bang into knight g4, right?
I do have bishop d4, but then why did I put my king?
Yeah.
Okay, queen e8.
Queen e8 is a smart move. It's a very smart move.
And again, the players have 8 minutes each.
8 minutes each, yeah.
And we've been seeing Daniel running his clock down to 3 seconds, 4 seconds. Even, did he get, no, I don't think he got to 1 second today.
Not today.
Not today.
Not today, yeah. Today has been very diligent.
It's been a good time management for him.
Excellent, yeah.
Yes, excellent. Excellent. Wow, surprising round after the waterfall of 3 victories yesterday. We only have had 3 draws thus far.
Well, we got one live game and one that we do expect to be decisive.
Yes.
As Fabi has found the move king d3, I think that was the last difficult move he had to find.
Right.
And his king's gonna skedoodle to the queen side.
Skedoodle.
Schach played king c8 because with the queen on c1, he currently does not immediately lose to queen c6 check or queen c7 mate for that matter.
Very important.
Very important.
But yeah, there has to be a way to now, with the king reasonably safe on d3, for white to restructure his pieces and just win.
True that.
I would assume.
True that. Well, a moment ago, our knight was on c6. We only rerouted the knight.
I think queen e6 might be very strong, right? Just play queen e6 here and just go after the knight.
Threats.
Queen e8, yeah. And we avoid the perpetual in exactly the same fashion. Nothing, I think, as far as I can tell, nothing has changed. We just go.
It's even easier because e1 is controlled.
Yeah, we also.
Well, in this case, yeah. No,
yeah, but it doesn't matter because the knight on d7 gets picked up as checks.
I'm sorry, queen e8, of course.
Yeah, queen e8 just wins it with checks.
I was kind of thinking of queen e6 setting up knight takes b6, so I was happy to play queen takes d4 and stop your threat. Oops. Yes, queen e6 is a very, very strong move. I was also, I was thinking that, I don't know, the knight.
But it's just so good on d5. I'm just very reluctant to have it leave that square. It's just such a fantastic square.
It is indeed.
So yeah, it seems like Schach's misadventures in this tournament continue. He goes down to -2.
And again, what a contrast to last year's +3, no losses, kind of a march a triumphant march, if you will, through the streets of Bucharest for the Azeri. Not this year. What's gone wrong for him, Peter?
It's hard to say, but it's quite clear that he's not playing his A game, and then we go back to this idea that
there it is, Queen E6.
Everybody wants to play their A game, but nobody really knows exactly how to achieve it.
Exactly.
And it's.
By the way, I saw that Shaq kind of wrote down the move, expected Queen E6.
He knows. Yeah.
Handwriting on the wall, and very, very frustrating.
He'll double and triple check out of due diligence, but he knows.
Is that Queen E6 sets up this killer threat of Queen E8 check, picking up the knight. In the meantime, no perpetuals. Nothing to play for, really. There's nothing black can do. There's no King D8 either.
So yeah, they will diverge. Fabi will get back to 50%, and Shah will be the first player to actually go from -1 to -2 in this tournament.
Wow. Wow. For Fabi, very important bounce-back victory, I would say. Again, candidates coming up next month. You know him best. Alejandro, what will this victory mean for him?
I think he'll be happy to get a point on the board here more than anything. It feels so unsatisfying to go a full tournament without a victory, and those happen at this level, right? Everybody's difficult to beat, but he's going to be happy to find a win here, break that kind of mediocre tournament he's had so far. Certainly bouncing back from a loss with a win is a very nice thing to do. He'll find himself in a much more comfortable position.
Very good. In fact, funnily enough, Daniel did play the move Queen E6. He did get hit with Rook E7, but he prepared.
He played Queen D5. Yeah. Somewhat surprisingly to my eyes, because at some point I briefly glanced at what the machine was suggesting, and one of the ideas the machine had about the previous position was provoke Rook E7 and just go back to H3, which I thought was kind of funny. Just take away the knight of 3 check ideas by moving the rook away from the f7 square, pin the knight on h6 again, so that it cannot come out, and knight eg4 apparently is never a strong enough threat for us to really be worried about. But Queen d5 is much more logical, and Alireza, rook d8 being the main threat, Alireza very quickly goes knight e5, f7, not only attacking the rook, but also protecting d8, and it's possible to go wrong here, but most logical moves in this position are fine, and rook f6 is definitely one of them.
Yeah, and this is one of those positions where you would really like to have access to the. I mean, this bishop on c3 is basically. I was kind of thinking of it as kind of one-dimensional animal protecting the long diagonal, but in fact, covering the e1 square is very useful as well.
Extremely important. Yeah, extremely important.
And I don't know. We've been talking three result, but it's getting more and more disconcerting, if you ask me. I'm beginning to think I would maybe even choose to play white at this moment. The knights are not making a very good impression. What about yourselves? Do you feel the practical pressures here?
This is becoming kind of comfortable for white, because the checks are not really forthcoming. The white queen is now occupying the center of the board. You can chase it away with rook d7, but then it goes to e6, which is also a pretty decent square. And
it's a very decent.
The thing I like about this position for white is that it's not super clear for either side to see how to improve the position.
Right.
But for white, it's easy. You just go a4, a5, a6 if nothing changes.
True.
Yeah, you have a very clear-cut plan here.
Yeah. You have a way of improving.
But every one of your pieces, the rook on f6, the bishop on c3, queen on d5, really feel like they're at their zenith. They're
about as good as it gets.
Peak powers. Whereas black's knights are kind of huddled and maybe playing more like a nursemaid to the king than playing advantage. But let's turn back over to Fabi's game, because it feels like he's about to.
Yeah, I want to nominate the final move of the game. Actually, it's not the final. No, I thought King b2 just actually prompts an immediate resignation in the current position, because Shah did find a way not to lose on the spot by bringing the queen over to b5. And I thought King b2, with the idea of a2, a4 against any sensible move, just wins the piece. But King b7, Queen c6 exists, which I originally missed. And also, black did establish an idea of queen a5, queen d2 check, which is why knight f6, for instance, isn't winning on the spot, and you have to be slightly more precise. He still goes king b2. Shah will play king b7. I think everything else does legitimately lose a piece to a2, a4, so he'll play king b7.
But there's always knight c3 too, right?
I mean, the knight ending is probably just winning, but,
Yes.
but you would like more, I think, with white here, right? You would like to not have to play the knight ending if at all possible.
I think it's not. I think it is actually. Really,
And he's resigned. He didn't even try.
Really,
Okay.
really bad. I thought that this knight ending is not much of an ending after you see the move
You can even play
d5.
g5 here, yeah.
Yeah,
that is fair,
it's
yeah.
like,
it's lost, but you can continue kind of shuffling along for
And
another.
what did we
another few
see? It
moves,
was king b2 and then resigns.
Yeah,
Just
resigns.
king b2.
That's how it works.
No king. No. I thought king b7 might have been played, but no. King b2. Shaq had seen enough. Oh boy.
Yeah, really going from bad to worse for the Azeri player, and he's not really. I mean, he's playing in the right spirit. He has definitely been sort of very, very combative, very fighting with the white pieces. Like he.
The knight to a6 will go down as one of the great curiosities of this event. How do you put your knight on a6 when your knight clearly belongs on the king side? Alejandro, if you could bring that position up on your board. You don't want to. It was just so bad that confounding his colleagues here on panel as he had this position and he needs to defend the dark squares. Take it away, please.
I mean,
yeah, it's painful. It's painful to even talk about. It's just such a strange choice. I think it's mainly a symptom of him not playing well in this tournament. It's just things are misfiring.
And it was a 30-minute thing, right? It was something that he thought forever, couldn't find a comfortable plan to kick out this bishop on f6 to solve his problems fully on the king side. White's last move was rook e1 to f1, and then he thought for 30 minutes, came up with knight a6, got into a huge amount of trouble. He actually came back in the game. It's not like he just died out of knight a6. Somehow he was able to fight his way back, but it was always suffering from him starting with the move knight a6, and he just wasn't able to hold all the way throughout. But the move itself it's impossible to explain. How many times do we explain to amateur players you don't put your knight away from the rest of the pieces, especially not on the rim?
Yeah.
It goes against normal chess principles.
Yeah, no question about it. And with one game remaining,
These are our standings, yeah. And there you see Shahryar Mamedyarov in last place, currently tied for last with Alireza, but Alireza is still playing and should not really lose this game, even though, I mean, it's been very, very swingy and frankly not trending in Alireza's favor for the last hour or so. But still his position remains, I think, safe enough, and if he catches himself in time, he should not be losing it. With Wesley still safely on top on 3.5 points.
Yeah, the move that I really wanted to press Alejandro to show was actually in this position where knight a6 was played. Clearly, there's dark square weaknesses all around Shaq's king side. And it was like the move queen e6, bishop e5, rook.
Okay.
This was the key move.
Yeah, I mean...
so that you could play knight c8 and fight for control of the f6 square.
This is true, and this is probably the difficult part of the equation, and part of the reason why knight a6 was played. And this I can sort of relate to. If rook e7 is legitimately by far the best move in this position, it's not easy. But why not just queen f5? That was puzzling me then, and it's continuing to puzzle me now. Rook f1, queen f5, it's just not bad. It seems entirely playable to me. I just don't see why you would be particularly worried even about this endgame.
Right.
Because you will have ways of dealing with the dark square weaknesses, and instead you just spend the tempo kind of worsening the position of one of your pieces.
Right.
In a position where tempi are clearly quite precious and your king is under attack.
Yeah, and then Alejandro had a really insightful comment as well. After if you'd shown me this position and you were to say, okay, what's a good move for black? You'd be thinking knight a6 to c7 to bring the knight back into play. Oh dear. And with this victory, Fabi climbs back to 50%, and he is with Cristian in Bucharest.
Thank you, Yasser. Yes, we are indeed here with a very happy victor of the day, Fabiano Caruana. Fabiano, first of all, congratulations. Welcome back to the studio. Topsy-turvy event so far. How did you live the last couple of days?
Well, yesterday was quite a bad game. It wasn't really that I was calculating badly, but I just made a very inexplicable decision. based on like 2 miscalculations. One was that I missed bishop d1, and a slight like overestimation of my compensation, and the other was that b4 I saw something wrong down the line, and this culminated in just like an instant loss. So yeah, it was very good to come back because that was, you know, already some people were pulling ahead and I was pulling behind the tournament, so it was kind of necessary to at least stabilize a bit.
Great victory today. Did you expect Shaq to open up with the Petrov?
I can't say I expected it, but it was one of the things I thought he might play because in the Grand Prix series he was playing it quite a bit, and he also had exactly this line. I don't remember exactly where it deviated, but I think he played 97 here against Anish Giri. It was an online event, but anyway, it showed that he was at least
familiar,
capable of playing the Petrov. So yeah, we played a long theoretical line. I think only here I made a new move because I think Jan played 93 in the candidates and beat Wang Hao. And knight h2 is an interesting move. I mean, pawns of h6 is knight f7 with some
Seems
tactics,
to have been played
possibly.
only once, this knight to h2, and h6 already a novelty. Did you feel like this knight h2 move surprised your opponent?
I don't think so, because he quickly played queen d7. I think he knew that the move exists. Maybe he didn't know the position in huge detail, but at least he was ready for it. And yeah, he took, which is, I think, correct. And rook f8, and we took. Yeah, I think we were playing correctly. And then at this moment, after rook f1, he totally shocked me. I was expecting queen f5, queen e6, knight e4, rook e4, like any move except for knight a6. I just couldn't
Everybody
believe it.
was completely shocked. Did you guys get to discuss the game afterwards?
Well, the only thing he said was that knight a6 was a very strange move, which...
So he understood also that that was a huge mistake.
Yeah, I think he had something in mind. Maybe he was counting on this, and there was some... And maybe he missed f4 here, and so maybe it was based on some sort of miscalculation, but also it's such a... like
strange move to make.
Yeah, his king is rather vulnerable, and he's just, like, taking away one of the defenders from it, so obviously it can't be very good. And yeah, I guess I thought f4 was very strong, but now I see that it was the wrong move. The thing is, I was kind of expecting knight e4, f5, take queen h3, f6, rook f5. It's what we have in the game, but the knight is on a6. And rook e7, knight g4, it's quite important because it's not immediately evident that white wins here. Rook h7, rook h5, and I have this knight h6 trick which wins.
Very nice.
So, and knight b8, I kind of assumed that it was losing for the reason that I wanted to play f5 when I played f4, queen h3, f6, g4, and this position, which is we reach it by force, I thought was winning in advance. But after rook f5, he has queen g6, and I can't quite get my rook into the attack. Like, it's very close to being mate, but it's not. And then I had this idea of maybe king h1 to, well, now
Seems like you're just one move away from...
Yeah, if, let's say he makes one careless move, then here, and queen h7 is very important, and I mate him. He has no way to defend
So
against...
if you go here...
queen h6 and rook g7, yeah, I don't mate, but I win the queen. And then I was looking at, like, rook e7, rook f5, queen g6, and I couldn't see the way to win here. I spent, like, at least 30 minutes thinking about this one position, and I just couldn't see it. I was thinking about knight g4, and it was... yeah, maybe I should have been more practical and not burned all my time. Because, okay, what I chose was rather safe. Like, I get an advantage. It's definitely not, you can see it's not a winning advantage
But it could
anymore.
easily dissipate as well.
Yeah, but at least I should have done this with some more time on my clock, because I got this with a few minutes, and I'm sure that at some point he was... Yeah, I was surprised he didn't play knight f8. Because, okay, I can take it. But yeah, he'll defend his b-pawn somehow.
And then knight to e6 coming.
Yeah, knight g6 or e6, and he has a lot of counterplay. But he played this passive a6, and I was very happy because I can play queen f3. Okay, I decided first to weaken him a little bit before this. And at least here I have like total safety, and yeah, the reason I didn't play knight g4 was in this position I didn't see, I mean, it looks like the most natural way, but I didn't see how to continue here. Yeah, maybe just a4 and something slow. He's a bit tied up, but
a4 seems like not such a natural human move at that point.
Yeah, I think it was only when he...
Did you at all consider repeating the moves, or at this point you knew that you want to play on and you were just trying to gain some moves?
No, I wasn't considering repeating. I mean, it's a very safe advantage. Like, he can't really... There's no way that he'll win this position, right?
Correct.
And I thought that I still have quite a pleasant advantage. Yeah, here I was surprised by knight g5 because... Oh, sorry. At least, like, he can play, I thought, king c8, c4 I was planning, because if he takes knight e7, and I pick up the knight. And this position, at least, like, now his d pawn is very weak. I was thinking about queen e7 and trading queens and winning the pawn. But, like, knight g5 is either just borderline losing or just completely lost. So I was surprised he went for it. Maybe he thought that it was somehow holding, but yeah, I was actually expecting king c8 with some various knight endings.
Yes, this I think was one of the main lines, and right now knight, I think queen d6.
Or I wasn't sure, maybe first queen d6. But queen d6, if he plays king d8, we get the game.
Right.
And if he trades queens like this, then yeah, I thought this was a good version.
Yeah.
Like, I wasn't 100% sure, but I thought it should be winning, so he avoided it, and queen f2. Wow, I didn't consider this move.
Yeah, queen to f2 seemed like the only way for him to fight at this point. Basically, the idea is that if he tried to defend on this side with placing the knight on g6, then he can just simply take on d4.
This was a great chance to hold. Yeah, maybe it's... I mean, I have to first find this queen e6 move. It's not entirely easy, and then the game goes on.
Right.
While in the game, it was just, like, very, very forcing. It was just important. I saw that this king g1 was important, because if king g3, queen d3, you know, the checks begin again. So I was a bit surprised that he didn't take on b2, because I thought he had queen b5, and yeah, it's some sort of zigzag, but I wasn't 100% sure. But yeah, I guess it's because I wasn't 100% sure how I keep the...
Perhaps a4 here?
Like queen a4?
Knight takes...
Yeah, then we have some...
Then
okay, queen e6, I didn't see this move at this... it's another zigzag. Because...
And if you do go queen to a4...
But now...
4? What's the... no, queen g8. Yeah. You have a threat.
King c8, yeah, sorry.
You have a threat.
And here...
that's beautiful.
Here it's a4. Okay, this is
very nice.
Yeah. I assumed it was winning somehow. I was actually going to go for this one, because here it looks like a 6-1, but yeah, what he did was probably like a little bit more tenacious, but yeah, it's still lost.
Huge victory for you right before the rest day. What are you going to do during the rest day? How do you plan to spend it?
Well, we have this fundraiser for Ukraine. I don't know what time it starts, but it's going to be, from what I heard, some sort of like pro-am event with like tandem chess. So some, fun stuff. And after that, I don't know, I'll probably try to get some sports in, because I haven't been doing anything. I've just been sitting all day, every day, so that would be nice.
Get some sports in, get the energy up, and we'll see you in a couple of days. Thank you. Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Cristian. Thank you, Fabi. Congratulations with Fabi's victory in the books. How does that affect our standings? Peter?
Yeah, now that we have 3 players on 50%, and one of them is actually not on 50%. Bogdan is still playing his game. He's on 2. He's
hoping
on 2.5.
to join Wesley.
Yeah, he's on 2.5 out of 4, and with the game in hand, which is sharpening up quite a bit again. And they're both very, very low on time. So we should perhaps, without further ado,
jump right into that game, as both players are down to their last minutes.
The queens have come off, but the endgame remains very, very sharp with the knights jumping. The knights are a very tricky piece on 1 minute. You really would prefer the knights to the bishop here, honestly. And I say that as a absolutely huge bishop aficionado myself.
Yeah.
But you kind of prefer the knights in this spot.
Well, but on the other hand, when you've got 3 passed pawns,
and then at some point you blunder knight c5, knight d3, life is pain.
Isn't the role of the pawns to their lust to expand?
C5 rook d5 is the issue. I would play c5 in a heartbeat here. Unfortunately, rook d5 picks one of our guys up.
No, I meant before he played bishop e5. I was thinking that he was supposed to play b4 and c5.
I think he wanted to stop knight f4. I think he was very annoyed by the prospect of the knight landing on f4, but maybe it wasn't really such a threat because you could go bishop b5 then. Yeah.
Exactly. That was a you gave me purpose, a purposeful reason to play the move bishop. He did not play that. He jumped immediately with bishop e5, allowed the rook to sneak into d2, and we've caught up to the players. But again, I still feel like this is completely a 3-result game.
No, I don't think Black ever loses this. I think
really?
Black is, I think Black is completely fine.
Goodness.
As you can see, he has realized that maybe something has gone wrong, and allowing knight c5 is very dangerous. And
he's played b4.
He's given up one of the 3 on the queen side.
Well,
I think
there
which
it goes.
Instantly solves the the question of whether Black can lose or not.
Yeah,
but he's probably still okay because c5 and the pawns start running, and it's not that easy actually for Black to control.
Quickly, right? I mean, c5. How do you stop?
Right.
Anything.
Yeah, the feeling has to be that perhaps. From a practical viewpoint, just like going c5, rook a4, picking up the b pawn, giving c7, knight takes c7, and just kind of shaking hands, is something that many people would do. But Alireza, I have a feeling, if he sees any way at all to keep the game rolling, he will continue. He will continue playing because he very much
has been the case throughout. In fact.
This tournament and all the tournaments we've been watching him in, frankly, he just does not like ending games prematurely.
He doesn't, but this one, I think it's time to pull the plug, right?
So rook a4, c6, rook takes, c7, knight takes, c7 is what Peter advocates. You shake hands, you call it a good game, and
well, I'm as an honorary
there you go, rook
as
a4.
an honorary member of the Chicken Chess Club. Yeah, I mean, representative of the Chicken Chess Club here in St. Louis. I would very much like to be sensible here and not do anything rash. But we'll see. I mean, he could, knowing it's Alireza, maybe he goes c6, knight e7, c7, knight c8, and continues playing.
Well, here we go. By the way, are you a gold member of the Chicken Chess Association?
Lifetime member.
Lifetime membership. C6 on the board, and like you say, if Alireza...
Alireza knows what's up.
Nobody's interested in that. It was going to be a draw.
Alireza knows what's up, yeah.
And yet another
Quite
day.
a game, though.
Yeah, another day with interesting chess and only one decisive result.
Right. Paralleling rounds 1 through 3, where we were regaled with some fantastic fighting chess. Some of the draws.
Yeah, and what you see on your screens right now is people actually running out of space on their score sheets. So they were given fresh score sheets to start writing from Route 61. For those of the viewers who perhaps are slightly unfamiliar with this procedure.
The score sheets from the traditional old days were all printed up for 60 moves.
Yeah. They normally are 3 columns of 20.
Exactly.
And then you have to get a new one.
Exactly.
And well, the rest of there, I think, just checked out of the game, starts looking up to the ceiling. He knows this is a dead draw.
Exactly.
He is just trying to figure out where.
He's trying to figure out where, right?
Yeah,
like, what happened? I had a piece. Where did it go?
Exactly.
Yeah, bishop g3 kind of inviting knight takes g3, and at some point, you kind of.
That would be full equality, right? You know, there's a pawn on g3, there's a pawn on g6, a rook on the 7th, a rook b2, a rook on the 7th.
Nope.
No.
Nothing.
Nope.
Nope. Okay.
Noping out of that, but yeah, we do know how this movie ends, and continues a very, very impressive tournament for the young Romanian. Very swingy play today. You know, all kinds of things happened in this game. He was much better than probably lost, then somewhat better, somewhat worse.
And here you see the clear lack of experience, not playing the move King F1, playing the silly move Rook A7.
Yeah, and also like he's taking away squares from the rook, so you can't even find a threefold this way. What are you doing? Like this is a clear misplay.
But for Firouzja, I mean, this is really disconcerting.
Yes.
I mean, he's going to go into the rest day wondering what the heck is going on.
It also feels like
5 games, no wins.
What do I need to win a game?
Yeah.
Is it 3 connected passed pawns?
Is it an extra piece?
An extra piece for
I think he needs a rook at this point. I mean, can I have a rook? it's disconcerting.
Yeah,
And
we're
the players
about
have
to-
found a 3-time repetition.
The most logical one.
Yeah.
Finally, we see the.
And there we go, a handshake.
I don't think I don't think they actually got the 3, but I'm really hoping the arbiters don't make them continue. This has been an excellent game of chess. It really doesn't need to be artificially prolonged for
extended. Yes,
for an
agreed.
additional couple of moves for no reason. Yeah.
Where was the moment that would have been the most decisive for Firouzja? Is it that rook a6 moment?
But I think it's
Alejandro?
actually h6, not rook c8. I think Alejandro was arguing for h6, and I think it was the cleanest.
I think if we were to say at what point did it really start going downhill, it was here when he gave up his second pawn. So up until then, he had played one of the better choices. Perhaps not the best choice in every case, but good enough to keep a pretty decisive advantage. And here in this position, it was this move knight f6, which the engines really hated. They thought it went on the wrong way, that the knight was not properly placed on f6. Actually really wanted to play the move rook c5, which had this double attack. I thought that was the original purpose of Alirez's setup. Now, you don't have a lot of moves here. You don't want to trade queens just yet. You want to play queen d2 and keep up the options here on the a5 bishop. The problem is the move knight e5.
Right.
And we talked about this during the broadcast, that this rook doesn't have a lot of squares. The knights are doing a great job of defending the pawn on d6, and which means keeping the rook away from the rest of the pieces. And for the moment, this move, queen c8, queen takes e6, is a huge threat. And it doesn't matter if you have 3 connected passed pawns. A rook is a rook. Yeah, against a piece, they'll fight just fine, but against a rook, they're not. And in this case, queen c8 is coming, and that's just enough.
Wow. Big turnaround for Firouzja. Yeah. I'm just saying that his loss to Levon.
Yeah, in terms of,
wow.
Let me introduce more chess terms which will show up on the graphic tomorrow. Yeah, yeah. I mean, he's left so many Sklansky bucks on the table in this tournament.
How many bucks?
Sklansky bucks.
Skalansky bucks.
He was better. Close to winning at some point against Jan, as we keep on coming back to. Then there was this game against Levon, and then today. So yeah, in a slightly different world, he would be on +3 right now,
right,
and leading above Wesley, and he finds himself on -1 with no victories,
right.
And yeah, that's a
going
lot
into rest day,
yeah,
and it plays on your mind and what's going on and why am I?
It's just not been his tournament at all,
And let's ask Cristian to interview Firouzja right now.
Thank you, Yasser. Yes, we are indeed here with Alireza Firouzja. Alireza, first of all, welcome back to the studio. Quite a wild game today. You started off with the King's Indian. Did you want a fight from the beginning? Was that the approach?
Yeah, of course. He's a very solid player. So King's Indian was a normal choice, I think, to just get a playable position. But yeah, and then
he played this early on, bishop e2 and h4.
Yeah, it's very fashionable nowadays. It's h4,
h5, h6.
Yes, it's
Lila style.
Yeah.
Were you ready for this approach by him? Did you expect it?
I expected it because he doesn't have many games in King's Indian, so yeah, it was not a big surprise. So yeah, we went. Yeah, and in the opening, yeah, he got me, of course. He had preparation. So yeah, queen b6, queen b3 is a good move. He was trying to play very solid, but yeah, and then I wanted to. Yeah, of course, here, I don't know why he came back to it.
You went out of the repetition. You said, okay, I'm probably worse, but I want to play,
yeah,
I want to fight.
This was the point of King's Indian. Yeah, and then I'm not sure about this f5 move, but okay. It's very risky, but I should do it probably. And then, yeah, and here he blundered, of course, with knight d4. Okay, still, here already is very, yeah, I saw knight d4, it's a very good move.
But with only 30 seconds on his clock,
Yeah.
did you feel like he's going to slip?
Yeah, I think, I thought, okay, he was very nervous. So he played knight d4, and yeah, he got a winning position easily here. But yeah, it was piece up, but okay, it's not easy, of course, because the king is always weak. But yeah, he continued here.
And it felt like you're getting close to stabilizing, but
right,
you were just
no,
one
I should
move
go
away.
a4, I think.
A4.
Ah, G4. Yeah, I was very scared
Then
of this.
queen to H1.
Yeah, and
or
then rook.
What's the plan?
Check. Knight H6. Yeah, and queen E4. Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, my rook is hanging, so
Because you cannot cover with the queen, queen
Right.
H6, the rook on A8 is hanging. Very good point, Alireza.
Yeah, so rook C8, he took. Yeah, I didn't see this idea of queen C8, rook traps.
So rook to C5.
Yeah, queen D2,
queen
knight
D2,
E5.
knight E5, bishop C3, and now queen to C8. Just in time to trap the rook.
Right.
And if it takes, you take, and transition
Yeah,
into this endgame, which probably
yeah.
should be looks.
Yeah, because if I don't have this queen C8, then I'm lost. Or, okay, not lost, but yeah, okay, we continue, and then yeah, here he's okay. It's very difficult. And yeah, and here I thought I got some chances because his king is weak.
How did you assess this position? Did you look at it as a 3-game result, or did you feel
Yeah,
like you're still having the advantage?
I
at this
thought
point?
I had a little advantage, but I was wrong because it's very concrete, move by move. This, queen d5, knight f7, and here, king g2. Yeah, I blundered queen c6, of course. I completely missed this queen c6. And I'm very lucky this endgame is not losing. This endgame could easily be losing. Yeah?
Absolutely, yeah. 3-game result, especially with those 3 connected passers.
Yeah, but I have some counterplay always.
Might with 2 knights around the king. Yeah.
Yes, because he cannot go c5, knight e6.
Could go very wrong for him
yeah.
also. Absolutely. Well, Reza, difficult game, very, very complex battle. You're going into the rest day without a victory up to this point. What are you going to do to ride the ship?
Yeah, it's a very difficult tournament. I'm happy to be playing here. I didn't play for 5 months. I'm trying to get in shape and try to prepare best for the candidates.
What are you going to do during the rest day? Are you going to take a walk, go to a restaurant, or focus mostly on chess?
Yeah, anything is good. Just not to play one day is a good day. Because playing is very difficult now with all the resourcefulness.
Absolutely, very complex game, very energy draining.
Yes.
Keep your energy up, get the rest day, and we'll see you in a couple of days.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alireza. Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Cristian. Our standings with the round finally completed, with Wesley leading the field with 3.5 out of 5, Shahryar Mamedyarov in dead last now with 1.5, and the rest of the field bunched closely together with 3 people tied for second, including Bogdan Daniel Deac, who just finished this very, very exciting game against Alireza.
Wow, and just to remind everybody, tomorrow is the rest day. Do not join us tomorrow, but join us again on Wednesday as we round 6, and we pick up the final 4 rounds with a playoff on Saturday if necessary. Another eventful day, but let's take a look at our predictions as well. I'm not doing that great anymore.
Nobody's really doing all that well.
VAR, you know.
Yeah, Anastasiya is really feeling the angst here.
Yeah.
Well, VAR is kind of happy.
VAR's okay, yeah.
VAR, and everybody else looking really bad. Well,
right,
not looking so bad today, at least.
Yeah. I think it's just you and I. No, it's me.
Just you?
Just me. No, Levon, of course. And final thoughts from Bucharest.
Well, guys, I have to say, today I thought that I'm probably going to get my first win for Alireza, and my prediction, unfortunately, it didn't happen. It's a very difficult tournament for him up to this point, but he's definitely getting in tune. So I'm definitely looking forward to see what he's going to bring to the table in the remainder of the games. And I'm also looking forward to get some dinner because, well, I'm starving. Anastasiya, how about yourself?
Yes, same here. It's been a long day, but it was still eventful. And we also had a very nice novelty at the very beginning. If you remember, knight e2 move, a new trend in the openings now. And also there were many great fights and endings. So I really liked the games, even though we came back to the same, plus only one decisive game, right, in the round 5. So expecting that all players will have a lot of energy after the free day. And also I would like just to mention that tomorrow we are going to have a nice event here in the same place in Sheraton Hotel. There will be a fundraising event for Ukraine. And players from the tournament, including also some guests. Natalia Zhukova and Alexander Onischuk will play against guests, honorary guests invited by the organizers, and Superbet Foundation will be the one who will organize the whole event.
Well, that one is definitely going to be a fun and very useful one. Guys, I'm looking forward to the rest day. How about yourselves?
Definitely. Good luck with the fundraising. Have a good dinner, Cristian, and let us know what you have.
Absolutely.
And final thoughts, Alejandro.
It was a story that we've told before. One decisive game, Alireza missing his winning chances. Let's see if he can right the ship after the rest day. But I'm looking forward to taking a day off. I need my sleep. This 5:30 a.m. Be at the studio at 5:30 a.m. is killing me. So I'll see you guys on the other end of the rest day. I'm excited for it.
Look at him pretending
Well
he's here
said.
at 5:30. Eh?
I know. Look at him.
I was here at 5:50.
Only us, only ourselves, and the production.
Look at him
crew.
pretending he's here at 5:30. Look at him pretending he's here.
I have great witnesses. I pay them a lot. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. Tomorrow is a rest day. Yay. Join us again on Wednesday, same time, same channel, as we'll be bringing you round 6 of what has been a very eventful tournament.
Absolutely. See you then.
Bye-bye, everyone.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.